The morning light filtered through the towering glass walls of Kaoyang Park Plaza as Cheng Kai moved through the extravagant lobby, his polished shoes clicking against marble floors. The foreign minister couldn't pinpoint why, but his instinct screamed that something wasn't right. The sprawling atrium with its forest-like columns and mountain water motifs usually filled him with national pride. But today, the space felt oppressive. His skin prickled with the unnerving sensation of invisible eyes weighing his every move, not mere observation, but silent condemnation. Yet when his gaze darted across the faces of staff and residents, he found only ordinary morning routines unfolding. Stress, he told himself, kneading his temple, just the crushing weight of responsibility. But the numbers didn't lie. His phone had gone disturbingly quiet. While official memos still arrived from the Central Committee, the usual flood of consultations from his own team had slowed to a trickle. This wasn't just unusual. In the meticulously hierarchical world of Chinese governance, it was tectonic. Who's making decisions without me? The question coiled in his gut like smoke. In Beijing's political arena, even perceived irrelevance could be fatal. As China's equivalent to the U.S. Secretary of State, Cheng held one of the most consequential roles in global diplomacy. Treaty negotiations, UN summits, crafting China's international voice, all flowed through his office. The power was intoxicating, second only to President Li Jianjun himself. Not that he'd ever say so aloud, discretion was survival. Yet lately, the memory of Li's appointment speech echoed with new unease. "You'll be my wolf warrior," the president had declared, gripping Cheng's shoulder. The bark in public, the bite behind closed doors. At the time Cheng had swelled with ambition, a decade of maneuvering had led to that moment. Every calculated compliment, every ruthless policy defense. But now, lying awake at 3 a.m., he replayed his own speeches with growing discomfort. Diplomacy was precision work, where a single phrase could collapse alliances or spark trade wars. What happened when the warrior's fangs drew blood he never intended to spill? The party demanded loyalty, but lately Cheng wondered who was holding the leash. Cheng had spent years speaking on behalf of President Li, but lately the role had become more treacherous than he anticipated. The president was notoriously hard to satisfy, his expectations shifting like sand beneath Cheng's feet. Tugging his rolling suitcase behind him, Cheng emerged from the lobby into the covered driveway where his driver should have been waiting with the usual courtesy. Instead, the sleek black Hongqi H9 sat silently at the curb, engine humming as if indifferent to his presence. This wasn't just any government car. This was the ride reserved for high-ranking officials, the kind that usually came with a chauffeur who sprang out to assist. Today, though, the trunk clicked open automatically, while the driver stayed glued to his seat, not even sparing Cheng a glance. Irritated, Cheng shoved his own luggage inside before sliding into the back seat, where he immediately noticed something off. A tinted partition separated him from the driver, the kind you'd see in a VIP limo, or his mind supplied unhelpfully an interrogation vehicle. As the car merged into Beijing's chaotic traffic, Cheng's phone buzzed. His wife never messaged him during work hours unless it was urgent, so he frowned at the screen. No explanation, just a link. Against his better judgment, he tapped it, and his stomach dropped. The Global Times, China's state-run tabloid, had splashed a scandalous headline across its page: "Foreign Minister accused of graft and affair." The accompanying photo showed him red-eyed and grinning like a fool, arm draped around a blonde woman at some opulent dinner, except it wasn't him. The suit was wrong. The setting was wrong. He never drank like that. This was a fabrication, a digital knife aimed straight at his reputation. His face burned as if scalded. Someone had gone to great lengths to ruin him, and worse, they'd done it convincingly. In his line of work, perception was everything, and now with the East Asia Summit just hours away, his credibility was crumbling before he even boarded the plane. The fury burning inside him was matched only by the crushing weight of shock and shame. He'd been ambushed by this political hit piece, no question about it. This was a full-on media execution. "You're finished, Guo," Cheng snarled, his voice dripping with venom as he named the editor-in-chief directly. "How the hell did you pull this off without me hearing a whisper?" Then, like a bucket of ice dumped straight into his veins, the chilling truth hit him. The attack came without warning because it had been approved from the top. Guo wouldn't dare run a story like this without clearance. The Global Times was just a mouthpiece for the party. This takedown had Lee's fingerprints all over it, either as a direct order or a silent nod. Cheng's lungs seized as panic took hold. His breaths came in shallow, frantic bursts. Was this what drowning felt like? His phone clattered to the floor as his vision blurred. Instinct took over, and he doubled over, head between his knees, fighting the dizzying spiral. This is it. I'm done. His mind flashed to Qin Haiyu's warning about speaking too boldly. Maybe his old friend had seen this coming. A chime from the floor, his wife's text, just 3 words. "Is this true?" "No," he wheezed. "It's all lies." The screen flickered, then died. The car jerked to a stop. Both rear doors flew open, and 2 strangers in black suits slid in, one shoving Cheng roughly aside. "What the? Who are you?" Adrenaline sharpened his senses just in time to see the man beside him pull a white cylinder from his pocket. Before Cheng could react, the injector stabbed into his thigh. A searing pain spread as the drug hit his system. His eyelids grew heavy, but he locked eyes with the man holding the device. "Why?" he slurred. The answer came from somewhere far away, laced with cruel amusement. "President Lee appreciates your service, Minister Cheng, but your time is up. Part I. All warfare is based on deception. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, 1. The Ryan Family Home, overlooking the Chesapeake Bay, Maryland, 2011 local time." Jack clenched his jaw, staring at the devastation of his fleet. If he could just fire a full barrage instead of these agonizing single shots, maybe he'd stand a chance. So many ships lost, so much red on the board. One more miss, and the game was over. "C8, he declared, peering over his reading glasses at his daughter Katie across the table. She barely glanced at her grid. "Miss, come on, double-check," he insisted. She smirked. "It's battleship, Dad, not brain surgery. C8 is empty. My turn, J1. He adjusted his glasses, scanning his own board where his ships lay in what he'd sworn was an unbeatable formation. Turns out he'd been dead wrong. He grabbed a tiny red peg and jammed it into the final empty slot on the plastic battleship's stern with a triumphant grin. "Direct hit. Your vessel's going down." Boom! There goes the Missouri, she cheered, throwing her hands up like a victorious admiral. "That's 4 down, just your submarine left. Better start praying to Poseidon." He shot her a mock-threatening glare. "Don't underestimate the Blackfish. 1 sub's all I need to turn the tide." She rolled her eyes. "Nice try. But the Washington's mine. I called dibs 5 minutes ago. Yours is the Indiana rules are rules, sir." Newsflash?" he retorted, tapping an imaginary rank insignia on his head. "Commander-in-Chief trumps dibs. The Blackfish sails under my command, Lieutenant Commander." She sighed dramatically, glancing at her gray sub with exaggerated sorrow. "Fine, Dennis. Guess I've been outranked, but mark my words, this means war." The mention of Dennis Nepper, her real-life XO from the USS Washington, made him pause. His daughter had met the guy during that nerve-wracking showdown against the rogue Russian sub Belgorod months back. Jack had a hunch there was more to the story, but Katie hadn't spilled a word. Then again, with the Washington still deployed, any romance would be long distance. Note to self, grill Kathy later. His wife was usually the first to know about these things, unless she'd decided to play spy, not that it mattered. As POTUS, he could track the Washington's coordinates with a snap. What's with the scheming face? Katie snapped him out of his thoughts. Just thinking how this game's a far cry from real naval strategy. Wish it were this straightforward. If it were, we'd replace admirals with toddlers and a box of pegs, she shot back. Thank God real wars aren't run by shadowy keyboard warriors. Our strength's always been leaders who charge ahead, starting with Washington freezing his butt off at Valley Forge. He studied her, pride swelling. For the record, Katie, you're brilliant. A top-tier officer and analyst, and I'm damn lucky to be your dad. She blushed, waving him off. Save the sweet talk. It won't save your doomed fleet. Laughing, they played on. He took down her carrier, but true to form, she hunted his sub relentlessly, game over. Rematch? She asked, scooping pegs back into the tray. Bring it, he said, topping off their wine. Sometimes it still hits me. You're the president feels like we're all just humoring some wild inside joke. Every single day, he admitted, rubbing his temple. How do you shake that feeling? By remembering the office is bigger than me. The resolute desk keeps me humble. He nodded. The weight of history had a way of grounding even the surreal. The weight of the presidency wasn't just about the office itself. It lived in the faces of the generals and advisors who looked to him daily. Their unspoken demands hung in every briefing room, their trust evident in every handshake. They weren't just following orders, they were waiting for leadership. That responsibility turned abstract power into something tangible. It's not some ceremonial role to them, he murmured, swirling his wineglass. When they say Mr. President, they mean it literally. His daughter exhaled sharply, pushing a stray hair behind her ear. God, I'd crumble under that spotlight analyzing satellite intel at '09. That's my speed. No cameras, no speeches, just me and my coffee-stained reports. You'd adapt, he countered, grinning as he sank her destroyer on the battleship board between them. Remember your first tactical exam at Annapolis? You rewrote the scenario mid-brief because the initial parameters were flawed. That's not someone who wilts. She rolled her eyes but didn't argue. Outside, the Potomac shimmered under the porch lights, a rare quiet night in a world that had for once stopped erupting into crises. The Belgorod aftermath had faded, granting a temporary ceasefire from disasters both man-made and natural. He knew better than to trust the calm somewhere schemers were undoubtedly plotting the next catastrophe. But tonight smelled of Pinot Noir and saltwater breeze. Halfway across the globe, Defense Minister Chin Haiyu's polished Oxford tapped an impatient rhythm against the floorboard of his Hongqi sedan. Beijing's dawn traffic crawled past Xinhuamen Gate, the government complex looming ahead. 20 years ago, his biggest worry had been keeping his destroyer crew sharp during South China Sea patrols. Now, every handshake hid a potential blade. Foreign Minister Chiang Kai-'s abrupt retirement last week proved that much. Almost there, sir, his driver offered, mistaking Qin's clenched jaw for concern over tardiness. Qin barely nodded. Chiang's arrogance had been legendary and ultimately fatal. A lesson Qin intended to remember. The last private conversation between Qin and his old friend Cheng had taken place during Cheng's family vacation in Singapore, where the two men finally had the chance to speak freely without prying ears. Cheng, who rarely drank in public, had indulged heavily that night, loosening his tongue as the alcohol flowed. Their discussion inevitably turned to President Lee's aggressive push to reclaim Taiwan, a topic that had dominated recent policy debates. Under the influence, Cheng didn't hold back. Lee's delusional if he thinks the U.S. will stand by and watch, he muttered, swirling his glass. Remember General Su's miscalculation. President Ryan shut that down fast. We'd be risking everything for scraps. A decade ago, maybe. But now, that island's got nothing we can't replicate. This isn't strategy. It's pure vanity. The recent re-election of Taiwan's outspoken leader had only poured fuel on the fire, emboldening independence voices worldwide and sending President Lee into a frenzy. Reunification by force had become an obsession, one Qin had been tasked with planning since his promotion to PLA Navy commander. Cheng suspected Qin's ruthless efficiency was why Li handpicked him to replace Defense Minister Zhao Fu after the man's abrupt retirement. No one saw it coming except Cheng. Zhao agreed with me, he'd confided that night, voice low. We were rallying allies to push back against Li's recklessness. But now, Zhao's gone, and so's our leverage. The message was clear, though unspoken. Zhao had been removed. Qin hadn't known him well, just another bureaucratic figurehead, arrogant and out of touch. His sudden exit had cleared the path for Qin's rise, a promotion he'd once celebrated. If only I'd known what it really meant. Checking his watch, Qin noted he still had time before the emergency meeting in Zhongnanhai's conference room 1. The early summons set his nerves on edge. Maybe Cheng's disappearance wasn't about his loose lips. Maybe it was foreign interference. Then I'd have less to fear. But the silence spoke volumes. 2 cabinet meetings since Cheng vanished, and not a word about the diplomatic chaos left in his wake. No debates, no damage control, just like Zhao. Qin had warned Cheng to keep quiet about Taiwan. You overthink things, Haiyu. Cheng had laughed. My voice carries weight. Pushing the memory aside, Qin gazed out the car window as his driver looped around Taiye Lake. The Hanyuan Temple stood serene on Yingtai Island, its reflection shimmering in the southern sea's artificial waters, a stark contrast to the storm brewing behind closed doors. The 2 lakes, divided by a narrow strip of land where the reconstructed Qinzheng Hall now stood, were originally designed in 1421, following the early Ming dynasty's architectural vision. Over time, this area evolved into the political heart of the nation, especially after Empress Dowager Cixi and later Prince Regent Chun chose to establish their residences here instead of within the Forbidden City. From the Beiyang government under Yuan Shikai to Mao Zedong's leadership, Zhongnanhai remained the unchanging core of power. The northern lake, where the party's leadership and administrative buildings now stood, hosted the most critical government affairs, while the southern lake primarily served as a ceremonial space for hosting dignitaries. Day expertly navigated the car along the northern lake's shoreline, slowing briefly at a security checkpoint where guards snapped to attention, saluting the tinted windows. Inside, Qin absently tapped his fingers against the armrest, his mind elsewhere. He pulled out his phone and dialed his wife. Kaiji? Everything all right, Haiyu? She asked, her voice laced with quiet worry. We're at the airport, just about to board. Everything's fine, he reassured her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Just missing you and the girls already. He could almost hear her shoulders relax through the phone. We understand, she replied softly. Your work comes first. Any chance you'll still make it to the Maldives? They had planned this family getaway for months, a luxurious suite at the Four Seasons, a week of sun and relaxation. But last night's urgent summons had thrown their plans into disarray. Still, he'd insisted Kaiji and their twin daughters go ahead without him. The girls were growing up fast. Soon they'd be off building their own lives. I hope so, he said, glancing out the window as the car pulled up to the state council headquarters. I'll let you know as soon as I can. Just wanted to say I love you before you take off. We love you too, sweetheart, Kaiji murmured before the call ended. Da parked and rushed to open the door, a gesture Qin found unnecessary but tolerated. The young driver thrived on these small acts of service. Should I wait, sir? Da asked, bowing slightly. Qin nodded. Normally he'd dismiss him for coffee, but today's meeting was unpredictable. Li had a habit of calling urgent gatherings for matters that could have been an email. The shortest unscheduled meeting on record, 3.5 minutes. Stepping inside, Qin passed through a grand foyer turned museum, its walls lined with Ming Dynasty relics. The towering wooden doors ahead led to the council chamber, where every seat at the long conference table was occupied. Deputy Secretary General acknowledged him with a curt nod, while Secretary General Xu Chao barely glanced up. No military presence today. A small relief. Qin always felt like an outsider among career politicians. At each seat lay a leather binder, already being flipped through by the assembled officials. The air hummed with quiet tension, the weight of unspoken decisions pressing down. The conference room was meticulously arranged, with each seat featuring a leather binder and a delicate tea set, except for one conspicuously empty spot where Chen Kai should have been. President Li Jianjun strode in just as Qin Hayu took his place, though the clock confirmed Qin had arrived early. Suppressing the urge to glance at the vacant chair, Qin focused on the document inside his folder, one he knew all too well, having crafted it himself. His stomach tightened as he read the bold heading, Operation Sea Serpent, Reunification of Taiwan. Now he understood Cheng's absence. Li wasted no time. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice smooth as polished steel, "we're fortunate to have Minister Qin, the mastermind behind this strategy, here to guide us." Qin stood, delivering a concise summary of the 100-page plan without needing to reference it. The operation had consumed him for years, evolving from a speculative exercise into what he now considered a near-flawless blueprint. But theory was one thing, execution another. Taking Taiwan was possible, even probable, but holding it, that was a different battle entirely. A murmur rippled through the room as Lai leaned back, stirring his tea. "Any questions?" Secretary General Xu's sharp gaze locked onto Qin. "Surely you've accounted for American intervention?" Qin hesitated, avoiding Lai's eye. "We have. Simulations suggest NATO would deploy forces as a deterrent. Empty posturing." Li cut in, dismissively sipping his tea. The unspoken tension thickened. Qin's fingers twitched against the folder, recalling Cheng's final warning, the cost of victory no one wanted to discuss. The room's approval felt hollow, like applause at a funeral. "Minister Qin may be the mastermind behind military strategy, but my role is to gauge the resolve of our adversaries. After 20 years of fighting terrorism, the American public has lost its taste for war. Their reluctance to challenge Russia over Crimea speaks volumes. They talk tough, but shy away from real confrontation. President Ryan is formidable, yet his hands are tied by a war-weary nation. They won't back a fight with a power like ours, not when the stakes are so high." The Secretary General's expression softened as he turned to Qin. "Do you truly believe the Americans would surrender Taiwan without firing a single shot?" "Potentially," Qin replied, choosing his words with care. The empty chair at the table served as a silent reminder of the cost of dissent. But even a minor skirmish carries risks. If our forces engage with the U.S. Navy in the South China Sea, the proximity alone could spark unintended escalation. Still, as our president has noted, the Americans won't risk total war. The key lies in speed. By the time they debate intervention, Taiwan will already be under our control. Forcing them to strike first would be political suicide. Yet he couldn't ignore the broader consequences. Global sympathy for Taiwan could unleash crippling economic sanctions, not to mention the unpredictable fury of a wounded superpower. He'd warned Kai about underestimating the Americans. They might seem reluctant, but corner them, and they'd strike like a provoked beast. The Secretary General leaned back, studying him. "So, no direct clash with U.S. forces," Qin hesitated. This was just an exercise, but overconfidence could be dangerous. "The assault on Taiwan would be brutal, but we might avoid open conflict with the Americans. At worst, a brief naval skirmish, possibly damaging their fleet." "Damage?" the Secretary General pressed. Qin exhaled. The reports spelled it out plainly, if they bothered to read them. "In the worst scenario, we could sink a U.S. warship, an aircraft carrier more likely." But why spell it out? The documents laid it bare. Thousands of American lives at risk. Secretary Shu's eyes flickered before he composed himself, nodding at President Lee. A worst-case estimate, Lee added smoothly, smiling. Minister Chin, your plan is an invaluable asset. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary, Chin said. Lee set down his teacup, leaning in. Or perhaps, he mused, it's something even greater. Chin's temples throbbed as the weight of the moment pressed down on him. Operation Sea Serpent, he began, is a massive naval and marine drill scheduled in just 14 days. This exercise has been in the works for months, and we've deliberately allowed American intelligence to catch wind of it. The Deputy Secretary couldn't help but blurt out, "Why?" before immediately regretting the interruption. President Lee, however, didn't seem bothered. Instead, he flashed a knowing smile. "Excellent question," he replied smoothly. "For nearly 2 years, we've pushed the boundaries, conducting aggressive maneuvers, testing American patience, and what's happened? Their Navy has grown indifferent, sluggish even. Despite our obvious leaks about Sea Serpent, they haven't so much as adjusted their patrols. No heightened alerts, no show of force. It's almost too easy." A cold dread settled in Kin's gut as the president turned to him. "Minister Chin, I need you to outline exactly what forces would be required if we shifted from a drill to an actual invasion, our true objective of reclaiming Taiwan. I want those numbers on my desk as soon as possible." "Understood, Mr. President," Chin replied with a stiff bow before returning to his seat. Shu, ever the cautious voice, leaned forward. "Are we truly considering an invasion in 2 weeks?" Lee's expression hardened. "I'm considering the moment when we finally bring Taiwan back into the fold, reuniting our people, securing the island's resources, and solidifying our dominance in the South China Sea. The timing must be perfect, and we will be ready." Chin swallowed hard. "I'll deliver my assessment promptly, sir." "Tomorrow," Lee corrected, lifting his teacup. 10 a.m. sharp. "You were chosen for this role because you're the best we have. I trust you won't disappoint." "Of course," Keane murmured, though his thoughts raced to the Lhasa, one of China's most advanced destroyers, prowling the Taiwan Strait at that very moment, a marvel of engineering and a harbinger of destruction. As the meeting adjourned, Keane rose with the others, his mouth dry with unease. "This can't be serious. President Ryan wouldn't stand idly by if China moved on Taiwan." His own worst-case projections painted a grim picture. American jets shot from the sky, warships crippled, an aircraft carrier lost, thousands dead. And Ryan? He'd retaliate without hesitation. The cost to China would be catastrophic, undoing decades of progress in an instant. His gaze flicked to the empty chair where his old friend once sat. What am I willing to sacrifice? The weight of history seemed to press against him as he walked through the grand foyer, past relics of a once great empire that had crumbled under its own arrogance. The echoes of the past felt like a warning. Am I really about to become the architect of our downfall? Katie Ryan's office at the Office of Naval Intelligence in Washington, D.C. was still as bare as it had been 2 months ago when she first arrived. She'd meant to personalize the space, but like so many other plans in her life, it just hadn't happened. The only signs of life were a framed family photo from their last Christmas together, 3 years ago, and a delicate yellow orchid perched on the corner of her desk. The orchid, a gift from retired CIA officer Matthew Riley, had arrived with a handwritten note that simply read, "Thank you for helping me find peace. I can finally sleep at night." M.R. Riley had been crucial in helping her unravel the Belgorod case, if you could even call it that, and she owed him for teaching her how to outmaneuver the rogue Russian submarine commander behind the whole mess. The orchid, which she had affectionately named Josie, had been in full bloom when it arrived, but now its petals were starting to fade. Katie had taken orchid care seriously, following online tutorials and Riley's advice to the letter, especially his quirky ice cube watering trick. So far, Josie was hanging in there, and Katie had grown weirdly attached, as if she'd adopted a leafy child. The rest of her belongings from her old cubicle at Sword were still boxed up in the corner. After her unexpected success in the Belgorod operation, more luck than skill, she suspected she'd braced herself for a heavier workload at the Submarine Warfare Division. But fate had other plans. Instead, Captain Ferguson, the new head of the Brooks Center, had offered her a spot on his team. Brooks was exactly where she belonged, analyzing human and signals intelligence on global maritime threats. Now, with an actual office instead of a cubicle, she had the luxury of a door, something she'd craved when drowning in the noise of open workspaces. Yet the moment she closed it, she felt cut off from the hum of the building, the energy of her colleagues. So, more often than not, she left it cracked open. Funny how people always want what they don't have. She tapped her trackpad, waking her computer, and scanned her inbox. The first message made her grin. The email popped up from Lieutenant Commander Dennis Nepper, executive officer aboard the USS Washington, affectionately nicknamed the Blackfish by her crew. His message read, "Hey there, just wanted to wish you an early happy day. I know we'll be celebrating in 2 weeks. Count on me toasting with you from afar. DK." Katie smirked, easily deciphering his not-so-subtle hint. Ever since their impromptu dinner in Barcelona, Dennis had made a point of reaching out whenever possible, which, for a submariner, wasn't often. They'd agreed to meet up properly once his deployment ended in Norfolk, and his message confirmed the Blackfish would dock right on schedule. No cold feet, just straightforward excitement. She typed back, "Definitely a happy day worth waiting for. Can't wait. KR." Her focus shifted to the intelligence briefings, skimming until an unusual entry caught her attention. Chinese Foreign Minister Chen Kai's current location remains unverified. Last seen 15 days ago before missing the East Asia summit in Vientiane. She expanded the report, absorbing the details. Beijing's foreign ministry had cited vague health concerns, but the Global Times had countered with allegations of corruption and marital scandal. Chang's aggressive wolf warrior diplomacy, once favored by President Lee, now seemed to have backfired. Rumors swirled about tensions over Taiwan policy and South China Sea maneuvers, with Deputy Minister Liu Jing temporarily filling the role. Whispers suggested a comeback for former Minister Yang Shi. Leaning back, Katie spun her chair absently, processing the implications. While her work at Sword focused on Chinese submarine activity, she never ignored the bigger geopolitical picture. Disappearances in Beijing's elite weren't new, but each one carried weight. "Nice office perk," came a drawling voice from the doorway. Petty Officer Pettigrew, or Bubba, as he insisted. Grinned? "They give you a chair that spins, and suddenly you're at the county fair." She braked hard, facing him with a mock glare. "Interrupting the ride costs extra, Bubba. Unless you've got a funnel cake hidden in those pockets, your charm offensive won't save you." They both laughed, and she gestured him inside. He stepped in, lingering just past the doorframe. She leaned back in her chair, motioning to the empty seat across from her. "Something bothering you?" He stayed on his feet, shoving his hands in his pockets. "Not here for work talk today. Wanted to ask if I could duck out early. Cindy scheduled one of those fancy 3D ultrasounds. Supposed to get a sneak peek at the kid's face. Figured it's smart to check early, in case he's got my nose, we can still file for a refund at the maternity ward." The joke hit so hard, she nearly spit out her coffee, coughing into her sleeve. "You good, Chief? Never seen you turn that shade of beet red," he deadpanned, which only made her wheeze louder. When she finally caught her breath, she wiped her eyes. "Damn you, Pettigrew. Almost killed me with that one." "Family trait," he shrugged. "Anyway, go ahead, but only if you send me that ultrasound pic. Need to see baby Bubba's first glamour shot." "Deal. But if he comes out looking like a potato, don't blame me." "He'll be perfect," she said, her voice softening. For a second, she could almost picture the tiny fingers curled around Pettigrew's thumb. He was halfway to the door when she called him back. "Hold up! Got a random question for you?" "Shoot." What's your take on all these Chinese bigwigs vanishing lately? Pettigrew scratched his chin. Not my usual beat, but Simon, it's Communism 101. Back in the Soviet days, one wrong move and poof, off to Siberia. China's just recycling the playbook. Billionaire or general, if the party's done with you, you're gone. She spun her laptop around. Foreign Minister Cheng vanished 2 weeks ago, right before the East Asia Summit. They didn't even bother hiding it. Bet he stepped on someone's toes, Pettigrew mused. Or, she tapped the screen. Read this. Speculation suggests tensions over Taiwan and South China Sea naval policies. Notice the keywords, naval activity? Suddenly, this does smell like our problem. He groaned. Ma'am, we're Onai, not Jason Bourne. Let the CIA earn their paychecks. She gave him a slow, dangerous smile. Too late. I'm already down the rabbit hole. Knew it, he muttered, heading for the door. Her voice chased after him. And Pettigrew? Send that baby pic, ugly or not. Chen couldn't stop moving across the polished hardwood floors of the upscale Beijing apartment his family had barely settled into. The sleek, impersonal decor clashed with his traditional sensibilities, yet the space carried a warmth not from the furnishings, but from the lingering presence of his wife Kaiji and their twin girls, Didi and Baye. Right now, they were halfway across the world, savoring lobster and champagne under the Maldivian stars, while he wrestled with an impossible choice. His fingers tightened around his phone. One call could recall them to safety, but doing so might tip off President Lee's surveillance network. The weight of tomorrow's meeting pressed against his ribs as he stared at his distorted reflection in the floor-to-ceiling windows. Get it together, he muttered, though the irony wasn't lost on him. Earlier, in that sterile conference room, he'd stood among the party's elite, the Secretary General with his practiced poker face, the Foreign Affairs deputy who kept blotting his forehead with a handkerchief, the military advisors exchanging glances like nervous schoolboys. He'd bitten his tongue during the Operation Sea Serpent briefing, omitting the grimmest casualty projections. Why spell it out when they all had the same 100-page dossier? Let them flip straight to the bloodless spreadsheets and sanitized geopolitical forecasts. Let Lee choke on the numbers himself. A bitter laugh escaped him as he poured a shot of Mutai, the liquor's fire barely cutting through his dread. The leather folder on the table taunted him. He flipped past the troop deployments, the missile trajectories, the laughably optimistic timelines for securing Kinmen Island. Then his stomach dropped. The casualty estimates had been slashed by 2/3. The foreign response scenarios read like propaganda, no carrier group scrambling, no sanctions crippling the economy, just a few sternly worded UN memos. Someone had rewritten reality while he wasn't looking. The glass slipped from his fingers, leaving a dark stain on the pages. This isn't just wrong, he whispered to the empty room. It's suicide. The revised intelligence assessment now downplayed the risks, framing the most severe scenario as accidental damage to a U.S. ship during maritime maneuvers. Entire sections analyzing potential military and geopolitical consequences had vanished, struck from the record by President Lee himself. Chin snapped the folder shut, his fingers tightening around his whiskey glass. He drained it in one swallow, the burn in his throat mirroring his frustration. Lee's smug declaration from their morning briefing echoed in his mind, calculating our enemy's resolve falls under my jurisdiction. What a joke. The man was blind if he thought America would stand idle during an invasion of Taiwan. Sure, Americans loved their creature comforts and took their freedoms for granted. But history proved they'd unite like rabid wolves when provoked. After losing thousands on 9/11, they'd spent 20 years and trillions chasing shadows across the Middle East. Imagine their fury if 5,000 sailors sank beneath the Pacific waves because of Lee's recklessness. They wouldn't just retaliate. They'd unleash hell. Military strikes, diplomatic isolation, economic sanctions strangling China's supply chains. And for what? A dictator's vanity project, Chin hurled his glass against the mahogany desk, half disappointed when it didn't explode into shards. Pushing up from his chair, he stalked into the sunlit living room, his polished shoes sinking into the plush rug. Only Lee could have gutted that report, which meant the president was deliberately misleading the Politburo, scrubbing every warning Chin had painstakingly documented. No paper trail, no accountability, just Chin's neck on the chopping block when the unpredictable catastrophe struck. He collapsed onto the stiff designer sofa, all sleek lines and zero comfort, digging his palms into his eyes. The irony was bitter. He'd spent decades defending China, only to be forced to betray it. Even Kai, that stubborn idealist, had tried reasoning with Lee before vanishing into early retirement. But how could Chin stay silent? His wife's laughter, his father's stories, his daughter's future, all collateral damage in Lee's delusional crusade. Taiwan's reunification mattered. Yes, the island's resources, its strategic value, the cultural kinship, all undeniable, but not at the cost of turning the Pacific into a graveyard, not when the aftermath would leave China starving for trade and drowning in sanctions. The garden outside blurred as Kin's vision swam. There had to be another way. If the Americans caught wind of Lee's timetable, if someone leaked the truth before the first missile launched, his phone weighed like a brick in his pocket. One call, one anonymous tip. Would it be treason or salvation? The idea gnawed at him like a guilty secret, something vile he couldn't shake. What he was contemplating wasn't just betrayal. It was treason against the country he dedicated his life to serving. But if it could prevent a war that would tear China apart, didn't that make it the ultimate act of patriotism? The stakes were terrifying. If caught, he wouldn't just lose his career, he'd lose his life. Publicly and without mercy, confronting Lee might land him in a re-education camp, but at least he'd survive. Then again, Minister Kai's empty seat flashed in his mind. His friend hadn't been sent away for re-education. He'd vanished. That wasn't a risk he could take lightly, not when his family would pay the price. He could warn them. Years ago, he and Kaiji had developed their own coded language, first to protect their private conversations, then as a shield against prying ears in an increasingly paranoid political climate. A simple text, "Call me from the other phone," could set their escape in motion. The Maldives trip was perfect cover. They could disappear into some remote corner of the world. But as a high-ranking official, Keen's family was shadowed by security, supposedly for their safety. Now, those same guards were a leash if they fled and were caught. How would he explain it? Worse, any move he made afterward would be tainted by suspicion. No, he couldn't gamble with their lives, not without a real plan. And what did that say about him? That he was even considering this? He clenched his fists. I'm not a traitor. I just need time. His thoughts drifted to Dong Jun, his old academy roommate. They'd been inseparable once, despite their diverging paths, Kin commanding ships, Jun climbing the ranks of naval intelligence. These days, dinners were rare, especially with Jun's high-ranking role in the MSS. But last time they'd met, over too many drinks, Jun had let slip something about the infamous Spider, a Western operative rumored to have infiltrated the highest levels of the party and even the MSS itself. Some claimed she was a phantom, a convenient scapegoat for internal purges. Others swore she was real, a ghost who'd smuggled defectors and secrets straight to America. Chin had joked about the MSS's embarrassment, but Jun had only smirked. If she exists, could she be the key? The clock on the mantel read just before 7. Too early to call Kaiji. She'd panic if he broke routine, but there was someone else he could reach. He grabbed his phone, found Jun's number, and pressed call. 2 rings, then a familiar voice, dry with amusement. So the great Chin finally remembers his old friend? Or are you too important for bureaucrats now? Chin exhaled, a faint smile tugging at his lips. God, I've missed your nonsense, Jun. Dong Jun let out a light-hearted chuckle when Chin brought up his supposed James Bond lifestyle. If only real life worked like the movies, he mused, then I'd be lounging in a tuxedo right now, martini in hand, with some stunning woman keeping me company. Chin couldn't help but smile, though it carried a hint of sadness. He still remembered how hard June had taken his divorce. Their line of work wasn't exactly relationship-friendly, and not every woman had Kaiji's resilience. We really should catch up soon, Chin said, steering the conversation toward something more immediate. How about tonight? Chin suggested, catching June off guard. Tonight, June repeated, his tone shifting slightly. It's been too long, Chin pressed. Kaiji and the girls are away in the Maldives, and let's just say my cooking skills aren't exactly Michelin star material. June immediately picked up on the subtext. That place in Langfang you love so much, he offered, knowing it was Qin's go-to spot for sensitive discussions. Perfect, Qin confirmed. After a brief pause, June agreed. 8 o'clock? 8. It is, Qin replied before the call ended. Setting his phone down on the stiff couch, Qin exhaled slowly. Maybe he was overthinking things, but if June confirmed his suspicions about Taiwan, there'd be no turning back. He glanced at the wall clock, tapping his fingers in rhythm with the seconds, waiting for Kaiji's scheduled call at 7. Just enough time to hear his daughter's voices before stepping into what could be the most dangerous dinner of his career. The next day, at exactly 12:11 p.m., Katie Ryan pushed open the door of the McLean family restaurant, scanning the crowded space for her contact. She'd deliberately worn her bright green jacket. No way he'd miss her in that. The place was packed, mostly with older patrons, and it took her a second to spot the white-haired man with a goatee waving at her from a corner booth. The accompanying eye roll was impossible to miss. Larry Sexton, the CIA's top China analyst, had been Captain Ferguson's recommendation. Of course, he'd positioned himself with a clear view of the entire restaurant, typical tradecraft. Katie had grown up around this kind of calculated caution, though her brother Jack took it to extremes, refusing to sit with his back to any room. She slid into the booth across from Larry, offering a polite smile. "Katie Ryan!" "Larry?" he replied, shaking her hand without standing. His tone was dry as he added, "Thanks for the last-minute invite, like I had much choice." Katie's patience thinned instantly. "What's that supposed to mean? You're the president's kid. You think I could have said no?" He laughed, though this time it sounded genuine. "I'm also a naval intelligence officer," she shot back, cheeks warming. "That should count for something." Larry held up his hands in mock surrender. "Fair enough. Just ignore half of what I say before coffee. My wife does the same thing. And it must work. We've been married for 35 years, he said with a chuckle. She found his apology and the walk back refreshing, even a little endearing. Glancing at her watch, she raised an eyebrow. "Wait, Larry, you don't have your first coffee until noon? That's some serious self-control." He scoffed. "Details, Ryan, details. Pay attention. I said sufficiently caffeinated. This is my 4th cup. One more, and I might actually be pleasant company." A waiter in a crisp white apron approached. "Ready to order?" Without hesitation, Sexton jumped in. "Eggs Benedict, extra hollandaise." He didn't even glance at her or the menu adapt and overcome. Her brother's voice teased in her head. "This place serves breakfast all day, best part about it," Sexton added as she skimmed the laminated menu. "The pancakes are solid, but obviously I'm Team Benedict." She hummed noncommittally, scanning for something lighter. "Greek salad with grilled chicken and water, please." The waiter scribbled their orders and left. "Should have gone for the pancakes," Sexton remarked with a smirk. His glasses had slid down his nose, but instead of adjusting them, he peered over the frames with exaggerated disapproval. "Yeah, well, I'm not 8, she shot back, leaning into their odd back and forth. "Fair point," he conceded, then cut straight to business. "So, Commander, why'd you drag me out here?" She lowered her voice. "Cheng, Kai, China's missing foreign minister. What's your take? What do you want to know? He still hadn't fixed his glasses, which was starting to grate on her. What do you think happened to him? A faint smirk tugged at his lips. My guess, an all-inclusive stay at one of Beijing's finest re-education retreats. That's a real thing. He gave her a look that screamed, seriously. Absolutely. They've dumped over 100 million into detention centers across Xinjiang alone. But those are for Uyghurs and Kazakhs, she countered. Cheng was their foreign minister. And that just makes his fall from grace worse, Sexton said. Religious rebel, political critic. You think the party cares about the label. Dissident is the only word that matters. In China, you either toe the line or get labeled a problem, and problems don't last long. She exhaled. But Cheng was the opposite of a troublemaker. He was a loyal party man, spoke for President Lee himself. You don't hand foreign policy to someone you don't trust. Exactly, Sexton agreed. So the real question is, what did he do to piss them off that badly? My money's on the ultimate sin, defying the party. Or worse, the president. He leaned back, glasses now perilously close to falling off. Her water arrived, and she took a slow sip before murmuring, Do you think he's still alive? Sexton's glasses finally surrendered, sliding completely down his nose. Did you catch that hit piece on Cheng in the Global Times? Katie asked, stirring her iced tea absent-mindedly. Larry Sexton barely glanced up from his menu. Yeah, saw it. They really went for the jugular financial misconduct and an alleged affair. Classic character assassination. That's what I thought, she replied. They're burying him on every front. Wouldn't shock me if the next headline claims he tragically took his own life. You think he's already gone? Larry gave a slow nod just as their food arrived. Katie's eyes widened at the mountain of eggs Benedict on his plate, practically drowning in hollandaise. Jesus, Larry, that's not breakfast. That's a cardiac arrest waiting to happen. With a smirk, he adjusted his glasses before they could slide into the buttery abyss. Triple bypass 2 years back. Doc says I've got 10 good years left. He stabbed a fork into the eggs, unleashing a river of yolk. She rolled her eyes and speared a bite of her grilled chicken salad. After a few quiet bites, he wiped his mouth. So why the obsession with Cheng? Because it's not just him, she said. Zhao Fu, the last defense minister, vanished 4 months ago. Still, Mia feels like a pattern. A pattern of what? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Larry leaned in, voice dropping. Fu's dead. Confirmed. She stiffened. By who? Not me, but reliable sources. Then confirm Cheng for me. I'll let you know when I hear something. That's not good enough, she snapped. Put in an RFI, shake your Humant contacts. He glanced around, annoyed. Katie, this isn't your lane. Feels personal, not Oni business. Her grip tightened on her fork. Ferguson said you were the guy to ask. Guess he was wrong. Don't pull that, Larry muttered. 25 years warning them about China, and nobody listened. Now, 6 months from retirement, suddenly I'm the oracle? He scoffed. Typical. She studied him. Feel better now? No, his glasses slipped again. Not even a little? Maybe a little. They both laughed, tension dissolving as he took another reckless bite of eggs. She stabbed her fork into another bite of salad, determined not to be the one to cave in their little power struggle. After an awkward silence, Larry finally broke. All right, fine, I'll rattle some cages, he muttered, rolling his eyes. Happy now, Commander? Ecstatic, she replied, flashing him a rare, unguarded smile. Thanks, Larry. He gave a half-hearted salute. Don't mention it. Meanwhile, in the White House Situation Room, President Ryan checked the clock, 8:11 a.m., and felt a rare sense of optimism. The morning security briefing had wrapped up in record time, a small but telling sign that the world wasn't on fire for once. To top it off, Kathy would be joining him for dinner with the Russian ambassador tonight. If things stayed this smooth, he might even squeeze in a workout. "So, Scott," Ryan said, turning to his Secretary of State. "Anything lurking that could blow up in my face before dessert?" Adler shifted uncomfortably. "Nothing on our radar, sir. The Kremlin's been unusually cooperative. Even Yermolov seems to be playing nice. The Finland oil deal should close soon, and the terms are better than we expected." Ryan suppressed a smirk. Adler didn't know the real reason Yermolov was behaving after the Belgorod incident. The Russian president owed him. "Guess he's finally realized it's better to work with us than against us," Ryan mused, his tone dripping with false modesty. Adler nodded. "Wouldn't that be a pleasant change?" Mary Pat Foley, the director of national intelligence, cleared her throat. "Last item," she said, nodding to CIA Director Ben Stevens. Steffens pulled up an image of Chinese Foreign Minister Cheng Kai. Still no sign of him since the East Asia Summit no-show. Our sources confirm he's vanished. Ironically, the corruption allegations against him were likely fabricated. Problem is, we don't know why he fell out of favor. Ryan frowned, and our intel network in Beijing, barely functional since Lee's predecessor purged it, Stevens admitted. "We're playing catch-up in cyber ops, too," Ryan exhaled. "So Cheng's disappearance isn't a prelude to something bigger?" "Not yet, though. The PLA's been flexing in the South China Sea, especially near Taiwan." Ryan glanced at Admiral Kent. "Larry, what's your take?" Kent leaned forward, his expression grim. "Stevens has a point. The Chinese Navy's been nothing but trouble recently. Just last week, they sent 2 destroyers to disrupt flight operations off the Reagan, and that was in international waters. Pure harassment, no other explanation." General Kudryk didn't hold back. "They've been pushing the limits. A few weeks ago, near the Strait, they flanked the Robert Smalls and the Sharp so close it nearly caused a collision. Jets buzzing at wave height right across their bows. Thank God our Task Force 70 crews kept their cool." Kent turned to Ryan. "Mr. President, this is just the warm-up. Operation Sea Serpent is coming. Their massive naval drill aimed squarely at Taiwan. We're keeping Task Force 70 in position to send a message. We won't back down. But that means our ships will be right in their shadow." Ryan nodded, though his mind kept circling back to Cheng's sudden vanishing act. "All right, let's dig into what Cheng did to piss off President Lee." He knew ignoring this would be a mistake. Lee might seem more polished than his predecessor, Wei Zhenlin, who'd nearly dragged them into war by caving to General Su Kei-cheng's ambitions. But Ryan wasn't fooled. Lee had just swapped Su's missiles for economic warfare and cyber attacks. Same expansionist playbook, different tools. The smear campaign after Cheng's disappearance told him everything. This wasn't some temporary re-education stint. Cheng had crossed a line. But why? The room waited. Ryan stood, signaling the end. "Ben, I want a deep dive on Cheng. There's more here." Stevens blinked, caught off guard. As the team filed out, Ryan motioned to Mary Pat. Once the door shut, she cut straight to it. "What's got you wired, Jack?" Ryan rubbed his temple. "Their new defense minister, Kin Hai-yu. Navy background, right?" Former PLA Navy chief, she confirmed, jumped straight to defense minister after Zhao Fu's abrupt departure. "Which was shady as hell," Ryan muttered. "What's Kin's political history? Anything under Lee?" "Zero. He came from active duty." Ryan's brow furrowed. "That's not how Lee usually operates. He likes testing loyalty from within the cabinet." Cheng was an insider from day one. Mary Pat studied him. "You're connecting dots I don't see," Ryan smirked. "Maybe, or maybe I'm just tired of playing chess with invisible pieces." Even after decades, Jack Ryan still couldn't shake his analyst instincts. "Old habits die hard," he mused aloud. Mary Pat nodded in agreement, though her sharp eyes studied him with quiet intensity as they moved toward the exit. "Have Stevens dig deeper," Ryan continued, adjusting his suit jacket. "Not just on Cheng. I want full background on Qin, too. Hell, let's pull files on Zhao Fu while we're at it." Jiao Fu, Mary Pat echoed, filling in the name before he could. Exactly. Keep me posted if anything jumps out. Will do, Mr. President, she replied, following him into the hallway. A playful glint crossed her face. Try not to scandalize the French ambassador with tonight's menu. Ryan smirked. What? Meatloaf and apple pie too pedestrian for diplomatic standards? Bobby's even printing laminated menus. State dining room goes roadside diner. He paused, lowering his voice. Darmatov's going to lose his mind. Meanwhile, in Beijing's fourth conference room, Defense Minister Qin clenched his hands behind his back to steady them. The foreign ministry aide shifted uncomfortably under his glare. With all respect, Minister, the young man stammered, this meeting wasn't on your schedule. Do I require your approval to attend discussions about our nation's security? Qin's voice was ice. The aide paled, searching the room for backup. Just then, Deputy Foreign Minister Bai Ming swept in, his polished smile not quite reaching his eyes. Minister Qin, what an unexpected honor. The unspoken question hung between them. Why is a military hawk crashing a diplomatic briefing? Qin knew the game. Bai was calculating risks, wary of ending up like his predecessor. Merely being thorough, Ming, Qin said smoothly, clasping Bai's damp hand. He leaned closer, pitching his voice for secrecy. After yesterday's cabinet session, I thought I'd observe. The Americans might let something slip about their Pacific Fleet before our maneuvers. Bai's shoulders relaxed slightly. A strategic move. The committee was right to appoint you after Zhao. He caught himself, eyes darting, as if the name might summon trouble. Qin smirked. Let's test their junior diplomat today, shall we? Kincaid won't see the traps coming. Ah, the bad cop approach, Bai chuckled. Just don't break him before dessert. Bai knew Kincaid would be less skilled in the subtle art of American duplicity which worked in Qin's favor, especially if Dong Jun's suspicions were right and the man was CIA. Absolutely, I understand, Bai replied with a knowing smirk, just as the door swung open. Deputy Ambassador Scott Kincaid strode in, accompanied by a woman in a matching gray suit. Bai motioned for them to sit while settling into his own chair at the head of the table, his young assistant hovering nearby. With a subtle tilt of his head, he signaled Qin to take the seat to his right. You've met Defense Minister Qin Huai, I assume? Not yet, Kincaid answered, standing briefly. Qin kept his arms crossed, avoiding a handshake with a dismissive grunt. Kincaid's smile tightened before he sat back down. We appreciate your commitment to these weekly discussions. Minister Bai, he said smoothly, the diplomatic charm returning. Maintaining this dialogue benefits both our nations. Bai exhaled, feigning disinterest. Minister Qin has remarks for later, but let's start with Ambassador Mitchell's agenda. Kincaid nodded politely, though his gaze flicked toward Qin, not wary, but intrigued. Just as Jun predicted, Qin thought, that's the look of a spy. As Bai and Kincaid droned through rehearsed talking points, trade disputes, intellectual property, Russian oil deals, Qin barely listened. His mind wandered back to last night's dinner with June, where he'd played a careful game. Despite their years of friendship, Qin had chosen caution. June was MSS after all. His loyalty lay with the party, not personal ties. Instead of voicing his doubts about Operation Sea Serpent, Qin had spun a different tale. Swearing June to secrecy, he painted the mission as a stroke of genius. Taiwan reclaimed in hours, the Americans caught flat-footed. Before Washington blinks, Taiwan will be ours, he'd declared over steak, echoing Lee's reckless confidence. June leaned in, lowering his voice. And when they retaliate, Qin scoffed, parroting the official line. They won't. After decades of Middle East quagmires, they lack the stomach for real war. June's expression flickered between hope and unease. I had no idea this was happening. The secrecy is impressive. I always thought reunification was decades away. Qin hid a grim smile. Perfect. Now he had exactly what he needed. Trin felt a knot tighten in his stomach as he considered the risks. If American intelligence caught wind of their strategy, they could reposition their naval forces, turning what should be a decisive victory into a bloody stalemate. Leaning across the table, he pressed his old friend June for insights into America's spy networks operating within China. June smirked, swirling his drink. "Their operations here are a joke," he boasted. "After the purge 10 years ago, we wiped out their networks completely. Every turncoat was executed, every foreign handler exposed. What's left is barely functional, more like a leaky faucet than a pipeline of intel." Chin wasn't convinced. "Come on, you can't seriously believe the CIA just packed up and left. Their embassy in Beijing is crawling with spies posing as diplomats. We do the same thing abroad. It's how the game works." June's grin widened. "Oh, we know every last one of them. Their movements, their contacts, even their coffee orders. The difference is, we've stripped them of any real influence. They can't sneeze without us handing them a tissue." Raising his glass in a mock toast, Qin feigned admiration before lowering his voice. "What about the ambassador? Surely he's dirty." June shook his head. "No, but his right-hand man, Scott Kincaid?" Straight out of Langley's playbook. Then, like a magician revealing his trick, June leaned in. "Ever hear of the Spider?" Qin's pulse quickened. Rumors of a shadowy double agent, a woman who'd played both sides, had haunted intelligence circles for years. Was she a CIA plant or an MSS weapon? June chuckled, savoring the moment. "Here's the beauty of it. She's real, but the story we spun around her? Pure fiction. The Spider's actually a rogue CIA operative, ghosting through the shadows. So we painted her as our asset, the mastermind behind the purge. Now every potential traitor avoids her like the plague, terrified she'll sell them out." "Brilliant," Qin murmured, just as his name snapped him back to the present. Kincaid was staring at him, expectant. "Care to weigh in, Minister Qin?" Qin waved a dismissive hand, as if swatting away a trivial distraction. "Spy games bore me, Deputy Kincaid. My only concern today is preventing a war." Kincaid exchanged a glance with his note-taking colleague, then folded his hands, intrigued. "Well, you've got my full attention now." Qin stood abruptly, towering over the table. His posture rigid, he clasped his hands behind his back to hide their tremor, but his voice was ice. "Good. Then let's not waste it." The Chinese government had formally alerted all concerned nations about the upcoming Sea Serpent military drills. Recent naval standoffs, particularly near the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait, had escalated tensions to a breaking point. The reckless presence of U.S. warships in our sovereign waters is an unacceptable provocation, Qin stated, his gaze drifting toward the window overlooking the lake rather than meeting the CIA operative's stare. He deliberately avoided lingering on Kincaid, though he could feel the American's scrutiny. "This exercise is non-negotiable for our national security. Given the aggressive posturing of your fleet in recent weeks, let me be clear. Any disruption of Sea Serpent will be treated as a direct threat. For 48 hours before and after the operation, U.S. vessels are barred from entering Chinese waters. Any interference, especially if it results in casualties, will be interpreted as an act of war." Qin leaned forward, planting his hands on the polished table, his glare sharp enough to cut glass. To his surprise, Kincaid remained unshaken, offering only a calm, diplomatic smile in return. "Minister Qin, while the U.S. and many other nations dispute China's territorial claims in those waters, we respect your right to conduct military exercises," Kincaid replied, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "We've repeatedly emphasized through proper channels the importance of avoiding close encounters between our forces. Frankly, we've had to make this same request when Chinese ships disrupted our own training operations in international waters." Qin's voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl. "The Communist Party does not recognize the legitimacy of U.S. naval exercises near our strategic territories." Kincaid nodded, unfazed. "Understood. Ambassador Mitchell will relay your concerns to President Ryan directly. The United States seeks only peaceful relations and mutual prosperity. Rest assured, we have no intention of provoking unnecessary conflict." For a brief moment, Chin let his mask slip, locking eyes with Kincaid in silent communication. "I will do everything in my power to prevent war between our nations," he said, his tone unexpectedly earnest before hardening once more. "But we will not stand for interference." Kincaid's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "Crystal clear," he murmured. Chin straightened, signaling the end of the discussion. "I have other matters to attend to," he announced, circling the table with deliberate steps. As he passed by, he kept his palm turned discreetly away. Stopping in front of Kincaid, he extended his hand, firm, deliberate. The American stood, clasping it, and in that split second, Kin pressed a slim, nearly invisible packet into his grip. Kincaid's fingers closed around it with the effortless precision of a seasoned operative. "I believe we've reached a mutual understanding," Kincaid said smoothly, tucking the item away without missing a beat. "Your personal attendance was appreciated." Kin turned to Bai, who gave him a subtle nod of approval. "Minister Bai, I trust you can finalize the details." "The Americans now know where we stand," he said in Mandarin. Bai rose, offering a respectful bow. "Of course, Minister Chin." Without another word, Chin strode out, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. Every muscle in his body screamed for release, the weight of the exchange pressing down on him, but he refused to falter. The walls had eyes, and weakness was not an option. The handshake with Kincaid would undoubtedly be captured on camera. But would anyone reviewing the footage catch the subtle exchange? He doubted it. After all, who would ever suspect him? His loyalty to China, the military, and his career was unquestionable. Everyone knew that. His spotless reputation might be the only thing shielding him in the days ahead, now that he'd crossed the line into betrayal. Meanwhile, in the Golden Dragon apartments of Beijing's Haidian district, Chu Lei, known as Autumn Thunder, finished her martial arts routine with a respectful bow to her imaginary opponent. She carefully moved the Wing Chun training dummy back to its usual spot in the corner of her living room, where it stood like a silent sentinel until their next session. Her late father, Chu Lingbin, Autumn Radiance, had been a devoted student of Wing Chun, the southern Chinese fighting style popularized by Bruce Lee. Both her father and Lee had trained under the legendary Grandmaster Ip Man, though Lei herself had never met either of them. Still, her father once remarked almost casually that her skill was sharp enough to hold her own against either master. That offhand praise had meant more to her than any trophy. Training had begun at 6 years old. By 11, she overheard him calling her a prodigy. Yet despite her talent, he insisted her kung fu remain private, much like her personal life. Instead, he pushed her to excel academically, mathematics, science, history, rhetoric, believing these were the true weapons for conquering life's battles. "With a disciplined mind and body, you'll achieve greatness," he told her. Then, with a sigh, he added, "My only regret is that you must face the world as a woman." His final words to her, whispered on his deathbed, cut deepest. "I'm sorry, Kiulei, that you were born a girl." Drenched in sweat, she bowed to his photograph hanging beside the dummy. "No need to apologize, Father. I'm not sorry either." But that defiance hadn't come easily. Growing up, his words had shaped her, how she saw herself, how she navigated a culture that prized masculinity to prepare her. He'd spent a year painting an elaborate mural of Hua Mulan in her childhood bedroom, a constant reminder, to compete with men, you must become as strong as one. She crossed the room to the freestanding tub, its water heated to a soothing 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. After pulling her hair free and stripping off her clothes, she eased into the steaming bath, letting the warmth seep into her muscles. As she soaked, she grabbed a loofah sponge and meticulously scrubbed her skin, part of her ritual for maintaining strength and vitality. At 50, Her disciplined routine kept her looking and feeling decades younger, proof that resilience, not regret, defined her. Her jet-black hair, meticulously dyed to conceal the silver strands, made it impossible to guess her true age. Unlike most women, her generation, Leia had chosen a different path. No husband, no children. It wasn't an easy decision, and loneliness sometimes crept in. But it was hers alone. Her slender frame, untouched by pregnancy, still carried the echoes of youth, a stark contrast to the years etched on her face. Her strict skincare routine and delicate features only deepened the illusion, making the gap between how old she looked and how old she actually was even more striking. This became painfully obvious whenever she walked down the street with Fa Heng. More and more often, people assumed the distinguished university professor, just 5 years older, was her father. But it never bothered her. She adored him for his sharp mind and gentle soul, not his appearance. He was different from the other men she'd known, the only one who truly respected her. After her bath, she toweled off, smoothed lotion over her skin, and dressed for another long night. Tonight she'd sleep in her own apartment. Tomorrow, at Heng's, the night after, they'd figure it out when the time came. That was the beauty of real love, freedom and connection in perfect harmony. Her life was a dance of opposites, light and shadow. By day she was Kiyu Lei, managing the taxi company her father left her, a world of order and openness. But when the sun dipped below the horizon, she transformed into the night spider, slipping into the underworld where secrets thrived. She never planned to work with the CIA. Like so much in life, it happened by chance. 3 decades ago, an American at a Beijing market had caught her eye. Charming, foreign, impossible to ignore. Their affair burned bright during his 2 years in China. Then, one night, 6 weeks before his return to the States, he confessed the truth. He was a spy. Instead of anger, she felt exhilaration. She wasn't a target, just a woman he couldn't resist. "You were never part of the mission," he admitted, regret in his voice. "But if they find out about us, it won't end well for you." The danger only made it more thrilling. Those final weeks were electric, a rush of stolen moments and whispered secrets. For the first time, she felt truly alive. So days before he left, she made her own choice. She wanted in. He refused, but the decision wasn't his to make. That night, the spider took her first steps into the shadows. Lei wasn't a traditional spy. She didn't infiltrate government offices or seduce officials for secrets. No security clearances, no high-stakes briefings. Her power lay in the unseen, the whispers in the dark, and she was just getting started. She wasn't in the business of stealing state secrets. Her role was far more behind the scenes. As a logistical backbone for CIA operations, she specialized in the unglamorous but critical tasks that kept human intelligence running smoothly, scouting discreet meeting spots, securing safe houses, even offering temporary shelter for covert operatives in transit. But her real claim to fame, a taxi company that doubled as the most reliable transport network for assets on the move. None of it was flashy, but without her, the machine would grind to a halt. What truly fueled her, though, was the rare chance to smuggle political dissidents to safety. Deep down, she despised the corrupt elite ruling her country with fear and brutality, clinging to power through cruelty. She saw herself as a modern-day Hua Mulan, unafraid, unwavering. Her methods were a relic of a bygone era, untouched by modern tech. While the world now relied on signals intelligence, sifting through endless digital chatter, she operated on instinct and discipline. No smartphones, no encrypted emails, just old-school tradecraft, honed through years of precision. Her taxi business used computers, sure, but her real work, strictly analog. That stubborn refusal to modernize had kept her alive when the Ministry of State Security cracked down, dismantling the CIA's network in China. According to her handler, Scott, she was one of only 2 assets who dodged execution during the purge. 15 years in the game made her the longest-running active asset in China, a record that bordered on absurd. Ironically, the very agency hunting her had inadvertently saved her career. With the CIA's operations in Beijing reduced to near zero, her skills were suddenly obsolete. Retirement crossed her mind more than once, but adrenaline was a hard habit to kick. Without the thrill of the hunt, life as autumn thunder felt hollow. The Chinese understood balance, yin and yang, and an existence without risk was unbearable. Then came the final insult. The MSS had rewritten her legacy, painting her as their own double agent, the mastermind behind the CIA's downfall. Propaganda spun her into a traitor, a spider feasting on American flies. The lie burned hotter than any mission gone wrong. It took every handler she'd ever had, especially Larry, who'd fought like hell at Langley, to convince the CIA she wasn't a turncoat. Tonight, as she laced up her sneakers by the apartment door, she pushed the anger aside. The city awaited, her web still intact. 6 stops, 2 or 3 hours of surveillance detection routes and taxi hops, routine, yet electric. 30 years in, and every step still carried danger. The MSS hadn't forgotten her, no matter what their lies claimed. For years they'd been weaving their nets, hoping to finally catch her. But she always slipped through their fingers. This only made her more valuable in their eyes, a prize worth chasing. She wasn't foolish enough to think she was untouchable. As long as she stayed in the game, capture was only a matter of time. One misstep, a betrayal, or a clever agent outmaneuvering her, and it would all be over. But when that moment came, she'd go down fighting, hard enough to make legends like Ip Man and Bruce Lee nod in approval from the afterlife. Not tonight, though. She stepped into the shadows, determined to keep her freedom for just a little longer. Meanwhile, at the U.S. Embassy in Beijing's Chaoyang district, Scott Kincaid locked his office door. As the deputy chief of mission, his days were packed with diplomatic duties, but his real work, the classified kind, stretched his hours well into the night. The ambassador knew his double role, but most embassy staff didn't, unnecessary secrecy that had been standard since the CIA's early days. Even here, inside the secure walls, Kincaid took no chances. From a hidden pocket, he pulled out the small plastic case Defense Minister Chin had slipped him earlier. He'd waited all day for this moment, making sure no one would see him examine it. His office was clean, no bugs, no hidden cameras, but paranoia was part of the job. With a dry chuckle, he muttered, "Should have kept gloves handy," before popping open the case. Inside, instead of an SD card, was a neatly folded square of paper. A single Chinese character stared back at him. Yint. Frowning, he pulled out his phone, scanning the symbol with a translation app. The definition flashed on screen. Ritual, sacrifice, the unseen made visible. His pulse quickened. "Please mean what I hope you mean," he whispered, unfolding the paper with unsteady hands. The adrenaline hit hard, his fingers barely cooperating as the tiny square revealed its secrets. At just 32 years old, Kincaid already found himself squinting at the cramped Chinese characters on the slip of paper. Grateful Kin had opted for simplified script rather than the more complex traditional form. He read the translation aloud, his voice steady but laced with tension. "All warfare is based on deception. Sea Serpent operation details. Dead drop at 9 p.m. tomorrow. Liuli Chang District. Keep my family safe. Maldives." Setting the note down, he leaned back in his creaking office chair, exhaling slowly as his mind raced. This couldn't be real, could it? "If this is bait, and I send the spider in blind," he muttered to the ceiling, "we're both finished." Yet something about the message felt undeniably authentic. He flipped the paper over, studying the single traditional character Iwi. Why had Chin deliberately chosen this older form when the rest used simplified script? "Ritual sacrifice?" Kincaid murmured, tapping his phone screen where the translation app displayed the definition. Not just a gift, an offering. His pulse quickened. Chin wasn't just passing information, he was burning himself to expose something hidden. But then, doubt crept in. Maybe he was reading too much into it. Or maybe Lee just means President Lee, he snapped aloud, frustration edging his tone. Then why not write it clearly? He paced the room, the paper crumpling slightly in his grip. The quote from Sun Tzu gnawed at him. Deception, sea serpent, his breath caught mid-step. Chin hadn't called it an exercise during their last meeting. He'd said battle plan. Jesus Christ. The realization hit like a sledgehammer. Taiwan Chin was warning them. The drop tomorrow wasn't just intel, it was a countdown. And the demand to protect his family, a man writing his own death warrant. Kincaid's hands trembled as he calculated the hours left. 24 to alert the Spider bypass protocol and keep this from leaking. This was it, the career-defining moment every analyst dreamed of. With this, he could give Washington the chance to stop a war. Meanwhile, 7 miles away in Alexandria's Bellhaven neighborhood, John Clark padded across his kitchen's cold tile floor, regretting his stubborn refusal to install heated flooring during last year's remodel. The morning chills seeped into his bare feet as he reached for the coffee maker, grumbling to himself with the half-amused irritation of a man who knew his wife had been right all along. John Clark chuckled to himself as he stood in the kitchen, the morning chill creeping through his thin socks. He might feel every one of his years lately, but he sure as hell wasn't ready to call himself old, not when he could still recall the icy bite of the White Sea just weeks ago, swimming toward that trawler like it was just another Tuesday. The man who'd led SEAL teams Rainbow and now the campus didn't exactly fit the image of some retiree fussing over his coffee maker. He grabbed a filter for the beat-up Mr. Coffee, ignoring the sleek Italian espresso machine Sandy had gifted him last Christmas. Sure, he claimed the old brew tasted better, but mostly he just couldn't be bothered to decipher the new contraption's buttons. Another sign of age? Maybe. But then again, he'd just been dodging Russian patrols last month, hardly the hobby of a man past his prime. The machine sputtered to life as he debated breakfast. His grandson, J.C., would be stopping by later, fresh off Marine leave. The kid would inhale whatever food was in sight, but Sandy would shoot Clark that look, the one that said his arteries didn't stand a chance if he kept frying bacon every morning. Still, he was already planning their fishing trip, savoring the thought of time with family. Retirement had been creeping into his thoughts more often lately, but the sharp knock at the back door shattered the quiet moment. Ding Chavez's shadow loomed through the frosted glass, and Clark sighed, flipping the deadbolts. The cold air hit his bare legs as he took a sip of coffee, bracing himself. "You're supposed to be on a beach with my daughter," he grumbled. Ding slid inside, already reaching for a mug. "Trust me, I'd rather be there. But Patty's got your temper, and Jerry thinks we've got a problem." Clark's posture shifted instantly, the casual morning slipping away like an old habit. Spit it out. The Chinese foreign ministers vanished. Clark snorted. "They lose those guys like I lose socks. Probably got fired like Zhao Fu did." Ding shook his head. "Rick thinks it's different this time." Clark set his cup down, the gears turning. If Rick Bell was worried, then maybe this wasn't just another CCP house cleaning. "All right," he said, the old instincts flaring. "Tell me why I should care." John Clark felt his irritation spike as Ding Chavez relayed the intel about China's defense minister. "Chin Haiyu wants to jump ship," he muttered, rubbing his temple. "Sounds like Langley's problem, not ours. And in case you forgot, I'm supposed to be off duty." Ding leaned against the kitchen counter, arms crossed. "Jerry thinks Admiral Chin, yeah, he's ex-Navy, has a golden ticket for us," Clark exhaled sharply. "All right, fine. What's the play?" "Full invasion blueprints for Taiwan," Ding said, watching Clark's reaction, "and Chin swears it's happening soon." A low whistle escaped Clark's lips. "You're kidding me, Jerry actually buys this?" Ding shrugged. "No guarantees, but the guy's legit, former Southern Theater deputy, then Navy chief. If anyone knows the playbook, it's him." Clark's gut twisted. Why would a hardliner like Chin suddenly flip? The whole thing smelled off. Intel's solid, straight from the CIA NSA pipeline. Ding confirmed. They're scrambling to verify before kicking it upstairs. Before Clark could respond, Sandy's voice cut through the tension. "I thought you were taking JC fishing," she said, tightening her robe as she eyed them both. "And Ding, shouldn't you be on a date with your wife?" Ding flashed a guilty grin. Plans got complicated. Clark shot his wife an apologetic look. "We'll wrap this up fast, still hitting the water by noon." Sandy rolled her eyes and fired up the espresso machine Clark never touched. "Must be world-ending for you two to bail on us," she muttered, then pulled him into a quick hug. "Just call JC. And for God's sake, put on pants." Clark kissed her forehead before bolting upstairs, Ding on his heels. White House Situation Room. President Jack Ryan's knuckles whitened on the conference table. "A CCP defector lands in our lap. And I'm the last to know?" Mary Pat Foley didn't flinch. "We had to scrub this clean, sir. One wrong move, and Beijing burns our entire network." Ryan turned to General Kudryk, whose grim expression said everything. The clock was ticking. President Ryan leaned forward, his fingers steepled as he studied the faces around the Situation Room. "Let's cut to the chase. What's the Pentagon's assessment of Kin's warning about Taiwan? Is this just saber-rattling, or are we looking at the real deal?" General Kudryk barely let the question hang in the air before jumping in, only to defer to Admiral Kent, who fixed Ryan with that no-nonsense stare he was known for. "Sir, the PLA's been running non-stop drills in the Taiwan Strait for months. It's not just posturing anymore, it's a pattern." Ryan arched an eyebrow. "Try the past year, Admiral, but drills don't answer my question. I need confirmation. Is Chin serious, or is this another head fake?" Kent hesitated, an uncharacteristic flicker of unease crossing his face. "That's the problem, Mr. President. We've gotten so used to their games that we might miss the real move when it comes. What if all this noise wasn't just for show? What if they're waiting for us to blink?" Ryan's mind raced ahead, and what would make them pull the trigger? Kudryk and Kent exchanged glances clearly. They'd been down this road before. "They need cover," Kudryk said. "Something to muddy the waters, make the world think twice before calling them out." "An excuse," Kent added. "Doesn't have to hold up under scrutiny, just enough to give their allies plausible deniability." Mary Pat Foley nodded grimly. "They can't afford a full-scale backlash. Not with how tangled up the global economy is with China. Most nations would rather swallow a lie than risk the fallout." Ryan smirked darkly. "Not exactly a tough sell these days. The world had tied itself in knots over Chinese tech. Rare earth metals, cheap manufacturing, everyone was hooked. And Beijing knew it." Kudryk cleared his throat. "We've modeled every scenario, sir. But war games only get us so far." Ryan cut him off with a raised hand, turning to Mary Pat. "I need facts, not forecasts, before we spin our wheels on hypotheticals. We have to know, is Kin's intel legit, or is this another mind game?" Mary Pat exhaled, the weight of the question settling between them. "Nothing solid yet," she admitted, "but we're digging." Ryan didn't need her to spell it out. The clock was ticking, and the stakes were higher than ever. The team had Oni fully involved now, with the entire intelligence community zeroing in on the situation. Kudryk, never one for subtlety, cut straight to the point. "We've got a clear way to plug this intel gap, extract Admiral Chin from China." The guy literally wrote their playbook. "He's our best shot at getting answers." Mary Pat exhaled, her patience wearing thin. "We're looking into it, but you know how tricky that is. Pulling a high-ranking CCP official out of Beijing isn't exactly a walk in the park, and right now all we've got is his word that this plan even exists." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Assuming this intel actually came from Chin in the first place." Mary Pat didn't flinch. "The request came through him. He made contact with Scott Kincaid, our deputy chief in Beijing, during a meeting. Bold move, if you ask me. Risky as hell." Ryan's expression darkened. "So Chin knew Kincaid was CIA?" Maybe not for certain. Mary Pat hedged, then relented under his stare. But yeah, probably. The president's silence said everything. Get answers, fast, use whatever it takes. Mary Pat nodded, her gaze steady, already in motion. Ryan shifted focus. Larry, Bruce, what's our defensive play? Kent didn't hesitate. Task Force 70 and the Reagan Strike Group are nearby. We recommend repositioning them north, just east of Taiwan. The Makin Islands also in the eastern Pacific with the Nimitz Group carrying the 13th MEU. We can reroute them as backup. Ryan weighed the options. Projecting strength was smart, but he didn't want to hand President Lee an excuse to escalate. Move them closer, but keep them outside the immediate zone for now. I want them within striking distance, just not on the front lines. Kudrick jumped back in. We should also deploy Raptors. A detachment from Langley could be in position quickly. Ryan frowned. Why not Hickam? Kudrick's answer was blunt. The 19th's tied up at Nellis. Maintenance and support would gut their readiness. The first tack is our best bet. The F-22 program's downsizing had left them stretched thin. Another headache Ryan didn't need. Fine. Get the 94th Squadron diverted from Japan. CENTCOM can spare them. Kent added, there's also a joint US-OFF exercise planned with Taiwan in 6 weeks. SEAL Team 5 and Dave Grew were set to train with their counterparts. We could fast-track that, or at least position the teams early under the cover of prep work. Ryan liked that idea. A lot. Make it happen. And let's loop in NSW Group 8. His eyes flicked to Mary Pat, a silent acknowledgement of the unit's expanded role since its restructuring. The pieces were moving. Now they just had to stay ahead of the game. For 10 years, Group 3 had been the Navy's elite undersea warfare unit, specializing in covert submersible operations. They handled everything from the rugged SEAL delivery vehicles to cutting-edge underwater drones that revolutionized intelligence gathering. As technology advanced, merging them with Group 10's cyber and electronic warfare expertise created a powerhouse, now known as Group 8. Ryan knew this fusion of skills would be crucial for the mission ahead. Brilliant move, Mary Pat agreed, with Kent nodding in approval. We'll embed a special reconnaissance team into the exercise that gives us eyes on the ground in Taiwan and direct support for the 7th Fleet. Exactly, Ryan said, rubbing his temples as a dull ache set in. We need time to figure out what's really happening, and if Minister Kin's intel holds, we have to stay ahead of whatever false flag operation President Lee is cooking up. The room fell silent, tension thick in the air. We can't gamble on instincts, Ryan continued. If Chin's telling the truth, this could escalate fast. He turned to Mary Pat. I need the entire intelligence community mobilized. I assume that's already happening. Already in motion, she confirmed, her expression hinting at deniable assets being prepped. We're assembling a joint task force with FBI, CIA, and elements from Group 8. And Admiral Kohler pushed for naval intelligence to join. So we'll have real-time intel for the fleet when China inevitably reacts. Ryan exhaled, glancing between his defense advisors. We reinforce our presence in the region. No American gets hurt or heads will roll. Make that crystal clear. Kent gave a firm nod. Understood. Ryan checked his watch. We'll reconvene tonight, or sooner if things heat up. He turned back to Mary Pat as the room emptied. Between meetings, keep me updated. Left alone with her, Ryan finally voiced his biggest concern. Be honest, if Chin's defection is real, can we even pull it off? Mary Pat hesitated. It won't be easy, but we'll make it work. Ryan sighed, craving coffee and painkillers. Tell me about this task force. She laid it out. FBI counterterrorism, CIA operatives, Group 8 specialists, and now naval intelligence. That gives us eyes inside the fleet when China starts flexing. Ryan nodded. Beijing's aggression in the region had been a constant headache, but now a single misstep could spark a war. The last thing he needed was giving Li an excuse. He almost asked who Onai was sending, but held back. That was the Admiral's call. "I'll reach out to our regional allies," he muttered. "Wish we still had Rainbow for something like this." Mary Pat smirked. "Funny you mention that, Jack. A trusted colleague had recently shared similar concerns with me, and I was preparing to suggest that you greenlight the ODNI to collaborate with our allies in forming a rapid response international task force inspired by Rainbow's structure to address potential outbreaks of violence. I'd also like to nominate John Clark if you believe our partner nations would be on board to lead the effort, even if it means pulling him out of his so-called retirement." Ryan couldn't help but smirk. He knew full well Clark had never truly stepped away from the game, remaining a key asset for the Director of National Intelligence, especially during critical operations like thwarting the Belgorod plot and dismantling the Russian conspiracy behind it. "You really think his current employer would agree to let him walk away, even temporarily?" Mary Pat flashed a knowing grin. "I'm confident we can make it work. This isn't some routine assignment. It's a genuine crisis. Besides, from what I hear, the finance firm he's with now is run by someone who bleeds red, white, and blue. Consider it handled." "Then let's move forward," Ryan said, relieved at the prospect of officially working alongside the man he trusted above all others. "Draft the framework, and I'll pitch it to our allies, especially the UK, Germany, Australia, and South Korea. And we can't leave Taiwan out of this." Mary Pat nodded. "I'll get it done, Jack." As Ryan stood gathering his leather-bound notebook and scattered notes, she added, "One more thing, since I know you won't ask. Admiral Kohler's handpicking his rising star to lead Oni's contingent. Katie's getting her deployment orders for Taiwan this morning." Ryan masked the sting of the news, though he wasn't shocked. Katie had distinguished herself as a top analyst during the Belgorod crisis, making her the obvious choice, and as commander-in-chief, he couldn't let personal concerns cloud his judgment. "Tell the Admiral the White House fully supports the decision," he said firmly. "Then get that joint task force mobilized ASAP. We need to stay ahead of this, Mary Pat. Playing catch-up isn't an option." Office of Naval Intelligence, ONI, National Maritime Intelligence Center, Suitland, Maryland, 8:47 a.m. local time. Katie hesitated at the open door, spotting Captain Ferguson, hunched over his makeshift workstation, two laptops open, reading glasses perched precariously on his nose. She knocked twice on the frame. "Come in, Ryan," he said without looking up, "and shut the door." She obeyed, settling into the chair across from him, her nerves humming. His summons had been urgent, coded in the usual bureaucratic shorthand. Earliest convenience really meant drop everything and move. "We've got a developing situation in the Pacific," Ferguson said, sliding a tablet toward her. "Take a look." Her stomach twisted as she scanned the classified memo from Vice Admiral Kohler. The Chinese defense minister had reached out to a CIA officer, offering to defect, and revealing that Operation Sea Serpent wasn't just a drill, but a full-blown invasion blueprint. She set the tablet down, exhaling sharply. "Well, that's a nightmare," agreed. Ferguson muttered, tossing his glasses onto the table. Katie's mind raced past the initial shock, dissecting the implications. The timing's suspicious, especially with the foreign minister vanishing, but this doesn't track with Chin's usual playbook. Her instincts were already picking apart motives, testing the story's seams. Something felt off. Can we really trust this intel? Chin has gone through the most rigorous security checks. He wouldn't be in his position if he weren't completely loyal. And let's not forget his naval background. A bitter thought crossed her mind. His predecessor probably seemed just as devoted before everything went sideways. Ferguson gave a slow nod. "Exactly. That's why I'm putting you in charge of an ONI team for a joint task force investigating this mess. Your job isn't just intel gathering. It's keeping 7th Fleet commanders updated and running predictive scenarios. Let's be honest, Getting our hands on Chin's battle plan is a long shot. Even if we do, it'll likely be useless by then. So, your real mission? Give our forces in the region actionable insights to maintain dominance and stability. She stayed silent, still processing the weight of his words. He smirked. I'll take that as a yes. Sorry, sir, she stammered, shaking off the daze. Just a lot to process. His grin widened. Consider this a courtesy heads up. Orders are orders, Ryan. But here's the urgency. The President and Joint Chiefs need answers on Sea Serpent. Is it just an exercise or a smokescreen for invading Taiwan? We need real-time intel, and you're the one to deliver it. A sudden sarcastic realization hit her, and before she could stop herself, she blurted, with all due respect, why me? Hollister and McMahon know the region inside out. I'm not the East Asia expert. Ferguson chuckled. Because we don't need a textbook analyst. We need someone who spots what others miss, like you did during the Belgorod incident. Kohler and I agreed. You're wasted behind a desk. Time to take your talents on the road. On the road? Fantastic. The next words out of her mouth were embarrassingly petty. But I just got my office how I like it. To her relief, he laughed. Relax, Ryan. You'll still have it, just won't see it much for a while. She forced a smile, hiding her frustration. Field work? Travel? That was her brother Jack's life, not hers. She'd joined intelligence to analyze, not to be boots on the ground. And what about Josie? Ryan Ferguson waved a hand. You still with me? Sorry, sir, she lied smoothly. Just running through logistics. Thought you'd be thrilled. Absolutely, she said, though the word tasted hollow. Good, because Admiral Kohler personally requested you and we don't disappoint him. She let out a slow breath. So, who else is on this team or task force or whatever fancy name we're giving it? She asked, trying to sound casual despite the growing knot in her stomach. TAC Force 25, he corrected, leaning back in his chair with the smugness of someone who enjoyed dropping surprises. Along with an ONI officer from the Kennedy Center, you'll have an IS specialist from our shop. ONI's working with the CIA, and I'd bet my coffee the DIA sends someone too. Oh, and whatever poor soul Director Foley at ODNI decides to toss into the mix. She exhaled sharply. Right, when do I meet the Kennedy Center guy? Today. Consider this your official welcome to the Hurry Up and Wait Club. Trying to lighten the mood, she smirked. Please tell me we at least get a cool code name. Operation Thunderstrike, Task Force Midnight? Ferguson snorted, shoving a folder toward her. Try Task Force 25. Real creative, I know. Heat crept up her neck. I'll assemble my team, she muttered, flipping open the folder. Who's the officer from Kennedy? Didn't say, Ferguson replied, stretching his arms behind his head. Lieutenant John Kanza. Former SEAL, 8 years enlisted before an IED in Syria took his leg. Kids got grit, you'll have plenty of time to bond on the flight. She blinked. Flight? To Taiwan, wheels up in 5 hours. You're joking. He lowered his glasses just enough to give her a deadpan stare. Do I look like a comedian? No, sir, she muttered, gripping the folder like it might vanish. The details spilled out. Briefing Surflant in Norfolk, then a direct hop from Virginia Beach to Penghu Island under the guise of a joint exercise with Taiwan's 101st Amphibious Recon. Her stomach dropped. Penghu was practically within shouting distance of China. If you're bringing Pettigrew, Ferguson added dryly, warn him now. Rumor is he packs like he's moving a house. She stood, the folder suddenly feeling like a lead weight. Thank you, sir. Thrilled for the opportunity. Ferguson's smirk returned. Play nice with the 3-letter agencies, Ryan, but don't let them push you around. Kohler's handing you his authority. Use it, just don't swing it like a club unless you mean it. Yes, sir. Leave the door open. He called as she walked out. The hallway stretched endlessly as she clutched the folder, her mind racing. Taiwan. 5 hours. and a lieutenant with a prosthetic leg as her right-hand man. "Of course it's me," she muttered to the empty corridor. "Why wouldn't it be?" Katie groaned under her breath. "I can't stand field work." Her thoughts flashed back to that insane moment when she'd been winched down from a hovering Osprey onto the listing hull of the USS Washington, a Virginia-class submarine that had somehow capsized. Even now, the memory made her stomach twist. Ferguson's voice replayed in her mind like a broken record. "You're ONI's field representative for this mission." Terrific, she thought, rolling her eyes as she marched toward Pettigrew's workstation to deliver the unwelcome news. Just absolutely freaking terrific. Before she could reach her destination, a cheerful voice cut through the hallway. "You must be Ryan." She glanced up to see a sharply dressed naval officer in khakis, approaching with an easy confidence. "John Kanza," he introduced himself, offering a firm handshake. It took her half a second to place him. Dark hair, piercing eyes, the kind of physique that screamed special ops. But the real giveaway, the intricate tattoo peeking from his sleeve and the row of service ribbons that no junior lieutenant could possibly have earned, topped off with the unmistakable seal trident. "Ah," she said, putting it together, "you're the new guy from the Kennedy." Her gaze flickered downward before she caught herself. Mortified, she jerked her hand back, cheeks flaming. What was she expecting, some dramatic pirate-style wooden leg? To his credit, Kanza didn't call her out. "Most people just call me JC," he said smoothly. "I was heading to meet Captain Ferguson for a quick briefing. Sounds like I'm getting my marching orders." "Yeah," Katie sighed. "Just got mine too. Guess we're stuck with each other on this one." "Looking forward to it, Commander," JC replied, flashing a grin. "Heard you're the brains behind Brooks. Took down a rogue Russian sub single-handedly or something wild like that." Katie burst out laughing. "Don't believe the hype, JC. That's just Navy gossip. Call me Katie. I can handle a briefing deck, but I'm no SEAL." Funny thing about rumors, he mused, still studying her. They usually start with a kernel of truth. Either way should be an interesting assignment. "Sure," she said, checking her watch. "I'd love to chat, but I've got to break the news to Pettigrew that he's being dragged to Taiwan, which he'll hate, and then pack my gear." "Right?" JC nodded. "See you soon." "Sooner than you think," she muttered, already walking away. But then his voice called after her. "Hey, Commander Ryan." She turned to find him grinning mischievously. "It's the left one," he said, hiking up his pant leg to reveal a sleek black prosthetic with a polished steel ankle joint. "Dress leg today." Katie opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Her face burned hotter. JC chuckled, dropping the fabric back into place. "Relax. I'm messing with you. You should hear the trash talk in the teams." "Right," she managed later then. Shaking off the awkward moment, she refocused. There was too much to do before wheels up. Meanwhile, in Alexandria, Virginia, John Clark reclined in his plush office chair, grinning like a man who'd just won the lottery. "Glad you see the potential here," he said into the secure line connecting him to the Director of National Intelligence. "If this situation is half as bad as we think, this could be a game changer." Mary Pat Foley's voice was steady. "No argument from me, John. The President will back this, no question." She could practically hear the smirk in Mary Pat's voice as she added, "Trust me, the President will be just as excited as I am about pulling you out of retirement, even if it's temporary." Clark chuckled dryly. "I appreciate the vote of confidence, Director, though I'll hold off on assembling a team until I get official confirmation." Her tone shifted, sharpening with urgency. "Don't wait, John. Begin your recruitment and vetting immediately. Ryan's approval is a formality at this point. I'll arrange training space at the farm so you can hit the ground running." "Sounds good," Clark replied, though unease settled in his chest. Stepping back into the light after years in the shadows had its perks. But the cost was real. His vision for an international task force modeled after Rainbow required high-level backing, which meant trading anonymity for accountability. "Welcome back," Mary Pat said before the call ended. He glanced up to find Ding lounging in the doorway. "That sounded promising," his teammate remarked. Clark exhaled. "It was. You sure you're ready for this?" Ding shrugged. "I won't sugarcoat it. The dark's comfortable. But if this goes sideways, we'll need allies." Clark nodded. Leaving the covert safety of the campus meant relying on foreign partners and the ODNI's fragile trust. "No better option," he admitted. "Then count me in," Ding said. "Who else? Jack's due back soon." "Not him," Clark cut in. "We need him here as backup. Just us this round." Ding smirked. "Roger that." Hendley cleared our sabbatical, so we're officially unemployed investors. "Actually," Clark said, standing, "see if Rick's available. We'll need his intel expertise once the floodgates open." As Ding left, Clark grabbed his briefcase. "Go home. Take your wife out. I'll watch the kids. Tomorrow we head to Williamsburg and prep for whatever storm's coming." The driver led Katie past the terminal's main entrance, steering them toward a private lounge instead. Her duffel wheels clicked against the tile, echoing in the sparse space. Petty Officer Deneen eyed the coffee stand longingly. "Gotta fuel up, ma'am," he muttered when she caught him staring. Behind her, Pettigrew and Kanza were already swapping war stories, typical, but not just because they were guys. The SEAL's laughter boomed as Deneen hurried off, leaving her to wonder what fresh chaos awaited their stick. Pettigrew and Kanza were the kind of guys who thrived in the great outdoors, hunting, fishing, and roughing it in the woods. Some might call them rednecks, but neither would take offense. Bubba wore the label like a badge of honor, and Kanza had once joked he was just a redneck with a college diploma. "Right this way, ma'am," Petty Officer Deneen said, holding the door open with a polite sweep of his arm. She had no clue whether he was stationed at Norfolk Naval Base, the Air Mobility Command Terminal, or maybe even ONI headquarters. "Appreciate it, sailor," she replied, watching as he pivoted sharply and beelined for the coffee stand across the terminal. Stepping inside, she found herself in a hybrid conference room/lounge, furnished with a battered government-issue table and a set of well-loved leather furniture, a sofa, love seat, and chairs clustered around a coffee table. At the head of the table sat a man flanked by two guys and a woman, all dressed in jeans, button-downs, and scuffed hiking boots. The CIA crew, no doubt. "You must be the ONI crew," the man said, offering a casual grin. "What tipped you off?" She shot back, shaking his hand with a chuckle. Her team's Navy-issue Type 3 camo uniforms, with their suspiciously avocado-like pattern, probably didn't help them blend in. "Lieutenant Commander Ryan," she introduced herself. "Ted," he replied with a brisk handshake. Kanza stepped forward next, gripping her hand. "John Kanza," he said before nodding toward Bubba. "This is Petty Officer Pettigrew. Folks just call me Bubba," Pettigrew added. "No kidding," Ted deadpanned, motioning for them to sit before glancing out the window at the empty tarmac. "No sign of our ride yet, so we might as well get comfortable." Katie settled at the far end of the table, flanked by Kanza and Bubba, while Ted introduced his team. "Andrew and Ben," he said, gesturing to the two men beside him. The one with wild curls and a scruffy beard. Drewski, as he insisted, looked more like he belonged in a blues band than the CIA. "And this is Sam," Ted added, nodding toward the athletic woman beside him. "Simran Bakshi," she corrected with a warm smile. "But these clowns call me Sam." "Why's that?" Kanza asked. "Because my name wasn't Becky or Sarah, and because they're idiots," Sam replied, sparking a round of laughter that dissolved any lingering tension. "So you're the OGA team," Kanza said, using the insider term for CIA. "Where's DIA?" Coming in with the plane, Ted explained. "No point trekking all the way to Virginia Beach when Andrews is right here. Aren't you guys based up in Northern Virginia?" Bubba asked, pulling out a tin of chew and an empty soda bottle. Yep. Drewski confirmed as Bubba tucked a pinch into his lip. Kanza raised a brow, and Bubba slid the canister his way. Katie watched, amused she might be in charge, but these two were already thick as thieves. "We were already in the neighborhood, if you catch my drift," Drewski added. Williamsburg, Kanza guessed, packing his own lip. Camp Peary, just outside town, was the worst-kept secret in the intelligence world. Officially a training site, unofficially a CIA playground, currently known as Camp Peary. This highly secure facility serves as the CIA's primary training ground for operatives from the Directorate of Operations alongside Defense Intelligence Agency personnel. The site isn't just for instruction. It's where joint missions are crafted with agencies like the FBI, DIA, and elite military units, including SEALs and Army Special Forces under JSOC. "Handy arrangement," she remarked dryly. Ted's grin didn't waver. "Looks like you'll be steering the intel division of our cozy task force." Katie sized him up, waiting for the usual bureaucratic posturing, but his laid-back demeanor held steady. In her experience, mission success depended on cutting through red tape, something Washington's power players often forgot. "Let's treat this as a partnership," she proposed. "We each bring specialized skills to the table, but we've also got mandates from our home agencies. My vote? Full transparency on intel, combined analysis, but enough flexibility to meet our individual objectives. Works for me," Ted replied. "Honored to team up with the legendary sub-hunter. Your file makes for interesting reading." Heat crept up her neck. She'd assumed her role in the Belgorod operation was classified beyond reach. The thought of CIA analysts dissecting her missions made her skin crawl. "This only works if we share everything, raw data, hunches, the works, agreed?" "Absolutely," he nodded. "Lou Donatelli, our DIA lead, gets how joint ops function, JSOC veteran. His partner, Lori Tenko. Total beast in the field, but plays nice with others. We serve together." "That mess in Mariupol?" Sam cut in. Ted gave a knowing nod, heard she owned that operation. "Owned it?" Place was a dumpster fire. Drewski snorted, exchanging a fist bump with Ben over some private joke. Katie forced a smile. "Great team dynamic. Hope it lasts when bullets start flying." Ted's expression darkened as he glanced at the door. "Group 8's the wild card. Skilled, but they operate in their own bubble." "Naval Special Warfare Group 8? Katie kept her voice low. "Nobody mentioned they were part of TF-25. Officially, they're not," Ted admitted. "But they'll be boots on ground in Penghu with Sea Dragon teams. We'll need to sync up." Kanza spat tobacco juice into a foam cup. When Navy merged SRT with Group 3's intel units, they became intel powerhouses. Sure, their job's battlefield prep, signals, HUMINT, black ops, but they're team players. More than DevGru, anyway. Those guys live in vaults. "Let me guess, ex-frogman." Katie eyed him. "Retired." Kanza shrugged, the unspoken Semper Fi hanging in the air. "Buddy and SRT-2 did a stint with DevGru. For the record, Group 8's existence isn't classified, just their missions." Katie's patience frayed. "Then who greenlit their involvement?" Katie found it strange that Captain Ferguson hadn't mentioned the NSW covert team joining their operation as the ONI lead. She should have been the first to know, not learning about Group 8 from the CIA. Ted shrugged, explaining our ODNI briefing covered it. "Probably came straight from the White House." That made sense. Ferguson might have been kept in the dark until the last minute, and some details weren't safe for phone calls. She couldn't wait to reach their destination and tap into a tactical operations center for real-time updates. Ted, as if sensing her thoughts, added, "We'll hash out team structure mid-flight. The plane's basically a mobile talk. Aviators are cleared, so we're good to talk." Katie nodded, relieved. "Perfect. Once we're settled, we'll sync intel from our agencies and map out a plan for—" She paused, glancing around before finishing. "The mission?" Ben smirked. You mean babysitting that joint op with Taiwan's Navy and the Sea Dragons? She shot him a look. Exactly. Outside, a pristine white Boeing 777 rolled onto the tarmac, no markings except a Canadian registration, classic CIA. Before she could comment, a booming voice cut through the lounge. JC, a massive SEAL dressed in cargo pants and a flannel, hauled a duffel inside. Kanza was already on his feet, grinning as the man lifted him off the ground in a bear hug. Bro, where's the peg leg? The SEAL teased, eyeing Kanza's prosthetic. You swore you'd go full pirate. Katie flushed, recalling her own earlier glance at Kanza's leg. Nah! Kanza shot back. I said if I lost an eye, I'd commit to the look. Pirate's the only backup career for a retired SEAL. The newcomer turned to the group. Hope I'm not crashing the party. Katie waved him in. You here for Task Force 25? He winked. Can't confirm, ma'am, but if we're on the same bird, I'll catch you on board, with a final jab at Kanza. Skip the ginger ale, dude. He left, the mood shifting as Kanza's smile faded. The transition from active duty to intel work clearly weighed on him. A young sailor interrupted, clipboard in hand. Commander Ryan, your plane's ready? Need CAC checks before boarding. Katie stood, signaling the team. Time to move. Ted flashed a grin as he handed over his ID. All right, let's tag these bags and get them moving, he said, motioning toward the luggage. Katie nodded, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she glanced outside. The scene beyond the door looked like something out of an action movie, a squad of heavily armed operatives, including one woman standing guard over a small arsenal of gear, duffels, tactical packs, and what she guessed were locked weapon cases formed a haphazard pyramid on the tarmac. For a split second, she missed the quiet hum of her office, the way the afternoon light hit Josie's fur as the cat lounged on the windowsill. Then reality snapped back. What exactly did Ferguson sign me up for? She wondered, exhaling sharply. Meanwhile, halfway across the world in Beijing's Haidian district, a woman known only as the Spider moved through her territory with practiced ease. Her real name was Lei, but few knew that. To the locals, she was just another friendly face, the kind of person who remembered birthdays, tipped well, and always asked about family. Over 25 years, she'd woven herself into the fabric of the neighborhood, turning shops, cafes, and even street vendors into unwitting parts of her intelligence network. Every alley, every storefront, every familiar smile was a thread in her carefully constructed web. But Beijing wasn't the same city it had been when she started. Surveillance cameras now dotted every corner, feeding data into government servers that could track a person's every move. Facial recognition, behavioral algorithms, none of it fazed her. If anything, the constant threat sharpened her instincts. Paranoia wasn't just a habit, it was her lifeline. She paused at a street cart, flashing a warm smile at the vendor. Ping! Business good today? She asked, nodding toward the steaming baskets of bao buns. The man beamed, wiping his hands on his apron. Always better when you stop by, Lei. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she noted the security camera mounted on the lamppost across the street. Just another day in the spider's web. The street vendor specialized in just one item, steamed buns filled with sweet and tangy barbecue pork, so mouth-watering she found herself craving them at odd hours. Nothing hotter than the Bowsy business. He'd joke with a chuckle, recycling the same line every time their paths crossed. While he chatted away, deftly picking up a fresh bun with bamboo tongs and wrapping it in parchment, she seized the opportunity to discreetly survey her surroundings. This one's on me for the loveliest customer I've got, he declared, handing it over with a wink. You'll get an earful from your wife if you keep giving these away, Ping, she teased, accepting the warm bundle. That woman's always mad at me, he sighed, tapping his cheek playfully. Might as well earn myself a kiss from a pretty face while I'm at it. With a laugh, she obliged, leaning in to brush her lips against his stubbled skin. This little dance of theirs had gone on for 15 years, a comforting ritual they both cherished. "Thanks, Ping. My stomach's already singing," she said, stepping back. "Enjoy your evening stroll, you old charmer." As she turned to leave, her fingers unwrapped the parchment, releasing a cloud of fragrant steam. The first bite was pure bliss, fluffy dough giving way to savory sweet filling. Absolute perfection, she mumbled through a full mouth, already walking away. Surveillance detection routes were the backbone of her security protocol, designed to shake off potential followers and identify threats. Standard tactics included altering her path, pausing unexpectedly to scan her environment, and varying her pace. More advanced techniques involved sudden reversals, quick wardrobe changes, or even switching vehicles mid-route. Her taxi company was a key asset. She intentionally staffed it with women who shared her build and features, blending into the rotation herself to maintain sharp driving skills. Frequent rides from her own dispatchers allowed for seamless jumps during walks, forcing any pursuers to scramble. For high-stakes maneuvers, she orchestrated elaborate shell games in parking garages, swapping between trusted drivers to lose tails. To explain the secrecy, she let rumors swirl about a high-profile affair, her employees knowing giggles and flushed cheeks confirming they were all too happy to play along. Tonight's route covered 5 blocks with 3 stops to check for surveillance, 2 abrupt turns, and a deliberate linger in a corner store where she picked up a few groceries. Along the way, she scanned for hidden signals, marks on lampposts, curbs, or even the price tag of green onions in the produce aisle. Each symbol pointed to a specific dead drop location, a system she kept meticulously organized in her mind. Every move was calculated, every detail accounted for. None of her contacts knew about each other's signals or dead drop spots. She was the only link between her CIA handler and her network. After a flawless surveillance detection route with no signs of being followed, she moved into the second phase of her carefully planned path. At the third checkpoint, a small noodle restaurant, her pulse quickened the moment she spotted the panda decal in the lower corner of the window. Scott Kincaid's system used 3 distinct stickers: pandas for urgent assignments, dragons for standard intel, and butterflies for routine check-ins. This was the first time she'd ever seen the panda. A rush of adrenaline sharpened her focus as she steadied herself, careful not to let the thrill show in her posture or pace. The designated meeting place for high-priority exchanges was Club Icon, an upscale lounge where Western expats gathered, perfect for someone like Kincaid, whose fair features would otherwise stand out. Though they'd never met, she recognized him from his official photo on the embassy website. He was supposed to visit the club regularly to blend in. She hoped he'd stuck to the plan. Finishing her route as usual, she flagged down one of her trusted drivers, Bayou, for a ride to the club. Inside the cab, Lei transformed, shedding her plain sweatshirt for the fitted workout gear underneath, swapping her ponytail for loose waves, and layering on bold makeup that would catch the dim club lighting just right. Last time she'd been here, she'd spent the evening fending off advances from men young enough to be her interns. "Take my bag and jacket back to the garage later," she asked Bayou as they pulled up. The driver grinned. Hot date. Scorching. Lei shot back with a wink before stepping out, channeling the confidence of a woman half her age. The bouncer barely glanced at her before waving her in. No cover charge, no questions. Early evening crowds filled the bar area, though the dance floor wouldn't open for hours. A hostess with a practiced sneer informed her all tables were reserved, barely looking up. Lei bit back the urge to teach her some manners the hard way and headed straight for the bar instead. The Icon Bar was a spectacle, a massive slab of clear resin embedded with glowing crystals, lit by ultraviolet strips that made them shimmer like constellations. Perfect for hiding secrets in plain sight. Lei felt like she was staring at a piece of the cosmos itself, shrunken down and encased in glass like some celestial snow globe. Breathtaking, isn't it? Came a smooth voice behind her as she approached the bar's polished edge, like the universe frozen in time. Turning, she found herself facing a sharply dressed Chinese man in his 30s, someone she didn't recognize. His crisp white shirt was unbuttoned just enough to suggest casual confidence, not carelessness. "It is," she agreed, her eyes flickering over his stance, the way his pupils dilated slightly when he smiled. A calculated move or genuine interest. "Can I get you a drink?" he asked, positioning himself beside her, hands resting openly on the bar. "A cosmopolitan," she replied, watching for tells. He could be just another guy trying his luck, or he could be working for Kincaid, or worse. "I'm Q-Lei, Wang Disung," he said, offering his hand. She gave him a slow, knowing smile but didn't take it, instead leaning closer, her gaze lingering. "Disung? Unusual name? What's the meaning?" "Trustworthy," he answered smoothly, signaling the bartender for her drink and a bourbon for himself. His hands stayed visible. No wedding ring either. "And yours?" "Autumn Thunder," she said, meeting his eyes. He considered that for a moment before she shifted the conversation. "You a whiskey drinker?" "Bourbon," he corrected. "There's a difference." "Oh, absolutely. Bourbon's strictly American, must be distilled there, at least 51% corn, so you see, to call yourself bourbon, you've got to be born in the States." He delivered the last word in flawless English, the accent unmistakably American. He's sending a signal, but she wasn't ready to trust just yet. "Fascinating," she murmured. "What else do you know?" "Too much," he joked. "I could drown you in useless facts." "Try me." Ever heard of orb weaver spiders? Over 3,000 species, masters of the night hunt. That was all the confirmation she needed. Kincaid's proxy, no doubt. "Interesting," she said, letting her pinky brush against his hand. "Did you know they outlive other spiders because they maintain their webs better than anyone?" The bartender arrived with their drinks, and Disung raised his glass. "To new opportunities, to dangerous games," she countered. The clink of their glasses sealed the deal. The next 15 minutes were a careful dance, casual touches, stolen glances, all while scanning the room. When the moment came, his hand settled at the small of her back, guiding her into position. His body blocked the view as something thin and cool slid beneath her waistband. No pockets tonight, but Disung had made it work. She flashed him a playful grin as she pulled away from their brief embrace. "Appreciate the drink, but I've got to run." Rising onto her toes, she leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear as she murmured, "Node 13, that's where you'll find my answer." When she stepped back, she caught the slight widening of his eyes before he blurted, "Hold on. Can I at least get your digits?" With a teasing shake of her head, she turned toward the door. "Nice try, but I don't date rookies." The antique district pulsed with life around Chin as he checked his watch again, 2 minutes left, and his pulse hadn't slowed since he'd arrived. Meeting Scott Kincaid at the embassy had been tense enough, but this felt like walking a tightrope over a pit of knives. He'd chosen the time and location himself, refusing to let the CIA dictate terms. At the time, it had felt like control. Now it just felt reckless. Liu Chang's maze of shops and alleys had seemed ideal, crowded with tourists, steeped in history, a place where anyone could disappear into the throng. The neighborhood, with its Ming Dynasty roots and rows of glazed tile storefronts, was familiar ground. His wife dragged him here weekly to hunt for ceramics and hand-carved trinkets. Hell, he'd even bought her a teapot an hour ago, the weight of the shopping bag absurdly normal compared to what else he carried. The memory card in his pocket might as well have been a live grenade. Every second stretched thinner as he scanned the crowd, searching for a telltale glance, a lingering stare. Would they send an American, a local asset? His fingers tightened around the plastic case, slick with sweat. 9:17 p.m. They were late. A burst of frustrated laughter escaped him. Of course they were late. This whole thing was amateur hour, him picking a spot because it felt safe, because he'd bought jade earrings here last spring. The irony wasn't lost on him. A man terrified of surveillance, voluntarily walking into a district crawling with cameras. He adjusted his grip on the teapot bag, the cheerful red packaging at odds with the dread coiling in his gut. Somewhere in the crowd, his contact was watching, and Qin had never felt more exposed. The American embassy was crawling with staffers who had Chinese ancestry, making it impossible for Qin to guess who his contact might be. Standing in the bustling crowd, he silently scolded himself for leaving so many variables up to chance. His attempt to assert dominance over Kincaid had backfired spectacularly. Now, the Americans would dictate the terms of the exchange. Stupid, he thought, then immediately countered with self-justification. There had been no other way. Lingering communications would have drawn suspicion. He clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to glance at his watch again. Focus was everything. Missing the handoff wasn't an option, though he wasn't even sure how it would happen. In his mind, it played out like a spy movie, a stranger locking eyes brushing past him, an open bag waiting to swallow the SD card. If it took all night wandering the antique shops of Liulichang, so be it. From her seat at the tea shop, Lei watched with growing irritation as Qin checked his watch yet again. The man was clueless, stumbling through this operation like an amateur. Worse, he didn't even realize he was under surveillance. A shadow in a black coat had been tailing him since he arrived, and now a woman had slipped into the same antique store behind him. Lei had no idea if they were MSS PLA or something else. She'd taken every precaution, weaving through backstreets to shake any possible tails. But Qin's carelessness was putting them both at risk. The irony wasn't lost on her. President Li's paranoia had turned the entire government into a nest of suspicion, where even the most loyal officials were presumed guilty until proven innocent. What a miserable way to live. Normally, she'd call off an op with this much heat. But Kincaid had been clear. Tonight was their only shot. Qin wouldn't dare risk a second meeting. Lei adjusted the gray wig itching at her scalp, her frumpy disguise rendering her invisible men, never noticed old women. She smirked at the thought. Last night she'd been a glittering party girl at Club Icon, and tonight she was a grandmother browsing antiques. The contrast amused her. But amusement faded as she watched Qin fumble through the market. If this was going to work, she'd have to be flawless, and she'd have to move fast before his incompetence got them both caught. The situation had escalated beyond her control. By shutting down two-way communication, he'd removed the safest method, the dead drop system she'd meticulously designed for secure, anonymous information transfers without direct contact. Now Qin's stubborn insistence on controlling the exchange forced her into a risky face-to-face meeting. One observer she might evade, but two, impossible. This left her with two grim choices: abort the mission and inform Kincaid of the compromised handoff, or attempt the near-impossible task of spiriting Qin away. The defense minister clearly believed he could leak classified intelligence to the Americans and walk away unscathed. A dangerous fantasy. The Ministry of State Security never forgot, never stopped hunting. Even if today's exchange succeeded and Lei escaped, they'd eventually connect the dots. Qin's fate would mirror his predecessors, who'd been eliminated for far lesser offenses than treason. Kincaid's message had been clear. If Qin wanted defection, the CIA would extract his entire family and provide new identities. Lei clenched her weathered hands, calloused from years of martial arts training against wooden dummies. These tools of her trade ironically represented everything she loved about her life. America offered safety, but could it offer purpose? As she watched Qin browsing the antique shop, her perspective shifted. Tonight he wasn't a government official, but a family man risking everything for his principles. Her idealism, the same drive that created the spider, surged forward, decision made. She'd save Qin, even if it meant abandoning her life in China. Adrenaline coursed through her as she discreetly repositioned 3 getaway vehicles via text message, preparing for the intricate escape operation. In Liulichang's antique shop, Qin startled when an elderly woman materialized beside him. Our private collection in back might interest you, she murmured conspiratorially. When he moved to dismiss her, she added, I have pieces Kaiji would admire. His wife's name, the signal. I'd like to see that collection, he replied, following her through a locked door into what was clearly no exhibition space, but a cluttered storage room. The game had begun. The elderly woman's posture shifted dramatically as she rose to her full height, her stance suddenly rigid and commanding, more like a seasoned operative than the frail figure she'd appeared to be moments before. Do you have it? She demanded, her gaze piercing like a hawk's. He nodded, sliding the small SD card case into her waiting hand. Without hesitation, she tucked it into the hidden folds of her tunic, securing it somewhere beneath the fabric. You've got company, she warned, her voice edged with urgency. I spotted 2 shadows, but there could be others. You've got 10 seconds, Admiral Chin. Either vanish with me or answer to your friends in the Ministry of State Security. His first instinct was defiance, a hot surge of pride rejecting the accusation. I covered my tracks, he insisted. Her expression didn't waver. Not well enough, apparently. She held his gaze, unflinching despite his height advantage. Clock's ticking. Decide now. Both options are risky, but I won't let your hesitation drag me down with you. A cold dread coiled in his stomach, panic unfamiliar and unwelcome. If I go with you, what happens next? We disappear. Eventually, I'll try to get you back to your family. Eventually, he pressed, disliking the vagueness. No more stalling. Choose. Her eyes flicked toward the door, and in that moment he could almost hear the muffled footsteps of MSS agents gathering outside. The image of his predecessor's fate flashed in his mind, Cheng Kai's abrupt downfall, the whispers of what came after. The choice should have been simple. If they were already onto him, staying meant a bullet or worse. Fine, he muttered, the words chilling him as they left his lips. I'm coming. She gave a sharp nod. Power off your phone. Leave it here. He obeyed, then trailed her through the back of the antique shop to a waiting taxi, its engine idling. Get in! Lie flat on the floor, she ordered. When he hesitated, she shoved him forward, her strength surprising for her size. Resentment flared. Who was this woman to manhandle him? Some whispered legend, the night spider? His instincts screamed yes. You'll get us both killed if you keep resisting, she hissed, pushing him into the cramped footwell. The musty carpet pressed against his cheek as he wedged himself behind the front seats, the center hump digging into his ribs. She climbed in after him, perching on the seat with her legs tucked beneath her. The driver, a woman, pulled away without a word. Where? Quiet. The taxi jolted over uneven cobblestones before smoothing out. Chin clenched his jaw, hating the blindness, the helplessness. He shifted, trying to ease the pressure on his ribs, but only made it worse. Minutes dragged in silence until the driver spoke. We've got a tail. The spider didn't miss a beat. Stick to the route. No sudden turns, no frantic speed, just the steady hum of tires on pavement, the tension thickening with every mile. Chin experienced a strange mix of emotions, confidence surging through him, yet his nerves were stretched thin. The thought of evading Beijing security forces seemed impossible. His throat tightened as gruesome possibilities flashed through his mind. Interrogation rooms, excruciating pain, the kind of torture that left no visible marks but shattered a person from the inside. The images were vivid. Cold water, electric currents, bones snapping under relentless blows. The taxi slowed, tires bumping over uneven pavement. Get ready, Admiral, the spider said, her voice steady despite the tension. The unexpected use of his naval rank grounded him, a small but powerful gesture. He clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to ask questions as the vehicle twisted through turns before jerking to a stop. The driver, a man named Guy, wished them luck as they scrambled out into a dimly lit parking garage. The spider yanked Kin toward a stairwell, her movements fluid and precise, belying her earlier disguise. Inside, 2 duffel bags waited. Without hesitation, she stripped down to her undergarments, revealing a toned, youthful figure. "Move fast," she ordered, tossing him clothes from the blue bag, a hoodie, slacks, sneakers. She dressed just as quickly, swapping her disguise for jeans and a loose sweater. Then, without warning, she pulled out a silenced pistol, tucking it into her waistband before covering it with her sweater. She handed him a pair of non-prescription glasses. "These'll throw off facial recognition," she explained, ruffling his hair to complete the look. A screech of tires echoed outside. "They're here?" Chin whispered, pulse racing. The spider snatched her bag and bolted down the stairs. Chin close behind, their footsteps pounded like thunder in the narrow space. At the bottom, they dumped the duffels in a trash bin. Then, in an instant, her demeanor shifted. Her tense expression melted into a bright smile as she looped her arm through his. "Play along," she murmured, pushing open the door. The transformation was flawless. She laughed loudly, leaning into him as if they were just another couple enjoying the night. A silver sedan idled nearby, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Chin marveled at her skill. One moment, a hardened operative, the next, a carefree woman on a date. The act was seamless, but beneath the surface, danger loomed. "I really hope that's our ride," she slurred, swaying slightly like someone who'd had one too many drinks. "There's no way I should be behind the wheel right now." He glanced around, confused about who she was putting on this act for. The parking garage was completely empty. But just as he thought it, the heavy metal door they'd stepped through moments earlier flew open, slamming against the concrete wall with a deafening crash. Instinctively, she spun around, shoving him behind her as a muscular man in casual clothes charged toward them. Everything happened in a blur. The stranger yelled for them to freeze while reaching inside his jacket. The spider, already drawing her pistol mid-turn, fired 2 muffled shots, dropping him instantly. "Move!" she barked. This time he didn't hesitate. They sprinted to the waiting sedan and he threw himself into the back seat, ducking low before she even had to tell him. She piled in right after, slamming the door shut as the car peeled out, racing through the chaotic streets of Beijing. "Plan A or B," the female driver called from the front. "B," the spider snapped. Pressed against the floorboard, Chin clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to demand answers. His shirt was already damp with sweat, but he forced himself to trust her after all. She'd stayed ahead of China's security forces for 20 years. That had to count for something. Minutes later, the car screeched to a halt. "We're here," the driver announced. "Good luck, Lei." "Thank you. Health and fortune to you," the spider now revealed as Lei replied as they tumbled out of the car. The sedan vanished, leaving them crouched beside a dumpster in a grimy alley. Lei scanned the area, then yanked him toward a nearby door. 3 sharp knocks, and it swung open. Inside, a middle-aged woman gaped at them, fear in her eyes. "Lei, what's happening?" she whispered. "G told me to wait here for you and not say a word to anyone." Lei gripped the woman's hands. "Gia, thank you. My idiot brothers stole from the wrong people," she said, shooting Chin a glare. "Now we've got triads hunting us." Gia gasped. "Oh no, what do you need?" "Just a place to hide a couple of days, that's all." "My apartment." "No, your restaurant's cellar." Gia winced. "It's awful down there. Dark, cramped, smells like onions." Lei smirked. "Exactly why no one will look. Take us in your delivery van." With a reluctant nod, Jaya agreed. After a quick embrace and a whispered exchange, Lei turned to Chin. "Let's move." They took the elevator down to the basement, weaving through humming machinery and storage lockers. "You killed a man back there," Chin muttered, struggling to keep up with her brisk pace. "I didn't have a choice," she said flatly. "If they catch you," she laughed, sharp and humorless. "If they catch me, I was dead either way. Taking out that agent won't solve anything," she insisted. He almost countered that eliminating one of their own would only fuel the MSS's determination, but on some level, she had a point. A warm droplet splashed onto his scalp. He wiped it with his fingers, just water. "Steam pipes sweating," she muttered. "Keep your eyes down unless you want a face full of it." He nearly mentioned his glasses but held his tongue. "Every ally you've got is a woman," he observed as they moved through the dim corridor. "Of course," she replied. "Women show up. They don't flinch." He nodded. He'd seen that loyalty firsthand. "And they'll burn the world down for someone they believe in," she added, her voice fraying at the edges. "You've got quite the army behind you." A rusted pipe jutted low overhead. "Duck," she warned, gliding beneath it. He barely avoided a concussion. The silence between them stretched until he finally admitted this was a mistake. "Coming with you." She didn't slow her pace. "Heard you the first time," she said flatly. "But regret's a luxury we can't afford, Admiral." When he halted abruptly, she turned with a sigh, shoulders tense. "What do you want? Absolution? A pep talk?" Her laugh was sharp. "You don't need my approval. Never have." The truth of it stung. Here he was, a man who'd commanded fleets, reduced to following orders from a ghost. Then her tone shifted, quieter. "I know the weight you're carrying. I chose this too. Gave up my country, my name. But your girls? They didn't sign up for this war. You owe them more than hope and a handshake with the CIA." His throat tightened. "You're her, aren't you? The Night Spider?" A faint nod. "Decades evading Beijing's houndshow. My father taught me to be a blade in the dark," she said. "Now you'll teach your daughters the same, not to fight to vanish." The realization hit him like ice. He'd bargained his family's safety on an assumption. No promises, no guarantees, just blind trust in a system that had already failed him once. The Spider's message left no doubt. The Americans had received Kin's plea and made it clear that safeguarding his wife and daughters was non-negotiable. But Lei wasn't stopping there. She pressed him further, demanding a vow that he'd raise, provide for, and mentor his girls. Her piercing reminder, "You have a duty to stay alive," lingered in his mind like a drumbeat. "Thank you," Chin murmured, dipping his head before locking eyes with her. "That's exactly what I needed to hear." "Good," she replied briskly. "Now let's move. We'll have hours to strategize while we're holed up in Gia's restaurant basement." "Ah, the famous onion and spider hideout," he quipped, quickening his pace to match hers. She cracked a genuine smile for the first time. "The onions are non-negotiable, but I'll see if I can get the spiders to go easy on you." Oval Office, the White House, Washington, D.C. 12:18 p.m. local time. President Jack Ryan flashed an apologetic glance at Agriculture Secretary Sheila Barnes as he silenced the intercom. "Sorry about that, Sheila," he said, though she waved it off with practiced diplomacy. He knew she wasn't thrilled. Her meeting had been delayed for days. "Yes, Kevin," Ryan called out. His secretary's voice crackled through. "Mr. President, Director Foley is here. Insists it's urgent." "Send her in," Ryan sighed, offering Sheila a conciliatory shrug. "Farm subsidies matter, but no explanation needed," she said smoothly, gathering her files. "If the DNI's barging in, it's not for small talk." Ryan nodded. "If you've got time to wait, we can circle back. Otherwise, we'll reschedule." Sheila was already halfway to the door when Mary Pat Foley entered, holding it open with a polite nod. "My apologies, Sheila," Mary Pat said. "None needed," Sheila replied before slipping out. The moment the door clicked shut, Mary Pat's demeanor shifted. "Jack, this couldn't wait." Ryan gestured to the sofa, his calm exterior belying the tension coiling in his gut. Mary Pat's expression told him this wasn't routine. "What's going on?" "It's Chin," she said bluntly. "The Chinese defense minister." Ryan's jaw tightened. "Don't tell me Lee's purged him too." "Worse. Scott Kincaid set up a meet last night. Chin's idea. We used our most expendable asset to vet him. The Spider," Ryan muttered. "A calculated risk. If she was compromised, the damage would be minimal, ruthless, but effective." "Exactly. Now Chin's gone. Not dead, not captured, just vanished. The Chinese intelligence operatives closed in on the rendezvous, but Kincaid had eyes on the situation from a nearby vantage point, capturing every moment with high-powered listening devices in case things turned ugly. His team created just enough chaos at the critical moment to let the Spider and Kin vanish into the shadows. Now we're left dealing with the aftermath, though Kincaid insists his operatives have enough layers between them and us that even if they're caught, which hasn't happened yet, the trail won't lead back. Ryan pushed himself out of his chair, adrenaline coursing through him as Mary Pat relayed Kincaid's debrief. His thoughts spiraled in a dozen directions before one sharp realization cut through the noise. Kin is exactly who he claimed to be, Ryan said, turning back from where he'd been pacing. Otherwise, why disappear with the Spider? Mary Pat arched an eyebrow. Or it's all part of the game. The Chinese think 10 moves ahead, Jack. They might be letting Kin run just to see where he leads them, straight to whatever network we've rebuilt in Beijing. Using their own defense minister as bait? Ryan scoffed. That's one hell of a gamble. Unless you're someone like Lee, who's bold enough to try it, she countered. Ryan rubbed his jaw, weighing the possibilities. Only one way to find out we need Chin's intel. Until then, it's all speculation. Get me everything Kincaid has, plus any intercepted chatter from Beijing. Mary Pat nodded. I can have an NSC briefing ready in 2 hours, but I still can't answer the big question. Is Kin really defecting, or is this a trap? Now that they've gone dark, our only shot at uncovering Sea Serpent might be extracting Chin, which means walking right into the scenario we wanted to avoid. Classic no-win situation, Ryan muttered. Seems that way, she agreed. He shook his head. Why does it always come down to this? Mary Pat smirked. Maybe because we're dealing with people who never play fair? Or because we're the ones who keep stepping into the fire, Ryan shot back. The silence between them grew heavy, thick with the weight of the call they had to make. Do we have anyone on the ground who can pull them out? Mary Pat hesitated. Regular assets are too risky. We don't know who's compromised, but there's another option. Clark's hand-picked team, no China experience, but they're the best at what they do. And since none of them have operated there before, the MSS won't see them coming. Ryan exhaled sharply. That lack of experience could get them killed, which is why they were Plan B, Mary Pat admitted. But deep cover extractions, that's Clark's specialty. Ryan almost laughed. Thank God for backup plans. Without them, he wouldn't even be in this room. Please tell me we're not calling them something ridiculous like Rainbow 7. Try Task Force 99? And how exactly does Task Force 99 pull this off? Mary Pat shrugged. We'll figure it out as we go. Ryan raised an eyebrow. That's not an answer. I know, she said, because right now I don't have one. With a sigh, Ryan picked up his lukewarm coffee and took a bitter sip. Mary Pat let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. You ever notice how coffee's either amazing when it's piping hot or perfectly iced, but turns downright awful when it's just sitting there lukewarm? What's up with that? The president set his mug down, appreciating how she always managed to ground him when he needed it most. Do it, he decided. Send Task Force 99 to extract Chin. You're right, this is exactly what Clark excels at. There was a brief pause before she responded, her tone more formal than usual. Yes, Mr. President. He caught the shift immediately. Wait, what's that look for? And since when do you call me Mr. President, unless I've screwed up? Can I be blunt? He raised an eyebrow. Since when do you ask permission for that? She exhaled. This isn't like our usual ops in Europe or the Middle East. Hell, it's not even Russia, where Clark can disappear into the background. Beijing's a whole different beast. No safe houses, no local assets, nothing. If I send him in, we both need to accept that there's a real chance he fails, and some of his team might not make it back. Come on, Mary Pat, he said, thinking of Clark's track record. You know what he can do? I do, she said firmly, but this isn't just another mission. If things go south, he won't be coming home. And if Chinese intelligence gets their hands on him, the intel he has on our operations, our capabilities, even on you and me would be catastrophic. The weight of her words hit him. Had he been too reckless? Was he sending his best into an impossible fight? But then there was Taiwan. If Qin's defection could stop an invasion, wasn't it worth the risk? The earlier lightness in the room vanished. Prep Clark's team. Get them in position. Is that a go? Not yet. I want to see the plan first. You are right. We need to be sure the payoff justifies the risk. She nodded. Agreed. And for the record, Task Force 25 is en route to Taiwan. They'll be stationed in Penghu, he sighed. Thanks. Let's gather the NSC in 2 hours. Everyone needs to understand what we're dealing with. As she turned to leave, her gaze lingered just a second too long. He knew what she wasn't saying. His daughter, Lieutenant Commander Kathleen Ryan, was leading Task Force 25, and now he'd just sent her straight into the storm. Meanwhile, at Camp Peary in Virginia, Clark dropped his gear at the front of the conference room, arms crossed as his team filed in. His eyes met Ding Chavez's, and the subtle nod between them said everything. Whoever had handpicked this crew had done their job. Task Force 99 was ready, if the call came. The afternoon in the kill house had confirmed what Clark already suspected. Everyone on the team was a skilled, battle-tested shooter. Their interviews the previous day had further revealed sharp minds, quick thinking, and unshakable confidence. Now all they needed was time to train together, to forge that unspoken rhythm that turned individuals into a cohesive unit. The only missing piece was Sai Akio, the Taiwanese operative from the National Security Bureau and former airborne special service officer. Clark had argued against the delay, insisting that even a few days of shared training was essential, but the Director of National Intelligence had overruled him. Sai's credentials were impeccable. His TSSCI file read like a thriller novel. But Clark hated the idea of bringing someone in cold. As the team stowed their gear and settled in, Clark surveyed the room. Weapons had been locked away in the armory, a strict Camp Peary rule he found frustrating. On the operational side of the base, things were different. Teams stayed armed, ready for anything, but here they played by guest rules. So how'd we do? Clark asked, locking eyes with Daniel Wu, the British SBS operator. Wu flashed a grin, his East London accent thick as he declared, "Nailed it, Charlie and I." Clearly the dream team. He bumped fists with Charlotte Charlie Adams, the sharp-witted SAS intelligence officer from Australia. Absolute legends, Charlie deadpanned, earning a round of laughter. Wilhelm Bauer, the German BND counter-terror specialist, shrugged. The kill house is basic training, Mr. Clark. A former Kommando Spezialkräfte operator, Bauer had seen his share of real-world chaos. Henry Toussaint, the French DGSI officer, countered with a smirk. And what would you suggest, Wilhelm? In my service, we drill relentlessly fire and movement over and over. If we're heading into... He paused, searching for the right word. What's the American term, Mr. Chavez? The suck, Ding supplied with a chuckle. Ah, yes. The sucking, Toussaint said, eyes glinting with mischief. Clark could tell he knew the slang. He was just enjoying the moment. Turning to Lee Hiyori, the quiet but razor-focused South Korean SEAL, Clark asked for his thoughts. We have exceptional shooters, Hiyori said softly. Individually, no doubts as a team. We'll see. I'm more curious about where we'll need these skills. Clark exchanged a glance with Ding, who gave a subtle nod. Hiyori had hit the nail on the head. Just as Clark pulled out his laptop to debrief the exercise, a secure message flashed on the screen. Chin missing MSS ambush during asset handoff. Presumed alive in hiding, deploy 99 to AOR immediately, full brief on secure channel. Eyes only. MPF. Clark leaned back, a slow grin spreading across his face. Everything all right, mate? Wu asked. Better than all right. Clark murmured. Looks like we're moving up the timetable. Clark leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table with a quiet intensity. Looks like we're moving now. The situation's heating up and we're wheels up for the theater immediately. Bauer frowned. Which theater are we talking about? Clark tapped a quick reply into his laptop, signaling he was ready for the mission brief. Full details are inbound, any second, he said, knowing the response would take a few minutes. But while we wait, any of you familiar with Admiral Qin Haiyu? Toussaint didn't hesitate. Chinese Minister of Defense, right? Spot on, Clark said. Charlie Adams tugged her hair loose from its ponytail, shaking out her auburn waves. Qin's the hardliner who replaced the last guy after he refused to back President Lee's obsession with taking Taiwan, former Navy chief, and intel suggests he's the mastermind behind the PLA's invasion plans. Clark exchanged a glance with Ding. This team was sharp. Exactly right, Charlie. CIA and ONI assessments line up with that. So here's the play. We're grabbing him. Wu, the British operative with Chinese roots, nearly choked. You want to snatch the defense minister from inside China? Have you lost it? Not snatch, Clark corrected. Extract. Qin's reached out. He's got intel to share, and he might be looking to jump ship. Assuming he hasn't already been disappeared by his own government. A new message flashed on Clark's screen. Briefing in 2, you and Chavez. Aircraft en route. Team wheels up in 2 hours. MPF if. Clock's ticking, Clark announced. Gear up, hit the armory, and be back here in 60 for the full rundown. We'll hash out the rest mid-flight. The team moved fast. No wasted words, no hesitation. These were pros, the kind who didn't need hand-holding. Jack Jr. would have been a solid addition, but Clark had no doubts about this crew. Still, the weight of bringing them all home settled heavy in his chest. His laptop screen flickered to life, revealing Mary Pat Foley's stern expression. John, she said, all business. Director, Clark replied, matching her tone. We're locked down in a skiff with just Chavez. You're China-bound. Figured as much, Clark said. Timeline's tight. We need you in Beijing ASAP. Cover identities are being prepped, but you'll enter in stages. First, though, you've got a detour. Clark's brow furrowed. Where? The Maldives, Mary Pat said. If we're not too late, there's another Qin-related op waiting for you there. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. Sun Tzu, The Art of War, Conference Room 1. Zhongnan High Complex, Beijing, 537 hours local time. President Li Jianjun slammed his fist onto the table, sending teacups rattling. Find him, he roared. His cabinet sat frozen, the pre-dawn summons and his fury leaving no room for excuses. Qin's vanishing act wasn't just a problem, it was a disaster. President Lee's voice cut through the tense silence like a blade. Track him down alive. I want him executed on national television as a warning to all traitors. The room's atmosphere thickened as officials exchanged uneasy looks. Unexpectedly, Deputy Foreign Minister Bai Ming broke the silence after a subtle nod from Secretary General Xu Chao. Across the polished mahogany table, Intelligence Director Deng Suwei sat motionless, his face unreadable behind wire-rimmed glasses. Li instantly recognized the coordinated response. They'd prepared for this confrontation. With respect, Mr. President, Bai began, his steady voice betraying only by the slight tremor in his fingers. We lack definitive proof of Minister Qin's betrayal. During our last strategy session, he championed Operation Sea Serpent with unwavering conviction. His commitment to reunification has never faltered. There's a real chance he was abducted. Li's fury momentarily yielded to intrigue. Deng leaned forward, adjusting his tie. My field teams confirmed Qin visited Liu Lichang's antique market yesterday, purchased a blue and white porcelain teapot for his anniversary. His movements showed no signs of covert meetings. Frankly, I've bought jade bracelets for my wife in those same shops. Li's knuckles whitened. Then why was state security tailing him in a shopping district? Bai replied smoothly. Standard protective surveillance before major operations, sir. For everyone's safety. Deng's lips thinned. They both knew the unspoken truth about Li's paranoia. The president's fist crashed onto the table, scattering documents. An agent lies dead. Since when do shopping trips end in gunfire? Deng remained calm. The shooter wasn't captured on camera. Evidence suggests Chin was forced into a vehicle at gunpoint. Fine, Li hissed. If this is a kidnapping, name the culprits. Deng tapped his tablet. Early signs point to CIA involvement. Qin met recently with Ambassador Kincaid's attaché. That Ivy League snake is company through and through, Li interrupted, with a derisive snort. But their sole recorded interaction showed Qin berating him about naval boundaries, Deng countered. Footage reveals zero collusion. If anything, Qin played the wolf warrior perfectly, threatening consequences if U.S. ships approached our exercise zone. A new thought struck Li. What if the Americans had staged the whole confrontation, snatched Qin to torture him for operational secrets? The audacity would be staggering, yet Qin's sudden disappearance defied all other explanations. For the first time, doubt crept into Li's certainty about his defense minister's loyalty. Qin's unwavering dedication to his country and his brilliant strategic mind, evident in his masterful design of Operation Sea Serpent during his naval tenure, were precisely why President Li had chosen him to replace the ineffective Zhao Fu. Though Li had briefly questioned Qin's close ties to Chiang Kai, he never imagined the man capable of treason. Yet, with so much on the line, eliminating Qin entirely seemed the most efficient solution. Eek cleared his throat. Mr. President, while I don't know Minister Qin personally, his decades of service to the party speak for themselves. He's known as a devoted family man, hardly the type to defect, let alone abandon his loved ones. Are they still in the country? Li demanded. Deng shook his head. No, sir. They're currently at the Four Seasons Resort in the Maldives. Qin was supposed to join them, but the operation kept him here. Our surveillance confirms they're behaving normally, no signs of distress or contact from him. They likely don't even realize he's gone. Detain them, Li snapped. Their leverage. Deng hesitated, then countered smoothly. I recommend patience. Our agents have eyes on them 24/7. The resort is on a tiny island, nowhere to run. If Qin reaches out, we'll track him down. Move now, and we lose that advantage. Li's gaze sharpened. Do you believe he's turned traitor? Deng chose his words carefully. If he has, we'll find him. If not, we'll uncover who's truly behind this provocation. Li gave a curt nod. Fine. But the moment Qin betrays us, bring his family back. They'll either ensure his cooperation or suffer the consequences. Shu shifted uncomfortably. And the military exercise, canceling, would signal weakness? Li's lips curled. Weakness. This is our opportunity. Blame the West for Qin's disappearance. Even tie it to Taiwan. With Sea Serpent's false flag already in play, we'll have all the justification we need. The room fell silent. Typical. Most men lacked the vision or the nerve to seize such openings. But Sir Bai ventured, voice unsteady, the fate of Qin, whether he was captured or turned traitor, was irrelevant at this point. What truly mattered was preventing his intelligence on Operation Sea Serpent from reaching Western hands, particularly the Americans. The consequences would be devastating. Deputy Minister Bai's hesitation earned him a dismissive glance from President Li, who reclined in his chair, legs crossed, sipping tea with deliberate calm. You're thinking too small, Bai, Li remarked, his voice smooth but edged with authority. A man of your position should act decisively. Minister Deng can confirm our control over information, and more importantly over people leaving or entering the country, is absolute. If Qin betrayed us, we'll eliminate him. If he's been taken, we'll retrieve him. Either way, his knowledge stays within China. He set his cup down with precision. the porcelain barely making a sound. Isn't that right, Deng? Minister Deng didn't hesitate. Absolutely, Mr. President. Li leaned back, his chair towering over the others in the room. Good. Deng will locate Qin and handle the situation accordingly. Secretary Xu and I will manage the political and military optics. As for you, Bai. His smile darkened as he leaned forward, fingers interlaced. You'll ensure Admiral Long and General Liu proceed without delay. Operation Sea Serpent has been 2 years in the making. Every piece is in position. Taiwan will be ours, and China will dominate the Strait and the South China Sea. Bai practically jumped to his feet, bowing deeply. Li suppressed a smirk. One more thing, Deng, he added, rising to his full height. When you find Qin, I'll be the one to greet him, whether to commend him or condemn him. Deng gave a curt nod. Understood. Li strode out, leaving the weight of his words hanging in the air. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Pacific, Katie emerged from the SUV, squinting against the glare of the morning sun over Liaoluo Bay. The warmth was a welcome change from Maryland's chill. Bubba stretched beside her, taking in the scenery. So this is what the other side of the planet looks like? Technically, Penghu isn't DC's antipode, Katie corrected. Bubba frowned. Antipode? Kanza joined them, tracing invisible lines in the air. The exact opposite point on the globe for DC, probably somewhere near Australia. Ah, the classic SEAL hologram demonstration, Katie teased. Only visible to the elite? Kanza feigned confusion. You mean you guys can't see this? Laughter followed. Katie grinned. Kanza was going to fit in just fine. The CIA and DIA team that had arrived with them rolled up in a separate SUV, parking just behind their own. Katie scanned the group, memorizing faces and names. Ted James, Andrew Drewski, Miolis, Ben Hart, and Simran Sam Bakshi were hauling equipment from the back, while DIA officers Lori Tenko and Lou Donatelli stepped out of the front seats. Dressed in jeans and casual shirts like their CIA counterparts, they carried bulky coyote tan backpacks. Comms gear? Katie asked, nodding toward the heavy cases. Drewski and Ben were wrestling with. Among other essentials, Ted replied vaguely. She had her suspicions but couldn't fathom needing weapons on a secure Taiwanese base, especially with Group 8 operators, visiting SEALs, and the local Sea Dragons stationed nearby. Glancing back, she expected to see the third SUV carrying the Group 8 team, but it must have taken a different route after entering the base. Where'd your guys go? She asked Kanza. He shrugged. They're on their own agenda, if you catch my drift. Coming from the intelligence side rather than special operations, Katie wasn't entirely sure she did. But we'll still share intel, right? She pressed her tone unintentionally hopeful rather than authoritative. Absolutely, Kanza said with a grin. Team first, ma'am. Sorry. Force of habit. We'll sync up daily with Lieutenant Temperley from Group 8. No worries. Relief washed over her. If Group 8 had the advanced surveillance tools she assumed, she wanted full access to their findings, even if they were running a side mission she wasn't briefed on. Their escort, a soft-spoken Taiwanese soldier named FAA, interrupted.
Ready to move? He asked.
Though only about 5'7", his rolled-up sleeves revealed thick, muscular arms. Katie grabbed her duffel, and the group followed FAA toward a squat, rounded building, resembling a small hangar. Beyond it, a volleyball court and picnic area overlooked Liaoluo Bay. Beside her, Kanza chatted with Sam about college football. His laid-back demeanor a stark contrast to the brooding SEAL stereotypes from movies. If Ferguson hadn't mentioned his background, she'd never have guessed except maybe for the sleeve tattoo, which half the Navy seemed to have these days. It was unsettling to think this easygoing guy, along with every other former operator on the plane, could probably take her down without breaking a sweat. Faye gestured toward the building. This is your quarters. Drop your gear, and I'll show you the gym, mess hall, HQ, and tactical ops center. You'll get CAC cards for the talks soon after you settle in. Major Yang will brief you on operations and security." As they walked, Katie noticed a group of Taiwanese soldiers laughing near the grills, the smell of charcoal in the air. For a moment, the tension of the mission faded, until she remembered why they were really here. "Welcome to the Sea Dragon's headquarters," Kanza announced, stepping aside to let Katie enter first. She'd braced herself for a no-frills military setup, but the space surprised her. A spacious common area with a compact kitchenette and even a pool table down the hall. F.A. pointed toward the sleeping quarters. "2 to a room, showers at the end. Take 5 minutes to settle in," he said before excusing himself. Sam turned to Lori Tenko, the CIA's senior female officer. "I'll bunk with Ryan if you want your own space." Lori shrugged. "I wouldn't say no to privacy, but Ryan's leading this circus." "Your call, Commander?" Katie blinked. She hadn't considered rank just yet, more like a group of specialists thrown together. Still, the title landed on her shoulders. "I'm easy," she said with a grin. "Though if there's a bunk bed, I call bottom. No bunks, as it turned out." Sam claimed the first bed in their shared room, while Katie dumped her gear on the other, her briefcase thudding onto the desk. Across the hall, Lori settled into her own quarters, and the men paired off, Kanza strategically rooming with Ted. Regrouping outside, they followed F.A. past a volleyball court, the chow hall and gym nondescript clones of the surrounding buildings. "The general wants to meet just the Navy team first," F.A. explained. Ted James, CIA lead, smirked. "We'll scout the mess hall while you handle Navy business." Drewski flashed his trademark smirk. "Yeah, because schmoozing with a Sea Dragon general sounds like a blast." With a wink and a mock salute, he trailed Ted and the other intelligence officers out the door. Inside the next building, a U.S. naval officer stood waiting, hands clasped behind his back. "Commander Ryan," he extended a hand. "Hank Endicott, Admiral Urban's aide." "Call me Hank." "Katie," she replied, introducing Kanza and Pettigrew. Endicott shook their hands briskly. Admiral Urban flew in from the Reagan for 2 things: to sync intel efforts and hear anything you've got that affects our ops. Katie stiffened. "Wait, the Admiral's here? On Penghu?" "Yep, and so's General Wu Akemi, Rock 101 Hort Commander." Her stomach dropped. "We weren't prepped for this." "No briefing ready." Endicott waved her off. "Relax. He just wants to size up how you'll fit into the mission." His tone was light, but the unspoken weight of expectations hung in the air. The tension in Washington was palpable, though the specifics remained classified above her clearance level. "I'd be happy to update the Admiral," Commander Ryan offered, catching Kanza's relieved smirk. Clearly he wasn't volunteering for this one. "It's not a full intel package, but I'll cover what I've got." Endicott nodded, leading them down a dimly lit corridor. "General Wu's team set up a skiff for us right this way." The secure room had the familiar electronics bins, but today they walked straight past them. As the heavy door swung open, Rear Admiral Urban looked up from his conversation with the Taiwanese general. The Admiral had that effortless charisma, sharp features, salt and pepper hair, and a smile that reminded her of a late-night TV host. His titles alone were exhausting. Task Force 70 Commander, Strike Group 5 Lead, and even pulling double duty as Air Wing Commander for the Reagan. How he juggled it all, she couldn't fathom, probably by leaning on people like Endicott, whose surface warfare insignia stood out among the usual aviator wings. Smart move given the destroyers and cruisers orbiting that carrier. Commander Ryan, Urban said, rising with a firm handshake that only amplified her nerves. "We've heard good things." She forced a smile and took a seat while Bubba hesitated near the door. "Stay," the Admiral insisted. "This is a team effort." General Wu greeted them with polished English, his accent hinting at time abroad, London or Sydney maybe. "The 101st Sea Dragons are at your disposal," he said warmly. "Major Yang, our Penghu lead, will connect with you later. Consider us your allies in every sense." Urban leaned forward. Your Task Force 25 has a busy dance card out here, he said, though she suspected he knew the designation perfectly well. But my focus is simpler, protecting U.S. interests and the men and women on the front lines. Ryan nodded. Sir, if I may, why is the Reagan Battle Group extending its deployment? And why bring in the Nimitz and Air Wing 2 now? The briefings mention Chinese activity in the South China Sea, but the intel feels thin. The Admiral's expression darkened slightly, and she caught Endicott shifting uncomfortably. Something wasn't being said, and that worried her more than the official lie. The tension in the room was palpable as Commander Ryan stood before the assembled officers. We're monitoring the Chinese fleet with extreme caution, Admiral, she began, meeting his steady gaze across the table. General Wu's piercing stare added to the weight of the moment. Frankly, their recent radio silence is more unsettling than their usual posturing. She exhaled slowly, choosing her words carefully. Our mission here is to enhance your intelligence capabilities, to provide real-time analysis, and help prevent any destabilizing actions within the 7th Fleet's area of responsibility. But the truth was, she wasn't entirely sure what the real mission was. The orders had come down so fast that even now she was still piecing together what Admiral Kohler, or for that matter, Director Foley, actually expected from her. All she could do was echo the Admiral's own concerns back to him, hoping it sounded convincing. Behind the official briefing, though, lurked darker possibilities. The latest classified intel suggested Minister Qin might defect just as China prepared to move on Taiwan. If true, both men in this room needed to know, but revealing unconfirmed intel could spark panic. Admiral, the reality is, something is happening in mainland China, she admitted. We don't have all the pieces yet, but if our suspicions are correct, the quiet you're seeing might be deliberate. A prelude to something far worse. General Wu cut straight to the point. Commander, is Operation Sea Serpent just a distraction? Are they preparing to invade Taiwan? His hands rested calmly on the table, but his eyes burned with urgency. She hesitated, sharing her fears. Not even confirmed intel, just a gut feeling could set off a chain reaction. Right now, we only have circumstantial indicators, she admitted. No hard proof, but the fact that the Pentagon is repositioning the Reagan, the Nimitz, and even pulling the Jason Dunham from CENTCOM suggests someone is taking this seriously. Rear Admiral Urban leaned in. You've got credibility after the Belgorod incident. People listen to you now. She almost laughed. Sure, her stock had risen. But that didn't mean she had all the answers. I'm an analyst, not some all-knowing oracle. All I can promise is full transparency as we gather intel, she said firmly. Our job is to determine whether Sea Serpent is a drill or the first move in something bigger. The Admiral gave a slow nod. Guess that's why you brought half of Langley with you. He rested his elbows on the table, eyes locked onto hers. The unspoken question hung in the air. How bad is this really going to get? The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on her shoulders. Young sailors from across the nation depended on her judgment. I need you to equip me with everything necessary to make those calls, she said firmly. The Admiral studied her for a moment before leaning back in his chair. I'm returning to the Reagan this afternoon, but Commander Endicott will stay behind to observe your operations. That acceptable to you? For a split second, she thought he was referring to Endicott, not her. Absolutely, sir, she replied, forcing a steady tone despite the dryness in her throat. Her mind raced. She needed to coordinate with Captain Ferguson immediately about what observing operations actually entailed. Before she could dwell on it, General Wu cut in, as if sensing her thoughts. Sergeant Cheng is waiting to escort you to the communications center near the Tactical Operations Hub. Admiral Urban rose, his expression unreadable. Good luck, Ryan. The fleet's counting on you. As she stood, she caught Commander Endicott's icy stare, arms crossed, jaw tight. Clearly, being stranded on Penghu while tensions escalated wasn't his idea of a good time. Outside, a platoon in black workout gear drilled under the morning sun. "Bubba," she said, turning to her team. "Round up Ted James and meet us at the tuck." He saluted sharply before jogging off. Kanza's grim expression mirrored her own. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" he muttered. She didn't need to answer. The urgency in his voice said it all. They needed intel on the Chin situation, and fast. Meanwhile, aboard the USS Jason Dunham, Lieutenant Commander Mitchell Horillo relished the chaos. Overseeing combat systems on a guided missile destroyer was no small task, but he thrived under pressure. If the equipment failed, lives were on the line, and he wasn't about to let that happen. The Navy paid him well, but sometimes the job threw surprises, like their sudden redeployment from the Middle East to the Pacific. 45 days left in their tour, and now they were steaming toward the South China Sea under vague orders. The skipper's shrug, "We'll figure it out when we get there," wasn't exactly reassuring. Horillo smirked, imagining President Ryan pushing toy ships across a map like some high-stakes board game. "Teo, check track, 82342. A voice called out, snapping him back to reality. The mission waited for no one for the past hour. An unidentified vessel had been shadowing them at a distance of 5 nautical miles, maintaining a parallel course until now. The blip on the radar suddenly changed direction, angling sharply toward their position. Horillo, serving as the tactical action officer, felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. With the captain asleep below deck, he was the one calling the shots in combat, overseeing weapons, sensors, and the ship's tactical readiness. His eyes flicked to the large screen display dominating the front of the Combat Information Center. The glowing grid showed a chaotic web of contacts, merchant ships, tankers, fishing boats, all crammed into the narrow Malacca Strait, the bustling maritime highway connecting the Pacific and Indian Oceans. But Horillo wasn't worried about the usual traffic. His gut tightened as he focused on track 82342, an unknown contact closing fast. The Malacca Strait had once been notorious for piracy, and though international patrols had cracked down, new threats had emerged. Terrorist groups, inspired by the Houthis' tactics, had started disguising attacks as pirate raids. The Dunham's crew knew the drill. They'd faced drone strikes in the Red Sea. But this was different. Nightfall turned the ocean into a shadowy chessboard, and every move carried risk. The radar data confirmed his unease. The contact wasn't just approaching, it was on a direct intercept. A zero-bearing rate meant only one thing. If neither ship altered course, they'd collide. The Dunham's advanced ANSPS-67 and SPY-1D radars painted a precise picture. This wasn't some slow-moving freighter. It was nimble, deliberate. Horillo clenched his jaw. Rules of engagement demanded restraint, but instinct screamed at him to act. One wrong call, and the Dunham's flawless safety record would vanish beneath the waves. The Mk-99 targeting system locked onto an unidentified vessel barreling toward them at 28 knots, now just 9,000 yards away, with a closest point of approach reading 0. Horillo keyed his headset mic, his voice crisp over the ship's comms. "Bridge, combat. We've got an unknown contact designated track 82342, bearing 217 degrees, range 9,000 yards. It's on a direct collision course." His alert pinged through to Lieutenant Sarah Cullinan, the officer of the deck, who responded with practiced calm. "Combat bridge copy? Any electronic signatures?" Horillo glanced toward the dim glow of the electronic warfare station, where ET-2 Merriweather hunched over the SLQ-32 console. The system, nicknamed Slick 32, could sniff out radar pings from anything floating or flying. Friend or foe? "Merriweather, anything juicy on 82342? The reply came fast. "Just civilian nav radar, sir. Nothing military." Horillo relayed the intel. "Bridge, combat, only picking up commercial signals. recommend hailing them, see what they're playing at. Cullinan confirmed the junior officer was already on it, but Horillo wasn't taking chances. He barked orders to the surface team, cover track 82342 with guns, and prep the Mark 38. The 25mm chain gun could shred a target in seconds, but if things went south, the ship's 5-inch deck gun would turn the mystery vessel into driftwood. Pirates sometimes got bold in low visibility, mistaking warships for easy prey. A radio call announcing the Dunham as a U.S. Navy destroyer usually sent them scrambling, but if this contact kept coming, it wouldn't end well for them. Inside combat, the usual banter had evaporated. The space buried deep in the superstructure and lit only by the eerie glow of screens, hummed with tension. Sailors who'd been joking moments ago now moved with sharp precision. No windows, no distractions, just data, decisions, and the weight of what might come next. The compartment was dead silent except for the steady hum of the air conditioning, cranked so high that even in their jackets, the crew shivered. Over Net 15, Lieutenant Cullinan's voice cut through the tension. "Combat bridge? We've hailed track 82342 5 times. No response." Horillo barely glanced up from his monitor, where the inbound context data flashed ominously. "Bridge, combat, keep trying," he replied, his eyes locked on the numbers. "Range, 6,800 yards, closure rate, 1,215. 2 yards per minute. Closest point of approach, CPA, less than 5 yards. Time to CPA. 5 minutes, 32 seconds. 5 minutes wasn't much time to react. The captain's standing orders were clear. Any vessel closing within 3,000 yards required immediate action. With track 82342 set to breach that threshold in under 3 minutes, the OOD didn't hesitate. "Helm, reduce speed from 17 to 10 knots, he ordered. The ship's deceleration was subtle but unmistakable. A deliberate move to buy time and test intentions. If the other vessel was just some reckless skipper with no radio discipline, the gap would let them pass safely. But if they adjusted course to maintain intercept, well, that would tell them everything they needed to know. Horillo watched the CPA numbers climb, then stall, before creeping back towards 0. "There's our answer." "RCS, interrogate track 82342, he snapped. The watchstander at the Mk-20 electro-optic sighting system console didn't waste a second, feeding high-res thermal imagery onto the auxiliary screen. "God, I love this thing," Horillo muttered as the grainy outline of a modified fishing boat materialized 30 to 40 feet long, at least 4 figures on deck, the pilot house obscuring the stern. He grabbed the handset. "Captain," the skipper answered briskly. "Sir Dow, we've got a situation. Request you in combat. Track 82342? Kreutz's voice was calm, likely already watching the mirrored feed in his stateroom. "Affirmative. No response to hails, and they're holding intercept course on my way." Horillo relayed the update to the OOD, then turned as Lieutenant Higgins chimed in. "Tau, surface, Mark 48's tracking, guns are locked on. 3-round Keat salvo prepped and loaded. Very well." Horillo exhaled, watching their speed stabilize at 10 knots. The Keat rounds were the Navy's answer to a close-quarters nightmare, each shell packed with thousands of tungsten pellets, turning their 5-inch gun into a lethal scattergun. Not exactly precision work, but at this range, it didn't need to be. If the Mark 48 machine gun failed to neutralize the threat, the Keat round would leave no doubt. XO entering combat, a crew member announced as Lieutenant Commander Karen Cook, the ship's fiery executive officer, strode through the portside hatch. With quick, purposeful steps, she moved between the tactical action officer's station and the captain's console at the heart of the Combat Information Center. Arms crossed, she scrutinized the array of screens lining the forward bulkhead, shifting from the EOS E-feed to the tactical plot. Horillo didn't need to guess her focus. She was weighing their navigation options, just as he and the officer of the deck had moments earlier. The USS Dunham cruised at 10 knots on a 140-degree heading in Sector 4 Undan, threading the narrow strait between Malaysia's northern coast and Indonesia's southern islands. Eastbound ships hugged the southern lane, while westbound traffic flowed north. Ahead, an oil tanker loomed at 9,000 yards, pulling away, while a merchant vessel trailed at 12,000 yards, closing fast. There was space to maneuver, but not enough for reckless course changes. At this sluggish pace, they risked being overtaken, something Horillo refused to let happen mid-engagement with a potential hostile. "Did you alert the captain?" Cook asked sharply. "Affirmative. He's en route," Horillo replied. "Good." She adjusted her headset. "Bridge, CDO, any response from vessel 82342? "Negative, ma'am," the bridge replied. "We've tried VHF 61, 88, and 84. No luck." Horillo caught her unspoken command before she voiced it. "Activate the LRAD?" he asked, kicking himself for not ordering it sooner. She gave a curt nod, and he relayed the directive. The long-range acoustic device, a post-USS Cole edition, functioned like a sonic cannon capable of blasting warnings at 160 decibels up to 2 miles away. It was their last-ditch effort to communicate before resorting to force guns, and the Mark 48 are locked on 82342, Horillo added preemptively. "Bridge, increase speed to 25 knots," Cook ordered. "Engage LRAD with standard hailing protocol. Demand they alter course and maintain a 2-mile buffer." As the UDI acknowledged, she turned to leave. "TAO, hold the fort till the captain arrives. Keep us safe, understood," Horillo said, adrenaline surging. Protocol dictated the CO and XO never occupy the same space during combat. If the captain took CIC, Cook would command from the bridge. A grim but necessary precaution. One well-placed hit couldn't decapitate the chain of command. Outside, the LRAD's piercing tone cut through the humid air. A final warning before the storm captain. Jeffrey Kreutz stood out as the finest commanding officer Horillo had ever served with. No small praise, considering his past captains had been exceptional leaders in their own right. What set Kreutz apart was his selfless dedication to the ship and crew, never letting personal ambition cloud his judgment. A rare quality among senior officers. Unlike micromanagers who suffocated initiative, Kreutz empowered his team, trusting their expertise. That trust was evident now as Horillo, acting as tactical action officer, made critical calls without second-guessing. Even if hindsight proved a decision wrong, Kreutz would stand by him. "Tripwire alert, track 82342 closing within 4,000 yards, the surface coordinator reported. Horillo didn't hesitate. "Surface mark, track 82342 as suspected hostile." The icon on the display flickered, shifting from a neutral square to a threatening diamond. "Bridge, combat status update?" Horillo demanded over the comms, his eyes locked on the EOSS feed. The approaching vessel's crew shielded their ears, but their course remained unwavering. "Combat. Bridge, LRAD at full blast, no response from target." Cullinan responded. "Keep it maxed. They're not here for a friendly chat," Horillo shot back. Then the captain strode into sick. "Bring me up to speed, Tao," Kreutz said, stepping beside him. But before Horillo could answer, the EOS's feed flared white. A rocket launcher on the hostile vessel had locked onto them. The screen flashed again as the missile streaked toward the Dunham. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, John Clark towered off on the deck of the Lady Elizabeth, a sleek Lamberti 80 yacht anchored near the Donfanu Thila dive site. The night dive had been part of their cover, but Clark couldn't deny the unexpected pleasure of it. As a former SEAL, he usually saw the ocean as a battlefield or an escape route, not a place to admire coral reefs. Yet here, under the Maldivian stars, the warm waters teemed with life, and for a brief moment, he'd let himself enjoy it. Behind him, Ding Chavez hauled himself onto the swim platform, shaking off seawater. Next time, remind me to check for sharks before we jump in, Ding muttered, eyeing the dark water. Clark smirked, pouring fresh water over his head. Relax. If anything was gonna eat you, it'd have happened by now. Their theatrical chatter about the dive was just that, theater. The real mission loomed, and with Chinese intelligence likely monitoring every transmission, even idle conversation had to sell their cover. Clark glanced at the horizon. The game was on, and the stakes couldn't be higher. One more dive? He asked casually, though both knew the real action was about to begin. I'm in, Ding replied with enthusiasm. Wu adjusted his sunglasses, his British accent thick as he added, "We've got 4 extra tanks holding 3,000 pounds of compressed air. Might as well use them." Lee Hiyori, her American accent flawless, leaned against the railing. "Let's keep it shallow tonight. We're skirting the reef tables, and I want to save my energy for diving with the manta rays tomorrow." "Sounds like a plan," Clark agreed. "We'll hit the shallow reef near Landa Giravaru, drop anchor, and crash for the night. Breakfast at the Four Seasons when we wake up." "Now that's living," Wu chuckled. Clark climbed the polished teak steps to the flybridge, taking the helm of the sleek Lamberti 80. Up here, the view was unobstructed. No curious satellites or drones peeking through the bimini top. He slipped on a pair of cutting-edge X-27 night vision goggles, and the world outside sharpened into vivid daylight-like clarity. The ocean stretched empty around them, their yacht the only vessel on the water this far from Landa Giravaru. The distant glow of the island, just under 7 miles away, shimmered faintly in the goggles, almost surreal against the dark horizon. Clark turned the key and the twin Volvo Penta D12 engines roared to life. He nudged the throttles forward, feeling the yacht respond smoothly as Lee Hiyori worked the electric winch, hauling up the anchor. Once it was secure, she moved aft along the gunwale, exchanging a silent nod with Clark. With the anchor stowed, he pushed the throttles further, and the Lamberti surged ahead. Tossing the NVGs onto the seat behind him, he steered toward the distant lights of the island. Down below, Ding and Hiyori would be prepping their gear, weapons, and equipment packed into sleek, waterproof bags, ready to be discreetly lowered into the water along the anchor line. To any prying eyes, they just looked like divers gearing up for a night swim. "Hey, man," Daniel Wu called from behind, handing Clark a chilled bottle of water. Clark took it with a grin, playing along with the charade of their guys' trip, the ultimate dive vacation. Wu settled into the co-captain's chair beside him, effortlessly slipping into his cover identity, spinning tales about his fake job, wife, and kids. Clark matched his banter, impressed Wu, was a natural even with limited experience under a non-official cover. Whether or not Chinese signals tech was listening, this was perfect rehearsal for what came next. As they talked, the yacht sliced through the calm waves. Clark checked his watch, easing back on the throttles to maintain 17 knots. A glance at the Marine GPS confirmed they were running a minute or two ahead of schedule. Precision was everything tonight. No electronic comms between his team and Bauer Adams and Toussaint. Already on the island preparing their part of the mission, the Chinese security presence at the Four Seasons would be heavy, a mix of Qin family bodyguards and MSS operatives. Any intercepted signal would blow their only real advantage, surprise, and without that, rescuing Mrs. Qin and her daughters would be near impossible. Clark relished the rare chance to take the helm of the sleek Lamberti yacht, the salt spray misting his face as he exchanged easy banter with Wu during their short cruise to the next location. The realization that he was savoring these small pleasures more than the mission itself struck him as significant, maybe even a sign. Could this be the universe telling him it was time to hang up his gear for good? He smirked at the thought, adjusting the throttles as they neared the dive coordinates. Up at the bow, Hiyori secured the anchor, and Clark caught sight of the dull gray duffels strapped to the chain just before it plunged into the dark water. With practiced ease, he shifted into reverse, letting the chain pay out before killing the engines and tucking the key into his wetsuit. The Four Seasons resort glowed in the distance, its pier stretching into the sea like a lit runway. To the left, the private bungalows shimmered, each with its own plunge pool, where Chin Saiji and her daughters were likely asleep. Just beyond, the dive center sat quietly, hopefully already prepped by Bauer and the team for their exit. A quick swim to shore, and they'd be home free. What could go wrong? One last dive? Clark asked, though he already knew Wu's answer. Absolutely, Wu replied, but the tension in his jaw betrayed his casual tone. Gearing up was second nature, tanks strapped, masks secured, fins in hand, and within minutes they slipped into the warm ocean one by one. Clark led the descent, following the anchor line down to the seabed, where their gear waited in those nondescript gray bags. Swapping his standard mask for the military-grade night vision model, he clipped his light to the chain, letting it sway with the boat's motion to mimic recreational divers exploring the reef. The rifle snug against his chest, he checked his wrist-mounted nav computer and pushed off, his team falling into formation behind him. The ocean floor shifted beneath them, reef giving way to coral, then smooth sand as they closed in on the resort. Timing was everything. They surfaced just beyond the surf line, hidden in the shadows of the palm trees, the beach deserted under the late-night sky. Better to wait here, unseen, than risk an early arrival on shore. The real work was about to begin. Clark locked eyes with his team through the ghostly green glow of their night vision goggles, raising 3 gloved fingers in silent command. 3 minutes. That's all. They'd wait. His squad responded with quick nods, their bodies swaying slightly in the shallow surf as the tide tugged at their wetsuits like an impatient child. The moment the countdown ended, Clark kicked forward, his fins cutting through the water until he could plant one knee on the sandy bottom. He inched upward, letting only the crown of his head and the edge of his mask breach the surface. The beach stretched empty before him. Not a soul in sight, no lovers stealing a midnight stroll, no drunk tourists stumbling back to their cabanas. Even the long wooden pier stood deserted, its planks creaking faintly in the salt breeze. His gaze settled on the 4th cabana from the eastern end, its windows dark except for a single dim bulb glowing over the pool deck. Perfect. The Chin family was down for the count. Dropping back beneath the waves, Clark signaled the all-clear, and within seconds, his team shed their dive gear with practiced efficiency. Rifles snapped up into ready positions as they formed a tight diamond, moving like shadows across the wet sand. Palm trees loomed ahead, their fronds whispering secrets as the team melted into the darkness. Clark crouched low, his eyes sweeping the perimeter while his fingers tapped impatiently against his thigh. He desperately wanted to check in with Bauer's team, but the dead silence in his earpiece was either a blessing or a curse. No news could mean everything was smooth or that things had gone catastrophically sideways. A glance at his watch sent a jolt through him. Adams was 2 minutes out from the cabana's door. Time to move. Clark twisted his hand in a sharp circle, and the team pivoted west, hugging the tree line like ghosts. Half a world away inside the Combat Information Center of the USS Jason Dunham, Lieutenant Horillo finally had his answer. The missile streaking toward them erased any doubt Track 82342 wasn't some lost fishing boat or confused merchant vessel. This was a threat, plain and simple rules of engagement. Now they were just paperwork, Captain Horillo said, voice tight. I'm putting a 5-inch round through their hull. Commander Kreutz didn't hesitate. Light them up. The deck shuddered as the Mark 45 gun roared, sending a kinetic energy round screaming toward the enemy. But before anyone could breathe, the air warfare officer barked a warning. Second missile inbound. Sea-Jubs is locked on. The Phalanx system whirred to life, its 6 barrels spinning like a demonic carnival ride. Designed to shred anything stupid enough to get close, it spat tungsten rounds at a rate that could turn a car into confetti in seconds. Somewhere on that terrorist boat, somebody was about to have a very bad day. The CIBDU U.S. system's advanced radar and targeting computers handled the threat with ruthless efficiency. Inside the Combat Information Center's soundproofed walls, Lieutenant Horillo couldn't hear the iconic brrrt of the phalanx system unleashing its deadly hail of tungsten rounds, but the radar display showed the incoming terrorist missile disintegrating into harmless fragments. Tau, Air Track 82351 eliminated, reported the air defense officer crisply. Before anyone could exhale, the external camera feed showed their Kiet projectile turned the attacking speedboat into Swiss cheese. 10,000 supervelocity pellets shredding everything above the waterline. Tau, surface, direct hit on track 82342. Assessing damage visually, called out the surface warfare specialist. Horillo's pulse hammered against his ribs as the second missile streaked toward the USS Dunham. The phalanx was a technological marvel, but even machines had limits. For 3 agonizing heartbeats, the entire CIC crew watched their fate play out on glowing screens until the air defense officer barked, "Track 82352 destroyed. Hell yeah, R2-D2. The tension shattered as the team erupted in relieved laughter, using their favorite Star Wars nickname for the Seubs. Commander Kreutz clapped Horillo on the shoulder. Solid work, Mitch. Anything else lurking out there? Horillo shook his head, though his gut told him the Malacca Strait might not be done with them yet. When he suggested Condition Zebra, Kreutz just chuckled. After what our 5-inch gun just did, any other jihadis with a death wish just got a front row seat to their buddies' bad life choices. The captain's casual confidence almost masked the unspoken truth. Fanatics didn't always think rationally. As Kreutz ambled off to his cabin like a man heading for a Sunday brunch rather than a post-combat debrief, Horillo marveled at his CO's ice-water composure. Meanwhile, his own nerves still buzzed like a downed power line. The surface team's final report. No survivors, vessel sinking should have been closure, but Horillo found himself staring at the radar repeater, half expecting another blip to materialize. When the bridge asked about Condition Zebra again, he almost wished he'd pushed harder. Some threats didn't believe in fair fights. The bridge crew adjusted their speed to 17 knots as combat acknowledged the order. Should we keep the Mark 48 crewed? She asked, referencing the 25mm machine gun mounted on the bridge. Though they hadn't needed it this time, it remained their least aggressive option. The commanding officer responded without hesitation. Keep both the Mark 48 and the LRAD active until the next watch. We'll review with the CDO at shift change. The OOD confirmed the directive, his voice steady despite the lingering tension in his shoulders. This marked the second terrorist attack on the USS Jason Dunham in recent months. Unlike their prepared response in the Red Sea, tonight's ambush had caught them off guard. Yet the crew had reacted with precision, proving their training under pressure. If the ship were a football team, tonight's watch had executed like seasoned starters stepping into sudden overtime. Pride swelled in his chest as he commended combat for their flawless performance. Beyond Singapore, the South China Sea loomed with unknowns, but Lieutenant Horillo had no doubt whatever mission awaited the Dunham's crew would meet it head-on. Meanwhile, at the Four Seasons Resort on Landa Giravaru, Charlotte Charlie Adams checked her watch, her jaw tight. Timing was critical. No room for error, no tolerance for dead weight. Though not a frontline operator, her SAS training and Middle East deployments had honed her for moments like this. Tonight, however, might demand more than planning. She might have to pull the trigger. A tactical breath steadied her nerves. Showtime. Pushing the room service cart, she embraced her disguise, an exhausted attendant masking the Wilson Combat AR-9 hidden beneath the tray. The cart's rattling wheels were no accident. Her visible approach would draw eyes away from Henry and Wilhelm's silent advance toward Cabana 5, where Defense Minister Qin Kaiji's family slept under the watch of a Chinese security team. Earlier reconnaissance by Wilhelm, posing as a guest, had identified the four-man detail in Cabana 3, likely operating as a surveillance hub. Henri's cover as a French architect had yielded little intel on additional PLA or MSS operatives. Tonight's success hinged on misdirection and nerve. Charlie's grip tightened on the cart. Let's see if they're as sharp as they think they are. The night was thick with tension, the kind where every shadow could hide a threat. As she pushed her squeaky cart along the pebble path, the lights in Cabana 3 flickered to life, just as she'd predicted. The door swung open, revealing a man in a sharp black suit despite the late hour. His English was crisp, polished, but his hand hovered near his belt, fingers brushing the edge of his jacket. "May I help you?" he asked, his tone more demand than question. She forced a polite smile, her own fingers drifting beneath the cart's tray, finding the familiar grip of her AR-9. "Just delivering room service, sir. Apologies for the noise." His eyes narrowed. "Which unit?" She pretended to check the order slip, buying herself a second. The moment stretched too long. Then a muffled thump echoed from down the path, suppressed gunfire. The man spun toward the sound, his hand diving into his coat. Too late. She yanked her pistol free, sighted, and fired. The suppressor swallowed most of the noise, but the bullet didn't miss. He crumpled into the shrubs just as the night erupted in chaos. Gunfire shattered the resort's illusion of peace, muzzle flashes lighting up Cabana 5 like a strobe. So much for subtlety. Ducking into the bushes, she braced herself. Any second now, more guards would spill out, guns blazing. She tightened her grip on the machine pistol. If they came, she'd drop them before they knew what hit them. But where the hell was Clark? Halfway across the resort, Clark cursed under his breath as gunfire split the air. The mission had just gone sideways. He signaled his team forward, keeping low, moving fast. The Chinese security detail would have night vision. Thermal. No room for mistakes. Then Toussaint's voice crackled in his earpiece, rough and urgent, speaking in flawless Arabic. "Kamsat Wadi?" 5 clear. Not that it mattered now. The quiet was gone and the only way out was through. The tension was palpable as Charlie Adams switched to Arabic, her voice steady. "Sabea. Athnan fi al-Mabna Sifra," she warned, confirming 2 armed hostiles still inside the building, separating them from the Chin family's safe house. Clark acknowledged with a quick shukran before dropping to one knee beside the cabana's wooden steps, his tactical rifle sweeping the deck. The team moved like shadows, Ding, Wu, and Hiyori taking flanking positions as Clark advanced. A shadow shifted behind the glass slider, revealing a gunman with a compact submachine pistol. Clark's laser sight found its mark in an instant, and the muffled shot dropped the man before he could react. Almost simultaneously, Ding's rifle barked, sending another attacker sprawling. "Clear the house with Ding," Clark murmured to Wu. Radio muted. "Hiyori, stick with me." Boots sinking into the soft sand, Clark led Hiyori toward the target building, where a sudden glow from the master bedroom window caught his attention. A silhouette moved inside. Security or one of the terrified Chin twins. He signaled Hiyori to flank the sliders, then crouched low, senses sharp. The faint click of a light switch behind him. Children's room. Damn it, who did I just see? With practiced precision, Clark pulled a laser device from his kit, scorching the lock until it gave way with a metallic snap. The door slid open, revealing a dark figure near the master bedroom. One shot, and the man crumpled. Then voices, Kin Kaiji's frightened call, her daughter's panicked cry. "You're safe," Hiyori commanded in Mandarin, his tone brooking no argument. Clark dragged the body out of sight just as Charlie slipped in through the front, her weapon vanishing beneath her apron. The bedroom door cracked open, a single wary eye meeting Clark's. He lowered his rifle, flipping up his night vision goggles. "Kin Kaiji," he said in English, voice calm but urgent. "Your husband sent us. You're in danger. The door swung wider, revealing a petite woman with unshaken resolve. "Hayu said you might come," she replied, her British accented English precise. "We have a code, something only he would know." Clark nodded, understanding. "My wife and I have the same," her chin lifted slightly. "Last time we spoke, he signaled help was coming. The unspoken trust in her eyes told him everything they were running out of time. Are you the one?" Clark appreciated her directness, wishing his expression could convey what words couldn't. "I never met your husband, Chin Saiji," he admitted, "but I'm here as a friend. My mission is to get you out, but more than that, to keep you and your daughters, Daidi and Baye, safe. That's the promise I made to him." Her shoulders sagged as she searched his face. "Is he gone? Not yet?" Clark cut in. "He's still in China, and we're working on extraction. Right now we need to move. Leave everything, just grab the girls and come with us." She hesitated, fingers tightening around the edge of her sleeve. "Kaiji, I won't lie, reuniting you with Hayu isn't guaranteed, but I swear we'll do everything to honor our word to him. Now, call your daughters." A beat passed before she nodded sharply. "Daidi Baye?" she shouted, her voice slicing through the tension. The girls burst from the adjacent room, eyes wide at the strangers invading their tropical getaway. They clung to their mother, small hands fisting in her shirt as Charlie swept through the suite, clearing their path. Then they were moving, Clark leading the charge, Charlie shepherding the family, Hiyori covering their retreat. No ambush awaited them as they bolted across the moonlit beach toward the dive shop, where the growl of an engine signaled Wilhelm and Henri had already prepped their escape. Clark hit the pier's edge beside Hiyori, scanning for threats as Charlie bundled the family onto the waiting boat. Headlights flared behind the shop, revealing a golf cart packed with security. 3 looked like underpaid resort staff, but the 4th, a broad-shouldered Asian man, moved like a predator, rifle in hand. Hiyori dropped him with 2 precise shots. "Take out the rest," Hiyori asked, tone mirroring Clark's own calculation. "Only if they force us." Clark fired 3 rounds into the sand beside the cart. The remaining guards scattered like startled birds. "Time to go," Clark muttered, jerking his chin toward the boat. Wu had the helm, the dive boat's lines already loose. Clark vaulted aboard as they accelerated into the darkness, the resort shrinking behind them. The plan was simple: rendezvous with the yacht, ditch the dive boat, and make for the Indian Navy's waiting patrol ship. Luck, not skill, would decide their fate tonight. A shaky exhale escaped him as he turned. Jin's wife sat sandwiched between her daughters on a bench, their thin nightgowns no match for the ocean spray. The girls trembled, silent tears cutting tracks down their cheeks. Henry Clark called to the Frenchman, who looked like he'd stepped out of a wartime propaganda poster, black gear, knit cap, submachine guns strapped to his chest. "See if there's anything to keep them warm." "Oui, monsieur." Henri disappeared forward as one of the girls whispered something in Mandarin. Chin Saiji smoothed her hair, answering in careful English. "We'll be okay." The words hung in the salt-tinged air, a fragile hope against the roar of the engine. "Be tough, like your dad," she whispered. The roar of the boat's engines nearly drowned her out as Clark turned to Chin Saiji. "She's upset about leaving her doll behind it," was from her father, Kaiji explained. Charlie, sitting across from them, suddenly stood and pulled out 2 identical dolls from her uniform. Clark grinned at her, quick thinking. "I noticed the matching ones in their room and figured they might need them," she said with a shrug. Kaiji's composure cracked, then tears spilling as she clutched her children close. "It'll be okay," Clark reassured her, resting a hand on her shoulder. "We're doing everything we can to reunite your family." She nodded weakly, and he added, "You're safe now," before moving to the stern. He adjusted his night vision goggles, scanning the dark water behind them. The threat was real. If Chinese forces had an undetected ship nearby, their escape to the waiting Indian frigate was far from guaranteed. Meanwhile, on Highway 201 southbound near Suogang Village, Katie leaned back in the Humvee, the sun warm on her face as the coastal breeze swept through the open cabin. The day's tour had been eye-opening. Penghu wasn't just an island, but a strategic web of defenses. The Sea Dragon's base on Magong's southern tip was just one piece of the puzzle. They'd crisscross the island chain from Beisha's missile compounds to Shiyu's narrow weapon-lined shores. Everywhere, the contrast was jarring. Sleepy fishing villages nestled beside missile batteries primed for war. Kanza broke the hum of the engine. "Not what you pictured?" She glanced over as they passed Jigang Road, the turnoff to Swogang's charming storefronts and docks. "On paper, it's one thing," she admitted. "But seeing families bike past anti-ship launchers, that's surreal." He chuckled darkly. "Welcome to life on the front lines." She exhaled, recalling Jiayu's gun emplacements. Those coastal batteries, straight out of a history book. I almost thought they were relics until I saw the fresh tracks in the sand. Kanza's expression turned grim. "Oh, they're very much active." The islands were a paradox, postcard perfect, yet bristling with enough firepower to make any invader think twice. The old coastal defense guns might seem outdated, but they still packed a punch. "Classic but effective," Kanza remarked, eyeing the massive artillery pieces guarding Magong Harbor's entrance. "Good luck slipping past those without taking serious damage." Katie wasn't convinced. How long could relics like these hold up against China's modern arsenal? Ballistic missiles would wipe them out before an amphibious landing even started. In theory, Kanza admitted with a shrug. But don't underestimate the layered defenses. MIM-23 Hawks, Skybow batteries, Sky Sword interceptors, and Patriot systems backing them up. History and war games both show amphibious assaults fail 80% of the time without air control. China's Air Force outmatches Taiwan's 10-1, Katie countered. Even with U.S. carriers in the mix, air superiority isn't guaranteed. True, Kanza conceded, proximity gives China the edge, but Taiwan's strategy isn't about winning, it's about making invasion too costly. These missile networks can counter jets, ballistic strikes, even hypersonics. Those old guns? China would try to obliterate them, but missile defenses would blunt the first wave. I'm not saying Taiwan could hold forever, but the price for Beijing would be steep. As their truck veered toward the coastal village of Jing'an, the driver, a muscular rock soldier with rolled-up sleeves, caught Katie's eye in the rear view. "Have your ID ready," he said briskly. She fished hers from her uniform pocket while they weaved through staggered concrete barriers, slowing to a crawl. "Do you think Taiwan could stop a full-scale attack alone?" she asked Kanza, aware the driver was listening. "Not a chance," Kanza said bluntly, "but with their defenses, ground forces, and the 101's elite here on Penghu, they'd make it a bloodbath. And with U.S. support?" She handed her ID to a heavily armed guard at the gate. "That changes everything, but complicates it too," Kanza replied as the barrier lowered. "How much is China willing to lose? Can they handle global backlash? And will America stay committed to defending an island most citizens couldn't find on a map?" The rest of the drive passed in silence, the truck circling the airfield's southern edge. Katie kept returning to Kanza's last point. Would President Lee really gamble China's economy and global standing for reunification? Did he have a plan to counter the sanctions, the condemnation? And what about America? Would her father, tested before but never like this, stand firm when the stakes were this high? The threat had never been clearer or more dangerous. Katie gazed westward over the choppy waters, her mind fixed on the looming threat just 75 miles across the strait, President Lee's formidable military machine. President Ryan had shown real backbone, assembling a task force and deploying her team to this strategic outpost. He'd even greenlit covert operatives to infiltrate mainland China in pursuit of Minister Qin while mobilizing the Pacific Fleet to safeguard Taiwan. Her father had always been a man of clear-cut principles, unshakable in his convictions. The idea of Taiwan falling without resistance was unthinkable to him, not just politically, but morally. The Humvee jolted to a halt, and she stepped out, stretching her stiff limbs after the bone-rattling ride. With a quick thanks to the driver, she agreed to meet Kanza and the team in the conference room after a quick pit stop. When she walked in, Kanza was already there. Hunched over his prosthetic leg, fine-tuning something with practiced ease, he glanced up as she entered, casually tugging his pant leg back into place. The sleek, high-tech limb always caught her eye. Less medical device, more futuristic gear. Bubba, ever the mind reader, slid a can of dip across the table before Kanza could even ask. Then set up his laptop. A steaming cup of coffee waited for her. "Thanks," she said, taking a sip. The rich, bold flavor hit her instantly. "Damn, that's good. Almost too good to mess with cream." She stood, heading for the coffee station where sugar packets and creamers sat in a haphazard pile. "Where'd you score this?" Kanza smirked. "Brought it myself. It's called Goat Locker." She snorted, adding just a dash of cream. "You're joking. Actual Navy-grade brew?" The name was a nod to the chief's mess, the heart of any ship or base. Bone Frog Coffee, a buddy of mine, ex-SEAL, started the company after he retired. Every bag sold kicks back to SEAL charities. Solid guy. Clutching her mug, she returned to the table. "Bubba, pull up the Penghu Islands map. Full missile grid and military positions on it," Pettigrew said, plugging in his laptop. The screen lit up with a detailed layout of the island chain, each missile site marked in vivid color. "Zoom out. I want Huayu, Wangan, and Simei in the picture too." More red dots bloomed across the southern islands. "Let's run scenarios for an amphibious assault." Kanza leaned in. "Best landing approach is southwest, avoids Taipei's defense grid, and keeps the U.S. carrier group currently up in the Sea of Japan at a distance. This whole network," he gestured at the screen, "designed to make that a nightmare. Wangan and Simei's missile sites complete the kill chain, forcing the PLA to punch through a wall of fire just to reach the beaches. Taiwan's strategy? Total denial, offensive and defensive strikes targeting everything from ships to airfields on the mainland. Their missile web rivals Israel's Iron Dome." Katie nodded, but something else nagged at her. "Yeah, I see the big picture," she said, scanning the map for the answer her gut insisted was there. "But back in the Humvee, you mentioned something? What's their play for handling global backlash after an unprovoked strike?" "That stuck with me," Kanza shrugged. "Simple. Beyond military losses, their biggest vulnerability is economic boycotts. Sanctions, they'd cripple China's supply chain dominance overnight, no matter how entrenched it is." Katie pushed back from the table, restless after hours cooped up in that bone-rattling Humvee. Kanza's theory made sense. Lee would absolutely spin Kin's vanishing act into anti-American propaganda, but something about it felt off. "Think about it," she said. "Pacing, using Taiwan as payback for one missing official. That's like burning down a neighborhood because your mail got lost. The math doesn't add up for international approval." Bubba scratched his stubble. "Yeah, when you put it that way, it's flimsy. I kept waiting for Beijing to drag Taiwan into it, claim they helped us kidnap Qin or something." Katie's fingers traced the map's creases. The truth was hiding in those ink lines. She could feel it. Kanza nudged her. "You mentioned two problems. What's the second?" "Timing," she said. Qin's disappearance was pure luck for Lee. You don't start a war hoping your enemy conveniently hands you an excuse. There's got to be another play, something staged to make China look like the victim. Bubba's eyes lit up. Unless Qin was always meant to disappear, we handed Lee the perfect patsy by helping him defect. "He wasn't defecting," Katie muttered. The map blurred as her mind superimposed battle lines. Chinese destroyers plowing through the strait, missiles arcing toward Taiwanese defenses. The Fengduayas would strike first, crippling naval responses. "Bubba," she snapped, "where's Sea Serpent centered?" "South of Xiamen." He zoomed in on a speck of land near Futu Bay. Amphibious landing zone here west of Penghu. Katie turned to Kanza, a grin tugging at her lips. SEALs love a good infiltration op. If you wanted to hijack a missile battery. Kanza's gaze locked onto the map. Magong and Xiyu too exposed? Bubba's keystrokes wiped those icons clean, leaving only Hujing, Tongpan, and the southern islands. Now we're talking, Kanza said, cracking his knuckles. The game was on. Kanza pushed back from the table and strode toward the large display screen, jabbing a finger at a speck of land southwest of Wangan Island. Huayu Isle? That's where I'd plant my team. It's isolated, barely developed except for missile installations, a tight squad inserted under cover of darkness. Secure comms first, neutralize the battery, execute the false flag, then vanish before dawn. Bubba frowned. Hold up, what false flag? Katie cut in, barely glancing at him. Satellites would catch any movement. Taiwan and the U.S. have eyes everywhere. Not if we come in underwater, Kanza countered. China's got stealth subs for black ops, same as us. So dive teams and a sub waiting offshore? Kanza gave a sharp nod. Bubba leaned forward. Seriously, what's the play here? This time, Kanza locked eyes with him. Imagine this. A covert Chinese team seizes a Feng 3 site, then launches a missile strike on their own ships during Sea Serpent. Instant justification for invasion, with their navy already in position. Bubba's face twisted. You're telling me Lee would sink his own ships? Sacrifice his own men? Absolutely, Katie said, voice like steel. Kanza held up a hand. I'm outlining a tactic, not confirming Lee's plan. Or that it even exists, Bubba muttered. It exists, Katie snapped, and it'll happen on Huayu. We stop it there, unless they spot us and switch locations, Kanza pointed out. Katie squared her shoulders, defiance flashing. Then we move unseen like we did with the Belgorod Ope. The memory sent a jolt through her, that same certainty, that same edge. Kanza sighed. We need proof, not gut feelings. Then let's get proof, Katie shot back, planting her hands on her hips. Round up the team, clocks ticking. Purple Lotus Restaurant, Beijing, China, 0822, local time. The scuff of shoes jolted Lei awake. Heart hammering, she froze on her thin sleeping mat, every muscle taut above her. The cellar's low ceiling, really just the restaurant's floorboards, groaned under shifting weight. Dust sifted down, gritty against her skin. She swiped at her eyes, blinking into the oppressive dark. Did they find us? The footsteps paused, resumed. Just one person. She decided, her watch glowed faintly. 0823, Jaya's late. Time stretched oddly in the cramped space, more burrow than basement, barely a meter tall. She and Chin spent hours flat on their backs, listening to the muffled clatter of walks and chatter from upstairs. A stale sweetness clung to the air, the ghost of spoiled onions and old storage. She exhaled, only then realizing she'd been holding her breath. Probably just Gia bringing breakfast. The restaurant owner had risked everything, smuggling in supplies, even scented candles to mask the cellar's funk. But the kindness didn't ease the gnawing dread. What if this time it's not her? Leia had grown used to the cellar's foul odor, but Chain couldn't stop complaining. His patience was wearing thin. She'd seen it in the way his hands trembled yesterday when he swore he'd leave her behind and march straight to the American embassy alone. She'd scoffed at the idea. You wouldn't last 5 minutes out there, she'd snapped, her voice sharp as the rusted pipes lining their hideout. The truth was, neither of them had anywhere left to run. Her old life gone the moment she'd orchestrated Chin's escape from Liuli Chang, using her fleet of taxis driven by women she'd trained herself. That night they'd been tailed, and Lei had been forced to shoot an agent. Now the Ministry of State Security would tear the city apart looking for them. Bai, the first driver, would already be in custody. Interrogated, maybe worse. Xena might have slipped through, but Bai would crack eventually. Lei clenched her fists, guilt gnawing at her. The girls knew nothing substantial. and that would only make their interrogators angrier. "I'm sorry," she whispered into the darkness, her throat tight. Kin shifted on his thin sleeping roll. "You think that's Jaya up there?" Lay nodded. "We wait for the signal." "Obviously," he muttered. They lay motionless behind their makeshift barricade, onion crates and rice sacks stacked to the ceiling. Every morning at 8, Jia would unlock the cellar, let them stretch, eat, then return before the restaurant opened. But today the footsteps upstairs were too quick, too urgent. Lay's pulse spiked. No knock meant danger. Then, knock, 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 the all clear. Lay let out a shaky breath, relief washing over her. Together they shifted the crates aside, the cellar door groaning as Jaya pulled it open. Chin scrambled up first, stiff from days of hiding. Lay followed, her knees protesting as she straightened. 2 weeks without her morning caddis left her body aching, and she missed her deep soak tub more than ever. But the moment she stepped into the dim kitchen light, Jaya's expression told her everything. "Sorry I'm late," Jaya said, forcing a smile. "Had to make a market run." Lay gripped her friend's hands. "What's wrong?" Jia hesitated. "I wasn't going to say anything, but your taxi company?" "It's been shut down." The emergency hotline was down, and the entire digital infrastructure, both the website and mobile app, had gone dark. A cold dread settled in Lay's chest as Jia's words confirmed her suspicions. The authorities had linked her to Chin, and now they were dismantling her network, targeting her team first. It wouldn't be long before they widened the net, pulling in peripheral contacts like Jia. Time was slipping away. Chin, listening in, clenched his jaw. "They'll piece it together soon," he muttered. "We can't stay here forever. Where's your contact?" His voice was edged with frustration. Lay hesitated. She hadn't told Chin the full truth. The Purple Lotus cellar was her last resort hideout, unknown even to Scott Kincaid. If the extraction went sideways, she needed a failsafe, a place only she could access. The problem, Phase 2 required coordination with the Americans, and right now they had no way to reach them. She met Chin's exhausted gaze. The man looked like he hadn't slept in days, shadows deepening under his eyes. No more lies. "Jia, give us a minute," she asked softly. Once alone, Lay steadied herself. "My contact doesn't know we're here." Chin's face flushed. "What? After the surveillance, the failed rendezvous, this was your backup plan? A basement with no exit strategy?" His laugh was sharp. "So we just rot here?" Lay's patience snapped. "I could have left you in that market," she shot back. "You'd be dead by now, or worse, in some black site interrogation room. If you think you can do better alone, walk out that door." She gestured sharply, not caring how it stung his pride. For a tense moment, they locked eyes, then just as suddenly, Chin deflated. "I'm sorry," he said, voice low. "The stress, the confinement, it's getting to me." He pulled her into an abrupt hug, his apology too smooth, too calculated. Lay stiffened but played along, patting his back. Right on cue, Jia reappeared, her smile warm but her eyes knowing. "Stay as long as you need," she offered, though the unspoken hung in the air. "I heard everything." Lay forced a grateful nod. "Thank you. We won't overstay our welcome." Jia waved a hand. "Enough seriousness. Breakfast is on me, but hurry. You know the rules. 1 hour upstairs, then back to the cellar." The lightness in her tone didn't mask the tension. Somewhere beyond these walls, the hunt continued. "Let's not make things worse by arguing," Lay suggested, her voice calm but firm. Chin nodded in agreement, offering their host a polite bow that caught Lay off guard. The next hour passed in quiet comfort as they enjoyed breakfast, sipped tea, and soaked in the morning sunlight. Lay took advantage of the break to work through a series of stretches and martial arts forms, the familiar movements easing the tension in her shoulders. Once they'd eaten their fill and freshened up, the pair reluctantly returned to the dim cellar, thanking Jia before descending into the shadows. They settled back into their cramped hiding spot behind sacks of rice and crates of onions, the wall of provisions sealing them in darkness once more. Chin shifted to face her, his legs crossed, and switched off his flashlight. The silence stretched between them until Lei finally broke it. "Which part did you mean?" she asked, pointedly. "The outburst where you nearly walked out, or the apology afterward?" "The apology," Chin admitted, his voice low. "I've been acting like a complete jerk. I saw the doubt in Gia's eyes this morning. Our whole story nearly unraveled because of me." Lei exhaled, though the gesture was lost in the dark. "We need her trust, Kin. Our lives depend on it." "I get that," he muttered. "But how are the Americans even supposed to track us down? And if they are looking, how long before they give up?" A dry chuckle escaped her. "You do realize who you're talking to, right? The Night Spider didn't survive 20 years in this game by accident." When he stayed silent, she continued, her tone sharpening. "I don't rush, I don't gamble. Every move is calculated. Right now, the Americans are setting the stage. Your impatience nearly blew the whole operation before they were ready." Kin let out a grudging noise of acknowledgement. "Fine, but you still haven't explained how they'll find us." "They won't," Lei said flatly. The words hung in the air before she added, "Quieter now, which means I have to go out there tonight and leave them a trail." Meanwhile, atop Jade Spring Hill, Minister Deng Su-wei stood outside President Li's villa, his gaze fixed on the towering Yufeng Pagoda. The morning light caught its ornate tiers, but his thoughts were elsewhere on his wife Shiji. A historian with a passion for Beijing's hidden treasures, she would have loved to wander these grounds, tracing the steps of emperors through Jingming Garden and the ancient temples. But it wasn't the history that weighed on him now. It was the quiet dread of what came next. President Li's simmering rage was what truly unsettled Deng, far more than any political fallout. The thought of never reuniting with his devoted wife Shiji gnawed at him, one wrong move, and she'd be left alone. When Li learned Shinsaiji and her daughters had vanished in the Maldives, his reaction went beyond fury. It was something far more unsettling. The initial explosion of anger when Deng broke the news paled in comparison to the icy silence that followed his admission. They had no leads on the kidnappers, and the entire security detail, including the covert MSS operatives, had been wiped out. That silence shattered only when Li finally spoke in a voice like frozen steel, ordering Deng to meet him at his Jade Spring Hill residence before abruptly hanging up. Deng wasn't afraid of dying. He was terrified of what his death would do to Shiji. They'd chosen not to have children, and now, nearing the end of their careers, they were each other's entire world outside work. The thought of her grief twisted his stomach. Steeling himself, Deng adjusted his tie and smoothed his jacket as he climbed the steps to the mansion's imposing entrance. Before he could ring the bell, the door swung open to reveal one of Li's personal guards, a hulking MSS operative who, on paper, answered to Deng. But the man's expression held no trace of respect. These weren't just bodyguards. They were Li's private enforcers, loyal only to the increasingly paranoid president. As Deng stepped inside, a second guard motioned for him to raise his arms. "You know who I am?" Deng snapped, but he complied. The first guard smirked. "Do you know who we are?" he hissed, leaning uncomfortably close. Once the pat-down was over, they escorted him toward a heavy oak door at the far end of the lavish foyer. Inside the study, President Li didn't even glance up from his laptop, leaving Deng standing under the watchful eyes of the guards. The absence of plastic sheeting on the Persian rug offered a sliver of relief. At least, they weren't planning to execute him on the spot. Deng clasped his hands to hide their trembling as Li dragged out the silence, a master of psychological torment. Finally, the president removed his reading glasses and offered a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Sit, Minister Deng," he said, gesturing to one of the plush leather chairs. Long Fei, fetch our guest some tea." The guard beside Deng growled before stomping out, while the other took up position by the door, eyes fixed blankly ahead. The tension in the room was thick enough to slice with a knife. "Take a seat, Sue," Li said, addressing Deng by his personal name. Deng complied, his years as a covert operative allowing him to maintain a composed exterior, though nothing could suppress the knot of dread tightening in his chest, especially knowing his wife Shiji was now exposed. He'd spent decades preparing for a battlefield death, only to grow complacent behind a desk. The shift had left him with emotions he couldn't shut off. "Now," Li continued, his expression unreadable, "who took Qin's family?" Deng adjusted his posture, crossing one leg over the other. Satellite footage shows the extraction team arrived by private yacht, which we traced to the Nautilus Beach Resort near Kilauea Island, just west of the Four Seasons. After that, we lost visual, no sign of their exit. The yacht was rented from Daravantu by a supposed German businessman, a diver vacationing with friends. The name on the manifest? A flawless fake. Our cyber unit only uncovered the deception after digging deeper. As for facial recognition, Maldives surveillance is practically medieval. We're sifting through customs data with AI, but so far, nothing. These people vanished like smoke. Even the Four Seasons' strict privacy policies left us with minimal footage, guest logs, travel records, all dead ends. The president didn't blink, his hands resting like marble on the desk. "How, Minister Deng? How did the Americans dismantle your entire network and vanish Qin's family without leaving a single thread?" Li's tone was deceptively calm. Deng knew better. Beneath that icy control simmered fury. He weighed his response. The president hadn't brought up their earlier disagreement when Deng had argued against detaining Qin's family, insisting his teams could handle any threat. Now that confidence had crumbled. "While the Americans are prime suspects, Mr. President, we shouldn't rule out." "There are no other suspects," Li snapped, slamming his fist down. A pen holder toppled, the gold pen clattering to the floor. It was them. The only uncertainty is why did they take Qin's family to flip him, or as leverage? Nothing else matters. Find out if he defected or was taken. That's the question. Deng's reply was automatic. Qin won't leave China. But the words rang hollow. Another failure, and his life and Shiji's future would be forfeit. "If I even walk out of this room," Li circled the desk, his gaze piercing. "See that he doesn't minister. Everything hinges on it." Deng forced a nod. "Every transit hub is locked down, trains, airports, buses. If they're still here, we'll find them." The lie tasted bitter. He'd underestimated them once. Now the stakes were his own survival. Qin had always been tight-lipped about his work, even with his own wife. So there was no risk of her accidentally revealing anything to the Americans. Li remained silent, his expression darkening. The door creaked open behind Deng, but he resisted the urge to turn. Years of discipline kept him still. If death was coming, staring it down wouldn't change a thing. A security agent stepped forward, offering a steaming cup of tea. Deng accepted it without so much as a tremor in his hands. "Thank you," he murmured, balancing the cup carefully before refocusing on Li. "We're tightening the search for Qin in the Maldives. The net is closing. It's only a matter of time." Li's patience was razor thin. Forget waiting for proof of American interference. Operation Sea Serpent launches in days. We'll flood the media with accusations. Blame the U.S. for Qin's assassination on Chinese soil and the abduction of his family. Murdering a defense minister? That's an act of war. The world will side with us. We'll declare the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait off-limits to American warships, blockading them under the guise of justified retaliation. And when Taiwan attacks our fleet during our exercises, well, suddenly we're the victims, not the aggressors. Deng's eyes widened. "Taiwan's going to fire on us." A cold smile played on Li's lips. "Oh, they will. Our special forces are already prepping to hijack one of their missile batteries. Once they strike first, we'll obliterate their defenses, erase all traces of our involvement, and seize Kinmen. By the time the Americans realize what's happening, Taiwan will be ours." Deng exhaled, reluctantly impressed. For all his ruthlessness, Lai was a strategic mastermind. "I'll mobilize the cyber division immediately, Mr. President." "See that you do," Lai replied, his tone dropping to a warning. "Fail me again, and your wife Shiji will pay the price." As Deng stiffened, Lai leaned back, adding casually, "One more thing, I'm expelling the entire U.S. diplomatic corps. No more CIA nests in Beijing." Deng nearly choked on his tea. "Permanently?" "For now," Li said. "Long enough for your team to sweep their embassy for bugs and plant our own." A slow grin spread across Deng's face. Bold, very bold. Deng nodded firmly. "I stand behind this decision 100%. Li smirked, waving him off like an annoying fly. "Naturally, you would?" Without another word, Deng pushed back from his chair, pivoted sharply, and strode toward the exit. His movements charged with newfound determination. As he reached the door, he paused, stepping uncomfortably close to the president's bodyguard. His voice dropped to a venomous whisper, eyes locked onto the man's. "Touch me again, and I'll make sure you and everyone you care about regret it. Are we clear?" The guard's jaw clenched. He flicked a glance toward President Li, who remained absorbed in his paperwork, oblivious to the exchange. "Understood, Minister Deng," he muttered, the words laced with barely contained resentment. Deng shoved his untouched teacup into the man's hands. "Take care of this fool," he sneered before turning away. "I'll see myself out." With that, he marched through the grand foyer, his steps sharp and deliberate, radiating authority. The Airbus A340 descended toward Beijing Capital International Airport, its wings slicing through the thick morning haze. Clark groaned, shifting in the cramped economy seat that had become his personal purgatory. After the adrenaline-fueled extraction of Chin's family in the Maldives, he and Ding had endured a grueling series of flights, first back to the States, then onward to China, all to maintain their non-official cover. The rest of the team had dispersed across Asia and Europe, slipping in quietly. Clark had spent the last 23 hours wedged between a snoring businessman and a chatty tourist who insisted on recounting her entire vacation. Meanwhile, Ding had drawn the short straw, sandwiched between a sweating overweight passenger and a kid blasting cartoons without headphones. Catching Clark's amused glance, Ding rolled his eyes dramatically, and Clark couldn't help but smirk. At least he had the aisle. He checked the flight tracker on the seatback screen. 9 more minutes. 9 more minutes of this slow, soul-crushing torture. Combat was brutal but quick. This was psychological warfare. His wife's parting words echoed in his mind. Hydrate, wear compression socks, avoid deep vein thrombosis. Not a word about avoiding a Chinese prison. The irony wasn't lost on him. If this mission went sideways, a blood clot would be the least of his worries. Extracting Chin was like snatching the U.S. chairman of the Joint Chiefs from D.C., a move guaranteed to spark an international firestorm. Capture meant disappearing into a black site. No trial, no goodbye. Which was why Clark had enforced radio silence since Phase 1 began. No contact, no risks. Even now, he and Ding exchanged nothing more than glances. The Chinese surveillance state didn't miss much. One slip, and the whole op collapsed. Better to be paranoid than dead. Until he had evidence to the contrary, Clark had to operate under the assumption that every operative in Task Force 99 might have a digital dossier sitting in the files of China's Ministry of State Security, no matter how airtight their cover identities appeared. These were seasoned professionals who had operated under false names across multiple continents, but in 2024, that very experience worked against them. While field instincts and tradecraft only sharpened with time, The digital trail they left behind grew longer with each mission. Every past alias, every border crossing under a different name, every security camera that had captured their face, it all added up. Facial recognition tech was advancing at breakneck speed, and surveillance networks were expanding exponentially, feeding endless streams of data into government databases. Clark had laid it out plainly for the team during their last briefing. Take Charlie, for instance. Say she entered Singapore last year under one alias, but now she's traveling to Beijing under another. At the time, Singaporean customs didn't flag her, but if Chinese hackers later breach Singapore's immigration servers and cross-reference her old passport photo with her current one, suddenly there's a mismatch. Next thing you know, she's pulled aside at Beijing Capital International, questioned for hours, and maybe even followed by MSS surveillance. One slip, and the whole op collapses. That's why Clark had a hard rule. If any team member got detained, all contact was cut, and their part of the mission was scrubbed immediately. It was a brutal policy, but necessary. Beijing wasn't just another posting. It was a digital panopticon where every move could be tracked. The old Cold War playbook was back, only now with AI and facial recognition doing the legwork. The plane finally touched down, and Clark waited impatiently as passengers shuffled out. Seated near the back, he had to endure the slow procession of travelers before he could grab his bag and head for the exit. Ding, seated closer to the front, had already vanished into the jet bridge by the time Clark made it to the aisle. They were the only two from the team on this flight. Everyone else had been routed through different airports, some through Shanghai or Guangzhou before connecting to Beijing. Li Hiyori and Henri Toussaint had landed at Daxing International, the city's sleek new hub, while Clark and Ding arrived at the older, busier terminal. The plan was to regroup by 9 p.m. at a safe house in Daxing's outskirts, far enough from the city center to avoid prying eyes. As Clark joined the passport control line for non-residents, he spotted Ding ahead, already nearing the customs counter. Pulling out his phone, Clark pretended to scroll through messages while keeping Ding in his peripheral vision. The moment the agent scanned Ding's passport, Clark saw it, the subtle shift in posture, the tightening of the man's grip on the document. Something was wrong. Clark strained to catch the agent's muffled words to Ding, but all he could make out was the vague movement of lips forming what looked like "issue with your passport." His stomach tightened. This was bad. Really bad. A female customs officer with a thick accent gestured toward an open counter. "Sir, line 4 is available," she announced, ushering him toward the newly vacated station. Clark nodded, rolling his suitcase forward while fishing his passport from his jacket. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted an armed guard approaching Ding's kiosk. The agent at his counter extended a hand. "Passport, please." Clark forced a polite, tired smile, the kind worn by frequent flyers who just wanted to get through the ordeal, and handed it over. The officer flipped open the leather wallet, sliding it onto the scanner. Clark's pulse, usually steady as a metronome, spiked as he waited for the machine's verdict. Nearby, Ding was gesturing emphatically at the security personnel. "Hurry up, you glorified copier," Clark thought, willing the scanner to flash green. A soft chime and a green light finally granted him passage, though he kept his relief locked behind a neutral mask. "How long will you be in China?" the agent asked. 9 days. Business or pleasure?" "Business," Clark replied smoothly. "Agricultural equipment sales." His chest tightened as he glimpsed Ding being escorted away by 2 guards. "I represent Jackson Combine, tractors, harvesters, that sort of thing." The agent raised an eyebrow. "Like John Deere?" Clark chuckled dryly. "Competitors? But yeah, same game." With a stamp and a curt "Welcome to China," Clark was free. He pocketed his passport and moved toward baggage claim, pausing to fake a shoelace adjustment. Kneeling, he watched Ding disappear behind a frosted door, likely an interrogation room. Every instinct screamed to intervene. But that wasn't how this worked. Rules were different here. Teeth clenched, he stood and walked away. Why him? Of all people? Interrogation room? Beijing Capital International Airport? Ding Chavez exhaled slowly, keeping his frustration in check as Officer Wan, probably MSS, leaned across the metal table. The room was bare except for the cold chairs, the flicker of surveillance cameras in every corner, and the lingering scent of stale air. No water, no bathroom breaks, just 4 hours of relentless questioning. The folding chair dug into his thighs, but discomfort was the least of his worries. Wan's calm demeanor was unsettling. In Ding's experience, the quiet ones were the ones you had to watch. For now, he was Dominic Sanchez, a paper pusher for Orion Foods. Just stick to the script. His dry throat begged for water, but he smirked inwardly. At least, they haven't cuffed me. Yet, Dominic Sanchez had arrived in Beijing under the guise of a food industry executive, his cover story carefully crafted to explore China's booming specialty export market. The frustration gnawing at him was understandable. Any businessman would feel rattled being detained without cause, but letting slip his real training as a former CIA operative would be catastrophic. He bit back the urge to throttle Wan for this interrogation charade, forcing himself to slump slightly in his chair like a weary traveler rather than a seasoned intelligence officer. Just confess you're with the CIA, and this becomes much simpler. Wan pressed, his polished American English betraying years spent stateside. Ding, playing the exasperated civilian, rolled his eyes. For the last time, I work for Orion Foods. If China doesn't want our products, fine. Just let me book the next flight home and pretend this never happened. Wan exchanged a glance with his silent partner, Tsu, whose icy stare never wavered. Ding knew the game. Good cop, bad cop, with neither actually playing nice. Admit the truth, and we discuss your release. Wan continued, ignoring Ding's protests. Desperation edged into Ding's voice as he leaned forward. Fine, hook me up to a polygraph. I'll take it right now, if that proves I'm just some guy trying to sell gourmet snacks. Tsu's lips curled in disdain. Those machines are useless against professionals like you. She snapped her accent thicker than Wan's. Ding exhaled sharply, shifting tactics. Then let me call my wife. She's probably panicking since I missed my check-in. He needed to signal his status to Clark, who'd surely witnessed his detainment at customs. Cooperation comes first, Wan said smoothly. I have been cooperating. Ding's voice cracked, the act of a man pushed to his limit. Call Orion's headquarters. They'll confirm I'm nobody special. Tsu finally spoke again, her tone dripping with mock sympathy. Confess, and you can even use the restroom. Ding shot to his feet, chair screeching. This is illegal in any civilized country. You're not in a civilized country, she replied, smiling. You're in China. The threat hung in the air as Ding weighed his next move, every muscle coiled but his face a mask of helpless indignation. Wan sprang to his feet, muscles tensed as he studied Ding's movements. What do you think you're doing? He demanded. Without hesitation, Ding strode to the back corner of the room and began unfastening his pants. Since you won't let me use the bathroom, he said flatly, I'll just relieve myself right here. I'm not about to wet my pants like some scared kid. Enough. Tsu barked, cutting him off just before he could follow through. Wan, take him. Ding calmly rezipped his trousers and turned, locking eyes with Wan, who motioned toward the door. As they walked, Ding mentally cataloged every detail, the dim lighting, the scuffed floors, the distant hum of machinery. The restroom was a cramped utilitarian space with a single toilet and sink. To his surprise, Wan didn't follow him inside, instead lingering outside the door. Not that it mattered. There were no hidden escape routes, no clever tricks to pull. This wasn't some Hollywood spy flick. His phone and laptop were long gone, leaving him with no way to signal for help. The relief of emptying his bladder was almost euphoric, a small but crucial victory against the exhaustion creeping in. As the tension in his body eased, so did the fog in his mind. He splashed cold water on his face, the shock of it sharpening his focus. Staring into the mirror, he weighed his options. Had Chinese intelligence already uncovered his NO8 identity? The Dominic Sanchez cover was fresh, never before used, but if they'd cross-referenced it with his Hindley Associates alias, the whole operation could unravel. He and Clark had deliberately left their Hindley legends behind for this mission, ensuring that if things went sideways, the fallout wouldn't reach their team. The kin extraction had to stay contained, no traces, no loose ends. If this ended badly, only he and Clark would pay the price. The rest of the campus would keep fighting from the shadows. "Hurry up," Juan called impatiently from the hallway. "Almost done," Ding replied, bending to gulp water straight from the faucet. He drank deeply, knowing they'd try to wear him down with thirst and fatigue. Sleep deprivation would be next, but he'd endured worse. As he straightened, a grim smile touched his lips. He'd turned this pit stop into a minor triumph, reclaiming a sliver of control. His reflections stared back at him, steady and unbroken. Hold the line, he told himself. No matter what. Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C., 6:51 a.m. local time. Ryan's fist slammed onto the polished conference table, sending ripples through the glass of water in front of him. Beijing had just dropped a diplomatic bombshell, publicly accusing the CIA of assassinating Defense Minister Chin and abducting his family from the Maldives. Worse, President Lee had declared a full maritime blockade of the Taiwan Strait, warning that any U.S. naval incursion would be treated as an act of war. The room crackled with tension as the implications sank in. This wasn't just an accusation, it was a direct challenge. And Ryan had no intention of backing down. President Ryan clenched his fists as he paced the Situation Room, his frustration boiling over. "What on earth is President Lee playing at?" he demanded, addressing the room full of top advisors. "He's pushing us toward open conflict before even making a move on Taiwan. Does he honestly believe I'll stand by while China blockades our ships in international waters?" The implications were clear. Lie's actions bordered on a direct challenge to American sovereignty. Defense Secretary Burgess, his weathered face etched with concern, leaned forward. "With all due respect, Mr. President, I suspect Lee wants your reaction." "He's setting the stage." Ryan narrowed his eyes but motioned for him to continue. "The real obstacle for China isn't Taiwan's defenses. It's global backlash," Burgess explained. "Sure, we could reinforce Taiwan if given enough warning, but Lee's real nightmare is economic collapse. If the world turns against Beijing, sanctions could cripple their manufacturing sector overnight." Secretary of State Adler nodded in agreement. "By painting us as the aggressors, falsely accusing you of assassinating their security minister, Lee's already spinning the narrative. He's banking on us reacting just enough to justify his next move." Ryan scoffed, replaying Lee's inflammatory speech in his mind. The man's delusional if he thinks the world will buy this. Chin's just the latest in a string of disappearances among Lee's own cabinet. Nobody's buying this charade. Adler tempered his tone. "But if we escalate militarily, we hand him the propaganda win he wants. Then we outmaneuver him," Ryan snapped. "We get Chin out alive, expose this whole sham, and prove China's lying." Turning to Intelligence Director Foley, he demanded, "Where do we stand on the extraction?" Mary Pat hesitated, choosing her words. "The team's mostly in position, but we hit a snag. One operative was detained during infiltration. The rest are holding steady, but comms are limited. China's SIGINT is too risky." Ryan's stomach dropped. "Please tell me it wasn't Clark." "No, sir. It was Chavez." The news hit like a gut punch. But Ryan kept his composure. Before he could process it, Adler cut in grimly. "There's more. Beijing just ordered our ambassador and entire staff out of the country. They have 24 hours to leave." Ryan's jaw tightened. This wasn't just diplomatic posturing, it was a calculated strike. With the embassy gone, their intelligence network in China would be gutted. The stakes had just skyrocketed. With the expulsion of the ambassador and embassy staff, Langley's operational command collapsed overnight. Kincaid, the mastermind behind the Spider network, was suddenly pulled out of the country, leaving Clark isolated without backup. Ryan locked eyes with Mary Pat, his voice steady but edged with urgency. "What's your assessment?" Mary Pat didn't sugarcoat it. Task Force 99 has the skills to locate Chin and pull this off. But let's be real. This is borderline suicide mission territory now? Ryan exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples before turning to Admiral Kent and General Kudrick. "Where's the Reagan Strike Group positioned? And what's the status of Strike Group 2? A massive screen flickered to life behind Kent, displaying a real-time map of the Pacific. The Admiral manipulated a cursor, highlighting a green zone labeled TF-70. "The Reagan and her support fleet are here in the East China Sea, roughly 400 miles northwest of Taiwan and 300 miles off Shanghai's coast." He shifted the pointer southward. "Meanwhile, the Nimitz is operating with Strike Group 5 near the Philippine Sea, 750 miles southeast of Taiwan and west of Guam. Rear Admiral Binders already pushing them northwest toward the operational zone." Ryan already knew his next move, but sought input anyway. Recommendations? Kent didn't hesitate. "We advance Strike Group 5 to reinforce TF-70, which I propose relocating here." His cursor landed between Okinawa and Taipei, putting the carrier within striking distance, less than 100 miles from Taiwan's capital. Adler's frown deepened. "That's practically waving a red flag. Can't we keep the Nimitz farther east out of the South China Sea while still maintaining reach?" "We could," Ryan countered. "But that's not the message we need to send, which is that no foreign power dictates where we sail in international waters." Ryan's gaze dropped to a green marker near Vietnam. "What's that?" Kent tapped a few keys. "The Jason Dunham, sir, a destroyer reassigned from 5th Fleet to back up Strike Group 5 after their DDG stayed in Guam for repairs. She's got a top-tier crew and is currently refueling with Australia's HMAS Success before heading east of Taiwan to bridge TF-70 and the Vincent's Group." A slow grin spread across Ryan's face. "Lee demanded we avoid the South China Sea and stay out of the Taiwan Strait during his little military showcase, didn't he?" "Affirmative," Adler confirmed. "Then let's see how he handles a wolf of our own." Ryan's tone turned razor-sharp. "Admiral, reroute the Dunham fastest path possible straight through the Taiwan Strait to join TF-70. Kent blinked, then barked a laugh. "Just to clarify, Mr. President, you want me to send a lone destroyer barreling into contested waters, cutting right through Lee's so-called blockade?" "Damn right." Ryan's grin turned wolfish. Adler gaped. "You're using the Dunham as a battering ram." "We're asserting freedom of navigation," Ryan corrected, eyes glinting. "I don't recognize their imaginary lines." The room crackled with tension, a chess move made, the board set for Lee's next play. The president turned to his trusted advisor, Arnold Van Dam, his expression grim. "Arnie, assemble the speechwriters immediately. We need an official White House response denying these fabricated claims while making it crystal clear we don't recognize Lee's authority to interfere in Pacific affairs. Don't outright accuse him of orchestrating global chaos as cover for invading Taiwan, but lay down enough breadcrumbs that even a child could follow them. And I want an unambiguous declaration of our support for Taiwan's sovereignty." "Understood, Mr. President," Arnie replied before hurrying off. Once the room cleared, except for Mary Pat, Ryan leaned forward. "Update me on Chavez," he demanded. Mary Pat exhaled. "Customs detained him the moment he landed. He's stuck in airport limbo, no formal charges yet, since he never technically entered the country." Small mercies, Ryan's jaw tightened. That logic worked yesterday. Today, Lee's playing a different game. Kicking out our diplomats isn't posturing, it's cutting ties. Do whatever it takes to get Ding home. His tone left no room for debate. Mary Pat hesitated, then voiced her concern. Sir, what about Clark's team? If they're captured, it'll hand Lee exactly the propaganda he wants. The extraction cost could be catastrophic. Ryan didn't blink. Kin risked everything to expose the truth. Leaving him behind is a death warrant. When Mary Pat still looked skeptical, he added, "This isn't just morality, it's strategy." Imagine Lee's face when the man he claims we murdered walks onto a stage and reveals Taiwan was always his real target. The idea solidified Ryan's resolve. Besides, he said with a wry grin, "Clark, this is his element." Mary Pat finally nodded, standing. "Then let's give them backup. How about positioning a sub from Task Force 70 offshore, just in case?" Ryan's smile was genuine. "Brilliant. I'll coordinate with Kent." As she left, he allowed himself one fleeting thought of his daughter commanding Task Force 25 near Penghu, and how much darker the storm had just become. Meanwhile, in a dim Beijing safe house, Clark circled the kitchen table like a caged tiger, glancing at his watch again. "Seriously, man?" Tsai Akio snapped from his laptop. "You're gonna wear a hole in the floor." Clark paused. "Which part bothers you more, the pacing or the timekeeping?" The tension hung thick, the mission stakes pressing down like the humid Beijing night. Charlie, the only woman on the team and an Australian by birth, didn't hesitate. "Both," she said, cutting through the tension. Clark shook his head, his jaw tight. The situation was worse than he'd feared. Not only was Ding missing, but Henri Toussaint, the French operative, and Daniel Wu, ex-British SAS, hadn't made it to the safe house by the 9 p.m. deadline. Thanks to the blackout protocol Clark had enforced, no one could call to check in until Phase 1 was complete. 3 men down out of 8. A disaster in the making. "Can we pull this off with just 5? Charlie voiced the question, gnawing at Clark's mind. "We'll make it work," he replied, forcing confidence into his tone even as doubt clawed at him. Wilhelm Bauer, their German teammate, pushed off the couch and wandered toward the kitchen. "Anyone need water?" he asked, grabbing a few bottles. Lee Hiyori, hunched over his laptop across from Akio, nodded without looking up. "Thanks." Silence settled over the rest of the group. Clark's thoughts spiraled back to Ding. Was he locked in some Ministry of State Security interrogation room right now? Ding wasn't the type to crack easily. SEER training had hardened him, and he could withstand pressure most men couldn't. Breaking him would take months, and the Chinese would have to cross lines the Geneva Convention strictly forbade, of course, since when did Beijing care about rules? If they suspected Ding was more than just a businessman detained at customs, they'd twist the truth however they pleased. The game was rigged. Clark clenched his fists. If he were in their shoes, he'd keep Ding as leverage, a silent threat to the ODNI. Disappear our admiral. Fine. We'll make your man vanish, too. The thought made his stomach churn. How the hell was he supposed to explain this to Patsy? There was no explanation. No matter what happened with Admiral Chin, Clark wasn't leaving China without Ding. Akio's voice snapped him back to reality. "Got eyes on Wu. He's outside across the street." Clark circled the table to peer over Akio's shoulder at the laptop screen. The quad display showed live security feeds from the safe house's exterior cameras, all hardwired to avoid hacking risks. The figure in the top right corner was unmistakably Wu. His stride gave him away instantly. "About damn time," Charlie muttered, relief softening her tone. The mood in the room lifted instantly. Bauer and Lee clinked their water bottles in a mock toast just as Wu shouldered through the front door. He dropped his duffel with a thud and groaned. "I need a beer." "Tough luck." Charlie shot back, throwing a pointed look at Clark. The Yanks stocked this place with nothing but water and coffee. Real hospitable. Clark ignored the jab. "Were you stopped at customs?" questioned. Wu shook his head. "Nah, just got held up with my bag and missed my connecting flight." Akio, who'd been tracking both Wu's and Toussaint's flights, frowned. "That's odd. The system showed everything on schedule. Guess the system lied, Wu said with a shrug. Clark exhaled slowly. One down, two to go. Clark's gaze locked onto the duffel bag Wu had left by the entrance. "That the one?" he asked, keeping his voice low. Wu gave a quick shake of his head. "No way, tossed the original in Shanghai and grabbed this canvas replacement. Didn't rip the old one apart searching for trackers, but I did sweep every item I packed. Clean as a whistle. Could have been tagged with something radioactive, but let's be real, I wasn't exactly carrying a Geiger counter." Clark gave a tight nod. Wu knew his trade. "Notice any tails?" "You think I'd be standing here if I did?" Wu scoffed, eyes darting across the room. "Spent 3 extra hours in Beijing running surveillance detection routes, and now I see why everyone's wound up tighter than a drum. Where's Henri and Ding?" "Ding got picked up by security at Beijing Capital," Clark said grimly. "No updates, but he's out, Lee. Check Henri's NOZ email. Been almost an hour since the last pull." Lee didn't hesitate, fingers already flying over his laptop. Their communications system was bulletproof draft emails on international servers, never sent, never intercepted. Even if Chinese cyber teams somehow cracked the account, the messages were layered with coded phrases only TF-99 understood. No decryption key, no context. The only real vulnerability if Beijing was monitoring their exact digital footprints. But Lee's satellite modem routed through a VPN, scrambling the trail. A slim chance, but not impossible. "Got something," Lee muttered. "New draft in Henri's folder. Copy it. Erase it." Clark's voice was steel. Lee's fingers moved like lightning. Logged out, connection severed. Charlie leaned forward, tension radiating off her. "What's it say?" Lee exhaled sharply. "Apology to his business contact. Claims he got food poisoning after landing in Beijing. Canceling tomorrow's meeting. Says he'll update if he recovers." Clark slammed his fist on the table. "Toussaint's blown?" The message was clear. Henri had arrived on schedule but suspected surveillance. He'd play his cover, some investment pitch for a Chinese tech startup, then bail without contacting the team. Wu cursed under his breath. Of all the Frenchmen, he was the least annoying. Bauer's German accent cut through the silence like a blade. "So, director decision time. Do we move forward short 2 men, or scrap the mission?" Task Force 99 was down a quarter of its strength before even getting started. Clark wasn't superstitious, but the universe had a way of sending signals. Was this a warning, or just bad luck evening the scales before their luck turned? He studied the faces around him. 5 sets of eyes, all burning with the same resolve. No hesitation, no fear. They were all in, and so was he. Clark stood before the team, his voice steady but charged with urgency. "Every one of us joined this mission for a single purpose. Pulling Defense Minister Qin out isn't just the biggest intel win our nations could ask for this decade. It might be the last chance to keep Taiwan standing." He shoved his doubts aside, tapping into the commanding presence of a seasoned leader. "We move forward now, no matter what it takes. Failure isn't an option." In the dim glow of the women's bunk room at the forward operating base near Liaoluo Bay, Penghu Island, Katie stirred at the sound of a knock. Bleary-eyed, she turned toward the door, where a silhouette stood backlit by the hallway lights. "Commander Ryan," a man whispered, "you've got company." Her brain, sluggish from days of sleep deprivation, struggled to process the words. "Huh? That doesn't make sense," she muttered, rubbing her face. "Someone's waiting for you in the skiff." No notice, no paperwork, just showed up. The mention of the secure room sent a jolt through her. For a wild second, she pictured her father, the president, slouched in a chair wearing casual clothes and his old Navy cap. No way, she thought, throwing off the covers. "What's happening?" Sam mumbled from the neighboring bunk. "Beats me," Katie said, already pulling on her go-to field outfit, a snug tee and shorts, perfect for a quick gear-up. "I'll fill you in later." Out in the hall, she pressed the petty officer for details. Any hints on who's in there? Sorry, ma'am. Above my pay grade, he replied, leading her to the skiff. Inside, a man she'd never met but recognized immediately rose from his seat, Scott Kincaid, the deputy chief of mission from the U.S. Embassy in China. The door sealed shut behind her with a heavy thud. "Commander," Kincaid said, offering his hand. "Yeah, I know who you are," she replied, cutting straight to the point. "And I'm cleared for your real job." "Good. Saves us the song and dance," he said, motioning for her to sit. "Sorry for the midnight wake-up call, but my window was tight." She nodded. "How long did Beijing give you to clear out?" 24 hours? Damn. Everything squared away, barely burning files is easy. It's the little things left behind that haunt you. The unclassified scraps they can piece together. He exhaled sharply. Total nightmare. Yeah, she agreed quietly. Then, without warning, he shifted gears. "What do you know about Task Force 99's op in Beijing?" The objective? Sure. The team? Not a clue. "I haven't been briefed on Chin's current status or the specifics of his extraction," she admitted. Kincaid gave a knowing nod. "Of course not. This operation's on a need-to-know basis, and working in China is, pardon my language, an absolute disaster zone. After the 2013 crackdown, our entire network there was gutted. Assets, informants, local support, all of it. We didn't have the manpower or the setup to pull Admiral Chin out quietly. That's why we called in Task Force 99 to handle the messy logistics." She crossed her arms. "And you're dumping all this on me because I'm out of the game. And there's nobody left in country to stop this operation from spiraling into a full-blown catastrophe." "Wait a second, Scott," she said, holding up a hand like she needed to catch her breath. "Are you seriously handing me this ticking time bomb?" "Exactly. You're the Task Force 25 lead, right? From what I hear, this whole mess was your idea to begin with. That was the part that kept coming up. Everyone assuming she'd orchestrated Defense Minister Qin's defection. Sure, she'd raised the initial alarm about the turmoil in China's leadership. And yes, she'd kick-started the investigation into Foreign Minister Cheng's vanishing act over lunch with Larry Sexton, the CIA's top China analyst. But the actual planning? That happened way above her pay grade. She'd had zero input on Task Force 25 or 99, yet here she was, caught in the middle of what some genius had dubbed Cyclone Katie. "Look, I don't even know what I'm doing," she stammered. "This is my first task force. I don't have a clue how these things are supposed to work. My boss threw me on a plane with a bunch of strangers and sent me here blind. I'm improvising by the seat of my pants." Kincaid barked out a laugh. "What's so funny?" she snapped, feeling her face flush. "Welcome to the spy game, Commander," he said with a wild grin. "Nobody's got a master plan. People like to pretend the intelligence community runs like a well-oiled machine, some grand conductor leading a flawless symphony. But that's a fantasy." A sudden memory flashed in her mind. Her dad teaching her chess at their family home. That was the real metaphor. The intelligence world wasn't a symphony. It was a chessboard, and her father had been the one moving the pieces. As a naval officer, she'd always taken comfort in being a pawn, trusting that someone with skill and vision was calling the shots. Kincaid smirked. "Nah, it's more like herding kindergartners in a blackout while the fire alarm's blaring." "Not exactly reassuring," she muttered. "Point is, plans fall apart the second they hit reality. Your SEAL friends would say no battle plan survives first contact. Same goes for espionage. It's just chaos in the dark. In the world of espionage, you rarely have the full picture of your opponent's moves, often making critical calls without guidance from higher-ups." She flashed back to her tense submarine mission aboard the Blackfish, locked in a torpedo duel with the Belgorod deep beneath the waves. Every second demanded split-second choices, with no chance to consult command. The same brutal reality applied to spies operating solo behind enemy lines. "Trust me, I understand," she replied. "What's the latest on the extraction team and Defense Minister Qin?" Task Force 99 was an 8-person unit, Kincaid explained. One operative got nabbed at Beijing airport and is still in custody. Another aborted after spotting surveillance. The rest are lying low in a safe house holding position. Waiting for extraction orders? Waiting for my asset, the Night Spider, to check in with Qin's status and coordinates. You're saying nobody has eyes on the defense minister right now? Correct. So the Chinese could have already grabbed him. Possible, but doubtful. The MSS is scrambling like mad, which suggests they're still hunting. Or he's dead. Kincaid shrugged. Also possible, but my gut says the Spider made contact as planned and went dark with Qin. She's old school, no digital trails, just dead drops. But now that I've been booted from the country, she's got no way to reach you. She finished. For all we know, she's already signaling and waiting on a reply that'll never come. So what's our move? Katie asked, the weight of the ticking clock pressing down. I've only handled her for 18 months. Never even met her in person. Wait, how does that make you her handler? Kincaid smirked. This isn't some rookie asset. She's been in the game for 30 years, outmaneuvering the toughest surveillance ops on the planet. Survived purges, too. In her mind, she runs the show, not us. And you're okay with that? He laughed. What choice do we have? Her rules or nothing? Larry Sexton set the tone with her. Her eyes sharpened. Larry Sexton? You mean the Larry Sexton? The same. You know him. We've crossed paths, she said, pieces clicking into place. If Larry recruited her, maybe they had a contingency plan, a failsafe for exfil. Kincaid groaned. I'm an idiot for not thinking of that sooner, but you'd think something that critical would have been passed down. Ever play telephone as a kid? Katie cut in. Where the message gets mangled by the time it reaches the end. Now imagine that over 30 years, point taken, he muttered. Cut yourself some slack, she said with a wry smile. You've had a hell of a day. Yeah, he sighed. Still should have seen it, added detail. The reference to the childhood telephone game adds a relatable analogy, reinforcing the communication breakdown. The tone shifts from tense to slightly sardonic during the handler discussion, lightening the mood before refocusing on the urgency. The seconds were slipping away. What was the initial extraction strategy? She pressed, her voice low and urgent. I'm guessing that's blown to hell now that Chinese intelligence is on full alert? That part of the mission falls under Task Force 99's responsibility, he replied. My job was just to set up the handoff time and place so they could take Qin from the Spider. Clearly, we never made it that far. She exhaled sharply, mentally mapping out the obstacles. Forget airports, trains, or highways. Those are suicide. Their surveillance tech is unmatched. Qin can't show his face anywhere. If we want him alive, he has to be moved like freight. Scott, I need my team in here, she insisted. We're stronger together. Not yet, he countered, his tone unyielding. There's still a slim chance Beijing backs down and lets us return. If that happens, I need my cover intact. I can't have your whole squad digging into my role. Understood, she said, though she wasn't convinced. Every spy thriller ever written made embassy personnel look suspicious, and Kincaid, being CIA, was practically an open secret in Beijing. I'm guessing you've got agency people here. 4, she confirmed. An ops officer, an analyst, and 2 from ground branch. I think they didn't exactly give me a welcome packet. Kincaid smirked. Yeah, figures. Who's running the show? Ted James, he nodded. Never worked with him, but his rep's solid. I've also got 2 DIA guys and a cyber specialist from Group 8, she added. Good. You'll need digital support to coordinate with TF-99. No way this happens without secure comms, plus logistics. And he gave her a knowing look. Some creative transportation. You sure you didn't plan this? Sounds like you've got all the right pieces in place. Not me, she realized. Admiral Kohler saw this coming. Kincaid slid a thumb drive across the table. Every drop location the Spider uses. Coordinates, photos, plus our symbol cipher. Green marks are her most likely spots, yellow, the ones she'd avoid. If Larry doesn't come through, this is your lifeline. But be warned, using these is playing with fire. She pocketed the drive. The hard part isn't just reaching her, it's what to say and how to say it. Explain, he rubbed his jaw. You need a rendezvous point where she and Chin can link up with your team. That means planning the extraction route, coding the details so only she understands, and making sure it's useless if intercepted. Old-school spycraft, is that all? She scoffed, feeling the pressure like a vice lives hung in the balance, not to mention the specter of war. For a split second, doubt crept in. Am I really the one for this? Then she steadied herself. Thank God, and the White House for the team at her back. Note, added detail about her moment of self-doubt and the realization about Kohler's foresight. Shifted tone from tense to slightly sarcastic during the exchange about her team. Kincaid leaned forward, tapping the map spread across the table. We should sync up with the NSA, get satellite eyes over Beijing, and see if they can tap into the city's surveillance grid. Those cameras might give us the edge we need. Katie nodded, already mentally running through the logistics. Copy that. Kincaid glanced at his watch, then flashed her a knowing smirk. Last-minute questions before I take off? You know how it goes, she chuckled, shaking his outstretched hand. The second your wheels leave the tarmac for Taipei, I'll remember a dozen things I forgot to ask. Classic, he said, squeezing her hand firmly. Good luck out there, Commander. I'll be cheering you on from the cheap seats. Appreciate it, she replied, her tone shifting to something more serious. Watch your six out there. She escorted him to the SIF door where a junior officer stood waiting like a dutiful shadow. Mr. Smith here needs an escort to the helipad, assuming the bird's already spinning for him. She paused, then added with a tired smirk, Oh, and go rouse the rest of my team, all of them. The petty officer hesitated. The whole crew, ma'am? Katie gave him a look that said, Welcome to the grind. Every last one, something tells me none of us are sleeping tonight. CO's quarters, U.S. Jason Dunham, DDG 109, 75 miles east of Pratis Island, South China Sea, 0523 local time. Lieutenant Commander Horillo hesitated outside the CO's door, his gaze lingering on the polished brass nameplate. Commanding Officer Jeff Kreutz, the weight of those words wasn't lost on him. One day, if he kept his record spotless and his instincts sharp, the Navy might hand him the keys to his own ship. As a combat systems officer on his third tour, he was halfway up the ladder, still a department head, still proving himself. Command wasn't just about skill. It was about surviving the gauntlet of promotions, politics, and plain old luck. But Horillo didn't waste energy on what-ifs. Obsessing over mistakes or fretting about the uncontrollable was a surefire way to drown in doubt. The job was hard enough without borrowing trouble from the future. His philosophy? Keep moving. Eyes ahead, hands steady. The road to command wasn't a sprint. It was a marathon where every decision mattered. He rapped his knuckles against the doorframe. Enter, Kreutz called from inside. Horillo stepped in, shutting the door behind him at the captain's gesture. Kreutz swiveled in his chair, offering a tight, unreadable smile. Take a seat, Mitch. Horillo sat, his gut tightening. The summons had seemed routine, but something in the air felt off. His mind raced, replaying the last 48 hours like a damage control drill. Had he missed something? Screwed up? Then Kreutz dropped the bomb. I called you in because I wanted to say you handled the Malacca Strait situation flawlessly. You were on the midwatch, I was asleep, and you didn't just hold the line, you owned it. No notes, no second guessing. That's rare. Horillo blinked. Praise? Now? Thank you, sir, he managed, thrown by the unexpected commendation. We've already debriefed with the wardroom, so no need to rehash, Kreutz continued, leaning back. But I wanted to make sure you heard it from me directly back when I was a junior officer. An engineer gave me career advice that stuck with me forever. He leaned in and said, "Kreutz, if you want to climb the Navy ranks, there's one question you should always ask. What would the person above me do right now? Don't just act your rank, operate like you're already at the next level. Want to wear captain's bars? Start thinking like one today. Mitch, you didn't just meet that standard, you blew past it. As tactical action officer, you handled that crisis like someone 2 ranks senior. That's the kind of leadership we need under pressure, which is exactly why I'm pulling strings to send you to Surface Warfare Tactics Instructor School for advanced missile defense training." Mitch's eyebrows shot up. "You're fast-tracking me?" Kreutz gave a firm nod. For a split second, Mitch fought back a grin. This was the Navy's version of getting called up to the majors. "Sir, I'm honestly speechless." "Relax. It's not a marriage proposal." Kreutz deadpanned. "Just say yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Thank you, Captain." "Don't thank me yet," Kreutz chuckled. "Truth is, I'm shooting myself in the foot here. Losing, you'll leave a gaping hole on this ship, but it's where you belong. Hell, it's where the Navy needs you. Mark my words, you'll have your own command someday, and this school's gonna seal the deal." Mitch couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Last deployment on the USS Porter, he'd watched another officer get this golden ticket instead of him. He'd assumed his shot was gone, but captains occasionally bent the rules, and today, Kreutz had just handed him a VIP pass to the fast lane. Then the captain's phone buzzed, cutting the moment short. Kreutz held up a finger, listened, then sighed. "Understood. Meet me in my cabin." He hung up, face grim. "Trouble?" Mitch asked. "New orders. XO's en route. Should I stay? I want your take on this." Minutes later, a sharp knock. The XO strode in, handed Kreutz a folder, and waited. As the captain scanned the contents, Mitch watched his expression darken. Kreutz finally exhaled like a man who'd just been handed a live grenade. "XO, you read this?" "Yes, sir." Kreutz locked eyes with Mitch. "We're being reassigned to Task Force 70. East China Sea." Mitch blinked, swapping CENTCOM for 7th Fleet. "Annoying, but not earth-shattering. And we have explicit instructions to transit the Taiwan Strait." Mitch's stomach dropped. "You can't be serious. Solo?" Every intel brief for weeks had screamed one thing. China had turned those waters into a no-go zone. Now the Jason Dunham was being tossed in as the test case. "This is suicide," Mitch hissed. "Their blockade isn't just political, it's wall-to-wall warships out there. 2 hours earlier, they'd all sat in the wardroom reviewing satellite images of the largest Chinese naval buildup in decades." The reassignment suddenly made horrific sense. Kreutz just shook his head slowly, like a man watching storm clouds roll in. The decision had been made. The USS Jason Dunham would serve as the Navy's key vessel to break through the blockade. That kind of order would need the Chief of Naval Operations sign-off, wouldn't it? Someone asked. The XO nodded. "Normally, yes, but this directive came straight from the top. I doubt the CNO had much choice but to salute and say, 'Aye, aye, sir.'" Horillo's eyebrows shot up. "The White House?" Kreutz confirmed with a grim smile. "The message couldn't be clearer. It's stamped with the President's authority." "Still, why us?" Horillo pressed. Kreutz leaned back, folding his arms. "From what I know of President Ryan, he doesn't back down when pushed. If someone tries to strong-arm him, he doubles down and reminds them exactly who holds the biggest stick." The XO, still new to the ship but sharp as a tack, gave a thoughtful smirk. "There's something almost poetic about it, don't you think? Given our namesake, Horillo had come to respect her quick mind, and this was no exception. The ship bore the name of Marine Corporal Jason Dunham, a Medal of Honor recipient who'd given his life in Iraq. Every sailor knew the story, how Dunham, during an ambush in Huseba, had wrestled an insurgent before throwing himself onto a grenade to shield his squad. His sacrifice wasn't just history, it was a living legacy aboard the Dunham. Now charging into the Taiwan Strait with the Chinese fleet on high alert, it felt just as reckless and just as necessary for the people of Taiwan, for the U.S. troops stationed there, this move would send a message. America doesn't flinch. Horillo squared his shoulders. If anyone's going to do it, might as well be us. Across the room, Kreutz picked up the radio, his voice steady. Officer of the deck, alter course to north. Plot a new route through the Taiwan Strait into the East China Sea. A pause. Yes, I'm aware of the blockade. Update me when the track's ready. As the radio clicked off, Horillo caught the captain's glance toward the framed photo of his family. The XO broke the silence with a dry chuckle. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I'm hitting the gym. Something tells me it's my last chance for a while. Bridge of the Nanchang, Type 055 destroyer, 61 miles west of Taiwan, 76 miles east of China's coast. Captain Shen Huaqing lounged in his chair, one leg crossed over the other, as his steward presented him with steaming tea. "Thank you, Fei," he murmured. The steward bowed slightly, silver tray tucked under his arm. "The honor is mine, Captain." Outside the reinforced windows, the pre-dawn light glinted off the waves, a calm before the storm. Shen offered a quiet smile and a dismissive nod before turning his attention back to the sunrise, painting the South China Sea in golden hues. Years of experience had taught him that true loyalty in the People's Liberation Army Navy wasn't forged through fear alone. It required genuine respect. While he knew when to wield authority with an unyielding hand, he preferred earning his crew's devotion through mutual trust. His time at Dalian Naval Academy had shaped this philosophy, particularly one lesson from a seasoned instructor. Fear breeds obedience, but love inspires men to follow you through fire. That wisdom had stayed with him, reinforced by observing both exceptional and disastrous commanders. Captain Shi Dingfa of the Zhongzhou had exemplified leadership with compassion, while Captain Xiao, a man whose very name made sailors stiffen, had somehow recommended Shen for command despite their strained history. "People never fail to surprise me," he mused, watching the sun ignite the waves like liquid copper. Dawn at sea always lifted his spirits, a fleeting moment of peace before the weight of command settled back onto his shoulders. The Nanchang wasn't just any warship. She was the pride of China's fleet. A 055 class destroyer, so advanced Western analysts debated calling her a cruiser. Tomorrow, Admiral Hu Shangfu would board to oversee the massive Sea Serpent exercises, a testament to the ship's dual role as both warrior and command hub. Unlike some foreign navies, the plan kept its leaders in the thick of action, and Shen relished the chance to prove his crew's mettle. "Helm, adjust course to 060. He ordered, deliberately leaving the rudder angle to the helmsman's judgment. Small freedoms like this, he believed, sharpened a crew's instincts. Their current position loitering near the Taiwan Strait's southern edge was thinly veiled as a maritime exclusion zone, though everyone knew it was a blockade. Beijing's boldest power play yet, and one that would undoubtedly draw American ire. But for now, Shen pushed geopolitics aside, savoring the horizon's blush-pink clouds. They reminded him of his wife AI's laughter, of his son's tiny hands clutching toy boats. Homesickness tugged at him, yet the sea's siren call was stronger. This life, this ship, this was where he belonged. The new course brought the sunrise into perfect alignment, as if the ocean itself agreed. Captain Shen longed to step out onto the bridge wing, where the ocean breeze would tousle his hair and the morning sun could warm his face. The scent of salt water always cleared his mind, but just as he considered slipping away, an unwelcome interruption arrived. "Commissar approaching the bridge," announced the junior watchstander, his voice tight with formality. Shen swiveled in his chair, masking his irritation as Colonel Sun Ching Kuo strode in his crisp PLA uniform, looking absurdly out of place aboard a warship. "Glorious morning, Captain," Sun declared with the practiced cheer of a man who enjoyed paperwork more than open water. Shen forced a nod, mourning the peaceful sunrise now tainted by the commissar's presence. It wasn't the man himself, though his grating optimism didn't help, but the entire concept of political oversight that rankled. A ship needed one captain, not a committee. Yet here Sun stood, sharing command by design, his authority stretching into strategy while Shen handled tactics. Worse, Shen couldn't fathom why any officer would want such a role, babysitting ideology instead of mastering the sea. Sun leaned in, his voice dropping to a theatrical whisper. "I suspect new orders are coming, Captain. Orders that will let you show the world what the Nanchang can really do." His eyes flicked toward the bridge crew, ensuring they caught every word. Shen's grip tightened on the armrest. On second thought, maybe I do despise him. "And how?" Shen asked, voice deceptively light. "Would you know before your own captain?" Sun just winked, infuriatingly smug. Before Shen could press further, the radio crackled to life. "Bridge radio. Flash traffic from command. Captain's presence requested." Shen snatched the handset, biting back a sigh. "On my way." He stood, stealing a last glance at the glittering waves. Sun, ever the opportunist, offered, "I'll take the con while you're gone." The absurdity almost made Shen laugh. The man couldn't navigate a bathtub. "Commander Tong has the deck," Shen said flatly. "Unless you've suddenly learned port from starboard, Colonel, I suggest you stick to political reports." Sun's smile didn't waver as he trailed Shen toward the hatch. The radio room lay just below, its humming equipment a stark contrast to the tension between them. Every step echoed with unspoken rivalry, the sailor and the bureaucrat, locked in a dance neither had chosen. Captain Shen descended the metal ladder, his boots echoing against the steel rungs as he moved aft. 10 deliberate steps brought him to the secured compartment, where he keyed in the access code with practiced ease. The door hissed open, revealing the dimly lit nerve center of the Nanchang. "Morning, Captain," greeted the communications officer, her cheerful expression faltering as she noticed Commissar Sun shadowing Shen. She hastily added, "Good morning, Commissar," before thrusting a stack of printed messages into Shen's hands. He retrieved his reading glasses from his breast pocket, scanning the orders with a mix of adrenaline and unease. The prospect of facing the Americans stirred his competitive spirit. His crew was unmatched, his ship a marvel of modern warfare. Yet beneath that confidence flickered a sobering thought. This wasn't just another drill. One wrong move could ignite a conflict neither side truly wanted. Sun's voice cut through his thoughts. "See, Captain?" The commissar slapped Shen's shoulder with a familiarity that made his jaw tighten. "This isn't some training exercise. It's your chance to make history. Glory awaits." Shen forced a nod. "I'll brief the officers in the wardroom," he replied, turning just in time to see Sun already retreating toward the door. "Don't rush on my account." Sun called over his shoulder, smirking. "Send for me when they're all gathered. I do love a dramatic entrance." Alone, Shen exhaled sharply, his grip tightening on the orders. The directives were chillingly clear. Hold position, intercept the American destroyer Jason Dunham, and deny passage by any means necessary. Deadly force authorized. His pride in the Nanchang's superiority warred with cold realism. The Americans wouldn't back down, not with Jack Ryan in the White House. A single misstep could spiral into full-scale war, and that was a price too steep for pride. Half a world away in a cramped forward base on Taiwan's Penghu Island. Katie rubbed her temples, the bitter aftertaste of stale coffee clinging to her tongue across the table. Konza caught her exhausted glare and smirked, as if reading her mind. "Get me out of here." The planning session had started strong, wild ideas tossed around like confetti, from smuggling defectors in shipping containers to submarine extractions in the Yellow Sea. But hours in, the room had devolved into a battleground of clashing egos and frayed nerves. Katie had insisted no idea was too outlandish, but now even she was questioning whether creativity had its limits. Between orchestrating a risky extraction from Beijing and prepping for China's looming move on Taiwan, the weight of it all pressed down like a lead blanket, and the clock was ticking. The debate had turned into a relentless back and forth, with every strategy dissected and every assumption challenged. Leading this pack of skeptics was draining, and Katie desperately needed a moment to clear her head. Kanza caught her exhausted glance and, with a knowing smirk, stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and unleashed an ear-piercing whistle that cut through the noise. "All right, listen up," he announced, commanding the room. "We're taking 10. Hit the restroom, grab caffeine, or just walk it off, whatever floats your boat. Regroup at 0700 sharp." The team groaned but shuffled out, leaving only Katie, Kanza, and Ted James, the CIA's point man, behind for a private huddle. So? Katie pressed, shifting her gaze between them. James exhaled sharply before walking to the massive screen displaying a satellite map of East Asia, Beijing in the northwest, the Korean peninsula to the east, and the Yellow Sea sprawling between them. "Honest take?" he muttered, studying the terrain. "They're screwed. Beijing's reach extends 250 miles in every direction. Total dominance over land, air, and sea. Sneaking 8 people that deep into enemy territory without detection. In a surveillance state that's already on high alert. Every move we make, they'll track. Every footprint they'll follow. They're running the same scenarios we are, and they'll see us coming from a mile away." Katie dragged a hand through her hair, frustration tightening her jaw. "It's not about the odds," she countered. "If we start believing it's hopeless, we've already lost. We pick a plan and commit full belief that we will pull it off." James nodded, chastened. "You're right, not helping." Then Kanza's grin caught her attention, that same reckless smirk that always seemed to spark something in her. "What's so funny?" she asked, curiosity cutting through the tension. "Just remembering this op in Afghanistan," he said, eyes distant. "Back when I still had both legs." What followed was a story of sheer audacity extracting a high-value target from under the enemy's nose against impossible odds. The details were vivid. Midnight breaches, split-second decisions, the kind of grit that defied logic. By the end, Katie could almost smell the gunpowder, feel the adrenaline point is. Kanza finished. When you've got a team of killers who refuse to lose, miracles happen. This mission, not hopeless, just needs the right crazy. The room felt lighter suddenly, the weight of doubt replaced by something sharper. Resolve, John Kanza's jaw tightened as he leaned over the map. "We're getting them out even if it costs us everything." James raised an eyebrow. "You'd really risk your own life for this without hesitation?" Kanza replied. "Damn right. That's why I'm leading the team and myself." Katie nearly choked on her coffee. "You can't be serious. That's what Group 8 is for. Your command staff now, John." He didn't bother arguing, just flashed a grin and moved to stand beside James at the monitor. "All right, listen up. A sea extraction's our best shot, but forget about sending in a submarine. The Bohai's so shallow the Jimmy Carter's sail would be poking out like a periscope at a kiddie pool, and the Yellow Sea. Not much deeper. You think the Navy's gonna risk $1 billion sub in what's basically China's backyard fishing hole?" Katie's mind flashed to the Blackfish's desperate dive during their clash with the Belgorod, plunging from 500 to 900 feet in seconds. Here, half the sub would be visible above water. She exhaled. "You're right. No subs getting close without waving a flag, which leaves boats or mini-subs," Kanza continued. "Group 8's got the Proteus, a slick little SDV that can haul 8 people, but the Bohai's a nightmare. Tianjin to the strait. 180 miles, then another 120 to clear the peninsula. That's a 600-mile round trip. Even if the batteries lasted, which they won't at 8 knots, we're talking 3 days underwater." "Not happening," Katie drummed her fingers. "So we're stuck with a ship, but no stealth. And the Chinese will have 30 hours to spot us." "Exactly," Kanza said. "Better idea, sneak them onto a merchant vessel already headed from Tianjin to Incheon." He traced the route on the map. James nodded. "Ferries mean tickets, cameras, checks. A cargo ship, harder to board, but once you're in, you're just another crate." Katie smirked. Back to shipping containers, huh? At least this time it's just a day's trip across the Yellow Sea. Kanza shrugged. Who says they've gotta be in a box? Plenty of hiding spots on a freighter. His tone shifted, dry as desert wind. Besides, nothing says covert op like pretending to be a stack of soybeans. We might be able to slip them in as part of the crew, James suggested, rubbing his temples as he considered the complexities. This is a massive logistical puzzle, she replied, glancing at her watch. Do we even have the bandwidth for this? Time's tight, but manageable, James said. Though we'll need seamless coordination with South Korean intelligence to make it work. They're motivated. They've got their own operatives stuck in Beijing with Task Force 99. Just as she considered excusing herself for a quick break, the secure line buzzed to life. She grabbed the receiver. Ryan here? A crisp male voice responded. Commander Ryan. Encrypted call from Langley. Your line secure? She covered the mouthpiece and shot the others a look. Need to take this, mind giving me the room? Copy that, Kanza said, and the two men ducked out. She waited for the door to click shut before answering. Secure, patch them through. A series of electronic clicks followed before the line crackled to life. Commander Ryan, she repeated, expecting silence, but instead a slow, sardonic drawl filled her ear. Well, well, had I known you'd go stirring up a hornet's nest, I'd have skipped those pancakes last weekend. A smirk tugged at her lips. Larry? That you? Guilty as charged. The old spy chuckled, his voice thick with amusement, despite the miles between them. Heard through the grapevine we've got some unfinished business to discuss. SIF, Forward Operating Base, Liaoluo Bay, as Katie laid out the grim stakes Kin's predicament. The spider's web tightening in Beijing, she fought the gnawing fear that their supposedly secure line wasn't secure at all. If Chinese cyber operatives had infiltrated this rock base, every word exchanged would doom not just the defector but Task Force 99. When she finished, Sexton let out a low whistle. Quite the mess you've stepped in. Understatement, she muttered, bracing for his response. The pause stretched unbearably before he finally spoke again, his voice uncharacteristically raw. Life's got a twisted sense of humor. 30 years I've spent putting oceans between me and Lei. You'd think distance would dull it, but the heart doesn't care about geography. My wife, God bless her, has been my rock, but pretending I never wonder what if. That'd be a lie. Maybe it's survivor's guilt. Maybe it's just old ghosts. Katie frowned. Why tell me this now? A heavy sigh crackled through the line. Because Lei's name on your lips dragged all that baggage right back up, he admitted. Then, like flipping a switch, the vulnerability vanished, replaced by steel. But that's not your problem. Priority one is extracting Qin and our people, and for that, you'll need me. In her years of service, military, intelligence, the tangled web of both, Katie had learned one truth. Missions thrived or failed on the strength of human bonds. Caring about the job meant caring about the people in the trenches. Not recklessly, not at the cost of discipline, but with the understanding that cold detachment got good operatives killed. The world had enough lone wolves. This fight demanded something better. The foundation of their entire operation rested on trust, loyalty, and a shared sense of duty. Without those ties, everything would collapse like a fragile stack of dominoes. I know this isn't easy for you, Larry, she said, recognizing the weight of his confession, but any insight you can offer would mean everything. His gruff demeanor returned instantly. I'll save you the trouble. No, I haven't spoken to Lei, and no, I don't have some backdoor way to reach her. When I walked away from Beijing, I handed everything off. 13 different handlers have taken over since then, and I never once stepped in. Guess Scott Kincaid drew the short straw. She hummed in response, though she couldn't ignore the fact that Larry knew the exact count of Lei's handlers. So direct contact's a dead end. Fine. Then tell me, where would she go with Defense Minister Qin? Any ideas? The Lei I knew was just a rookie back then, Ryan. We both were. She didn't have the skills or the network she does now. Back in the 90s, she might have stashed him in her own place, but today, she's built an empire of connections in Beijing. If she's hiding him, it's either in one of her own properties or with someone she trusts with her life. Beyond that, I've got nothing. Then narrow it down, she pressed. Think of places she might have favored. Hotels, shops, friends' homes you both knew. He exhaled sharply. That's the problem. Beijing isn't the same city it was 30 years ago. Half the places we used to go are probably parking lots now. And as for mutual friends, there weren't any. Her shoulders slumped. I was afraid of that. She chewed her lip, searching for another angle. What about landmarks? The Forbidden City, the Temple of Heaven, places that haven't changed. Maybe she'd use one of those as a meeting spot. A dry laugh crackled through the line. Yeah, and she might as well send up a flare while she's at it. Those places are crawling with surveillance. Frustration flared in her chest. You're not exactly helping here, Larry. Was there ever a backup plan? Some emergency protocol between you two? Like if things go south, meet at X location at Y time? No, he snapped, then softened slightly. I never planned to recruit her. It just happened, and then I left. The line filled with static, heavy and suffocating. Larry? She finally asked, half expecting silence. I'm still here, he muttered, voice rough. Just trying to think like her, to remember if there was anything, any phrase, any place she might cling to now. But damn, it's been too long. The details are slipping away. I get it, she said quietly. Take your time. The static stretched between them, swallowing the conversation whole. Exhaustion weighed Katie down like a concrete slab as she slumped in her chair, her thoughts dissolving into static. Her eyelids fluttered shut for a split second before her chin jerked upward, only to be startled awake by Sexton's gravelly voice cutting through the fog. It's been years, Ryan, he admitted, the weariness in his tone mirroring her own. I can't pretend to know her patterns now. Too much has changed. Katie bit her lip, frustration coiling tight in her chest. Chin and the spider had sacrificed everything to stop a war. Their lives, their freedom, and here they were scrambling for answers. What if we flipped the script? She said suddenly, the idea sparking like a struck match. Instead of chasing her, we draw her to us, give her a trail only she can follow. Sexton's skepticism was palpable. You said you lost contact? We did, she conceded, but Kincaid's convinced she'll check her dead drops. Problem is, leaving a message is like tossing breadcrumbs into a hurricane. Too risky. We need something subtle, something that screams her without tipping off the entire Beijing security apparatus. Think you've got a memory that fits the bill? A beat of silence, then his voice brightened. Zhokudian. The what now? The Peking Man site, he repeated. Slower this time museum out in the sticks near Beijing. Full of old bones and cave replicas. Not exactly a thrill ride, but... His breath hitched. We went there once. Spent the whole weekend memorizing each other's faces like we were afraid we'd forget. Katie leaned forward. And you think we can use that? Yeah, because there was this moment. His words thickened. They had this diorama of a caveman family, scraggly hair, sitting around a fire, and she turns to me out of nowhere and asks if love was even a thing back then. I hugged her, told her living without it would have been a tragedy. Then she asked if we'd see each other again. He trailed off. Katie's throat tightened. What'd you say? A dry chuckle. That it was up to fate. The ache in his voice sent a pang through her chest. This is it, she realized. If Lei was alive, that exhibit was their bullseye. Thank you, she said, already mentally drafting the op order. We'll make it work. Keep me in the loop. Sexton pressed. I need to know she's safe. Will do. And Larry, if anything else comes to mind, you know how to reach me. Commander? Yeah? Thanks. For giving a damn. The line clicked dead. Katie stood, her stiff muscles protesting as she stretched. A bathroom break and a protein bar from the vending machine were next on her agenda, until the shrill scream of air raid sirens shattered the quiet. Task Force 99 Safe House, Daxing District, Beijing, 1:47 a.m. local time. Clark fought against the fatigue gnawing at his bones, his grip on the rifle unwavering. Sleep wasn't an option. Not yet. Complacency could get you killed. Clark swept his gaze across the street one final time before rounding the corner toward their temporary headquarters. The night had been grueling, hitting every dead-drop spot the Spider might have used while planting 4 encrypted messages of his own across Beijing's districts. Still no sign of her, though. Just empty alleys and silent signals. He punched the security code into the safe house door, careful not to trigger the emergency alert that would have warned the team of trouble. Inside, the familiar hum of activity greeted him as he climbed the stairs to find his team waiting. "Rough night, boss?" Daniel Wu glanced up from his laptop, his usual smirk in place despite the dark circles under his eyes. Clark slumped into a chair, rubbing his face. "I'll live." He didn't bother masking the exhaustion in his voice. "Cheer up," Wu said, tapping his screen. "Just got word from Chavez. He's out of China, waiting in Manila in case we need backup." The news lifted some weight off Clark's shoulders. At least one person he cared about was safe. Bauer cut straight to business. How'd the drops go? The German operative looked just as drained as Clark felt. Sleep deprivation was becoming a liability. 4 of them, Clark corrected, took all night. Surveillance routes blending into bars, the usual dance, but they're planted. Wu snorted. "Sounds terrible drinking your way through the city while we're stuck here." Clark flashed a tired grin. "Would have been fun 20 years ago now. Just makes my knees ache." He turned to Charlie. "Any updates on our next move?" "Never liked sending coded messages I couldn't read myself." Charlie held up a notebook, her messy scrawl filling the page. "Just decoded a burst transmission." That got his attention. Burst messages were high stakes, short, encrypted blasts through military satellites disguised as routine Navy chatter. "Good news or bad? We meet the target in 36 hours, she said, squinting at her own handwriting. "At the Peking Man exhibit in Zhoukoudian. Your drops used an old handler's cipher. She'll recognize it. Assuming she's alive to check." Bauer yawned. "And assuming she makes it there in one piece." Clark leaned over as Sai unfolded a paper map, deliberately avoiding digital traces. The creased pages revealed Beijing at the center, with Zhoukoudian marked just beyond the city's sprawl. "Perfect," Clark muttered. "A museum date with a ghost." The team's quiet laughter cut through the tension. Operators always found humor in the absurd. The Zhoukoudian site technically falls under Beijing's jurisdiction, Akio explained, pressing his finger against the worn map. But it's tucked away in the countryside, roughly 35 kilometers southwest of downtown, out near Fangshan District, just north of Highway S320. The Taiwanese operative flashed Wu a smirk. "That's about 22 miles for you Imperial System holdouts, in case you were doing the math." Wu chuckled and flipped him off. "Yeah. Well, how many millimeters is this gesture?" Charlie cut in, tracing the route with her finger. "Realistically, we're looking at a 45-minute drive, mostly highway, until we hit the back roads near the site." Clark studied the map, nodding, assuming we make it there without a tail. "Big assumption," Bauer muttered. "Fine. Theoretically no tail," Clark conceded. "Then we link up with Spider and Keen. Also theoretically undetected. What's next?" Wu slapped Hiyori on the shoulder. "That's where the fun begins, mate. Because after that, we've got ourselves a scenic little trek straight into Mission Impossible territory." Clark exhaled slowly, turning to Charlie. "The exfil plan, which, by the way, is criminally vague, involves hauling the whole team down to the coast near Tianjin." She tapped the map again. "From there, it gets real fuzzy. All we know is we're supposed to catch a boat out of the port that night." Bauer crossed his arms. So let me get this straight. They expect 8 random strangers plus 2 of China's most wanted to travel how far? About 80 kilometers, as the crow flies, Akio said. Longer, since we're not actually crows. Right, Bauer said dryly. Just a casual 80-kilometer joyride with a fugitive entourage. What could possibly go wrong? Clark rubbed his temples. And we have 0 details on where in Tianjin's port we're going, or what kind of boat we're looking for. Not yet, Charlie admitted. Intel's drip-feeding us for security. Safe bet it's not a destroyer, Wu joked. Or a sub, Charlie added. Bohai Bay's too shallow for that. Haiori, who'd been silent until now, cleared his throat. I might have some insight. 5 pairs of eyes locked onto him. The NIS, our version of the CIA, has assets embedded in merchant crews running regular routes in and out of Tianjin, he explained. They mostly gather intel, but sometimes they move people. There's a ship, the Capella, owned by East Star Shipping. It leaves tomorrow. Bauer's eyebrows shot up. You've used this before? Haiori nodded. Once, smuggled something in, then hitched a ride out on the same ship. Clark felt a flicker of relief. If the Capella had a clean record with Korean intelligence, it might just work. The real problem? Getting 8 people across 80 kilometers of hostile territory without getting caught. That part still felt like a suicide mission. Clark knew dividing the team was their only option. He laid out the plan carefully. I'll head to Tianjin alone first thing tomorrow, Hiyori announced. I'll secure our port clearances with the ship's captain before the rest of you arrive. Clark nodded in approval. Splitting up makes sense. Bauer and I can coordinate at the office building, Wu added. We'll grab dinner, just 2 Americans blending in, then catch the late train to Tianjin. Charlie frowned. What about Akio and me? Clark didn't hesitate. Akio moves ahead to scout the Peking man's site. You and I, we play tourists who just fell hard for each other at Club Pink, a short walk from here. We book a room, spend the morning pretending to be lovebirds sightseeing, then drive out to meet the others. Charlie smirked. Guess my cover's got a thing for silver foxes, huh? Wu snorted into his coffee. Clark's expression turned serious as he spread the map across the table. Once we separate, no doubling back to the safe house. We need backup plans and a solid comm system, fast. The team crowded closer as he stepped back. Enough from me. Let's hear your ideas. The darkness was absolute. Chin jolted awake, heart pounding, struggling to place himself. The onion seller, right. He hadn't meant to sleep, had sworn he'd stay alert until Lei returned, but the endless black played tricks on the mind. No windows, no light, just the pungent reek of onions and his own unwashed stench. 23 hours a day down here was enough to unravel anyone. For the first time in his life, depression clung to him like a second skin, the hope of seeing his family again, a dying ember. The only spark left was Lei. Against all pride, he'd come to rely on her, maybe even admire her. Truth was truth, as his father would say. His watch glowed 2:33 a.m. Any minute now she'd be back from checking the dead drops. His bladder twinged. No emergency yet, but dawn was a long way off. Might as well go now. He shoved aside onion crates, flashlight in hand, careful to leave it pointed at the floor. No beams upstairs. The last thing they needed was a stray light giving them away. As he crawled through their makeshift barricade, a sudden creak overhead froze him, mid-motion, too early for Lei. Someone else was in the restaurant. Chin squeezed through the narrow opening and crept toward the short staircase leading to the floor hatch. He ducked instinctively beneath the low beams. Years of painful bumps had taught him well. Crawling up the steps, he balanced carefully before pressing his palm against the trapdoor. The hinges groaned softly as he lifted it, but the sound wouldn't carry beyond the kitchen. With slow precision, he climbed out, guiding the door shut without a sound. The warm scent of last night's feast still lingered. Roasted garlic, seared meats, and simmering spices wrapping around him like a welcome embrace. After hours trapped in the damp cellar, the aroma was intoxicating. His stomach growled, demanding action. Maybe the kitchen held something edible. He shuffled toward the industrial fridge, swung open the heavy door, and was immediately disappointed. No leftover takeout boxes, just rows of prepped ingredients and sauces sealed tight for tomorrow's service. His fingers skimmed over raw chicken, unmarinated beef, useless. Then he spotted a container labeled soy ginger garlic marinade. Without hesitation, he cracked it open and gulped down the savory liquid like a man dying of thirst. "Damn, that's good," he muttered, licking his lips. A shame there wasn't a skewer of grilled meat to dunk in it. Next, he grabbed a bottle of plum wine, twisted off the cap, and took 3 deep swigs. The sweetness burned pleasantly, warmth spreading through his limbs as the alcohol hit his bloodstream. Better, much better. He moved quietly toward the restrooms, 2 options, but only one ever stayed clean. The staff bathroom was a biohazard. The customer one, pristine. Gia had even installed a soft nightlight by the sink, casting a dim glow. Chin locked the door behind him, did his business, and reached for the flush handle, then froze. Footsteps. At first, relief Lei was back. But then doubt crept in. The steps were hesitant, uneven, not someone who belonged here. A flicker of light under the door confirmed it. Someone was searching the restaurant. Adrenaline spiked. Weaponless, he scanned the tiny room. His gaze landed on the toilet tank lid. Heavy, solid, perfect. He hefted the thick porcelain slab, 12 pounds? And positioned himself beside the door, muscles coiled. Whoever was out there wouldn't expect a greeting quite like this. This is my one shot. It has to land. His legs betrayed him with an involuntary shake, and the self-loathing hit hard. How could the former defense minister of the world's most powerful military be reduced to this, quivering like a rookie in the face of danger? Former being the operative word, a bitter voice in his head corrected. The sliver of light beneath the door vanished, footsteps fading instead of approaching. Silence. Then the unmistakable groan of the cellar door hinges. Damn it, the flashlight. The realization jolted the soldier in kin back to life. He slipped from the bathroom like a shadow, every movement sharp and controlled as if some unseen force guided him. The old floor protested beneath his weight as he pivoted toward the cellar, but it was too late. The intruder, silhouetted by the dim glow from below, turned just as Chin swung. The toilet tank lid connected with a sickening crack, sending the man sprawling down the stairs into the darkness. Chin snatched the fallen pistol, training it on the motionless heap below. His heartbeat roared in his ears, finger-itching to put a final bullet in what was surely an MSS operative. But he held steady, watching for any twitch of life. Nothing. His breaths came ragged, hyperventilating. Great. For all his years in uniform, he'd never taken a life until now. A sound behind him spun him around, pistol raised toward the alley door. But it wasn't an attack, just a key turning in the lock. Lei. He lowered the weapon slightly as the night spider stepped inside, her face cycling through shock, recognition, then dread. "What happened?" she breathed, closing the distance. Chin jerked his chin toward the cellar. Him. Her question wasn't an accusation, just cold assessment. "You killed him?" He exhaled. "Yeah, didn't exactly stop to check. They hunt in pairs," she muttered, dropping to a crouch and pulling him down. The others close. Watching, waiting, his jaw tightened. "So we run. We disappear," she corrected. "And the body," her pause stretched too long. "We leave it. Jaya can't help us now." Her voice cracked. "Drag it outside and someone finds it by dawn." Chin shoved the pistol into her hands and hauled the corpse deeper into the cellar, stacking onion crates over the evidence. "Done," he said, wiping his hands as he emerged. Lei nodded, sealing the trapdoor. "The Americans? Your message? Did they respond?" Her answer was a single loaded word. "Yes." The coded message led to a spot only she would recognize. "You're certain about trusting whoever left this?" Chen asked, his voice tight with tension. A knowing grin played on her lips. "There's just one other person alive who'd use this signal, and he happens to be the only American I'd stake my life on." For the first time since his betrayal, Qin felt a flicker of optimism. "Then we move fast, before your partner catches on." But she lingered, her fingers brushing his sleeve in an uncharacteristic gesture. "There's more, Hayu." The use of his first name startled him. She'd never done that before. "Your family," she continued, her eyes softening. "The Americans pulled them out of the Maldives. Your wife and daughters are safe." Gratitude choked his voice as tears welled up. "Thank you." Straightening, he felt renewed determination surge through him. If they could pull off a rescue like that, maybe their escape plan would work too. The spider nudged him forward. Clocks ticking. As they slipped through the shadowed kitchen, Qin realized the weight pressing on him had shifted, not gone, but now balanced by something fierce and unexpected hope. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, President Ryan leaned back in his chair as Mary Pat delivered her update. Satellite feeds had picked up a woman scouting Clark's dead drops under cover of darkness. The risky chess game was in motion, but whether the pieces would align remained uncertain. "At least we've got contact," Ryan mused, pivoting toward the window. "What about Taiwan?" Mary Pat's tone sharpened. "Task Force 25 has a theory. Lee might stage an attack on his own navy to justify invasion." Ryan's brows lifted, more creative than framing us for Qin's assassination. "Far more damning," she agreed. "Photos of a Chinese ship hit by a missile? The world would eat it up. Even allies might back off sanctions. Nobody wants to bleed their economy over this." Ryan exhaled slowly. The cold calculus of it unsettled him. "You think Lee would sacrifice his own men?" Mary Pat rarely hesitated, but now she did. "The question, Jack, is whether you believe it." He did. Lee's recent purges showed a man unmoored from reality, obsessed with legacy. Reunification wasn't just policy, it was his obsession, and obsessions justified terrible things. "He wouldn't need bodies," Ryan muttered. Just a convincing lie. The game had changed. Now they had to prove the lie before it ignited a war. The Renhai-class cruisers are formidable warships, more than capable of neutralizing Taiwan's incoming anti-ship missile salvos, especially if they see them coming, Mary Pat remarked. Ryan nodded grimly. Hell, they'd probably swat them down even blindfolded, China's relentless theft of U.S. Military tech, combined with their bottomless defense budget, meant their naval power was rapidly closing the gap with America's. Those O-55 destroyers could handle missile threats with or without warning, but that didn't make this gamble any less reckless. Yet Ryan knew President Lee would deem it worthwhile. Katie's instincts had been razor-sharp before, and if she'd flagged this threat all the way to Mary Pat's desk, it demanded attention. His stomach twisted at the thought of his daughter caught in a Chinese invasion. "What's our footprint on Penghu right now?" he asked, forcing his voice steady. Task Force 25 was there, along with Naval Special Warfare Group 8. A DevGru platoon had just landed to reinforce SEAL Team 5, who were running drills with Taiwan's elite 101th Sea Dragons. Even Task Force 70 had left a skeleton crew on the island. Ryan turned away, jaw tight. If Katie's intel panned out, they'd need every operator in the fight, but non-combatants would just be liabilities. "We pull all support personnel off Penghu immediately," he said, spinning back to Mary Pat. "Let the SEALs focus on the mission without babysitting desk jockeys." "Agreed," she said. "But do we stash them in mainland Taiwan? If this blows up, ROC bases will be primary targets for Chinese missiles." "Not happening," Ryan snapped. "Then softer. We'll evacuate them to the fleet. Task Force 70 can absorb them." He checked his watch. Time was bleeding away. NSC brief now. We'll pinpoint the Reagan's location, reroute evacuees to the nearest carrier if she's out of range, then deploy Group 8 and DevGru to counter China's Spec Ops moves. Mary Pat stood, leading him toward the door. Ryan followed, teeth grinding. Lee might hold the high cards today, but the Chinese president would learn the hard way not to mistake American caution for weakness. As they strode toward the Situation Room, the weight of the coming hours settled on Ryan's shoulders like armor. 100 miles southeast of Penghu, the USS Jason Dunham sliced through the Taiwan Strait. In the Combat Information Center, Lieutenant Horillo's eyes locked onto the amber diamond pulsing on the Aegis display, track 82724. The system's genius lay in its simplicity: yellow for unknown, diamond for surface contact, dotted perimeter for probable hostile. For 60 tense minutes, the contact had shadowed the Dunham just beyond visual range, running dark. Every sailor in CIC knew the truth. That blip was a Chinese warship, playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse. The ship was moving with its AIS deliberately disabled, a system designed to prevent maritime collisions by broadcasting a vessel's identity, GPS coordinates, speed, and heading. Every ship equipped with AIS automatically shared this data, feeding it into electronic navigation systems worldwide to eliminate confusion in crowded waters. But Track 82724 wasn't interested in playing by the rules. "You're hiding something," Horillo mused, glaring at the diamond-shaped blip on the screen. "Just not ready to show your hand yet." Turning off AIS wasn't against the law. The USS Dunham did it regularly when operational security demanded discretion. No need to announce to the world they were a U.S. warship. Earlier, the command team had debated whether to keep AIS active during their risky run through the Taiwan Strait. Broadcasting their position would send a clear message. The U.S. Navy didn't recognize China's blockade. President Ryan had ordered this mission as a show of force, not some covert operation. As the skipper put it, "This isn't some sneaky midnight ride. We're making a statement." But the XO had a point. Turning off AIS won't make us invisible. We're a destroyer, not a submarine. They'll see us either way. The only difference is whether we hand them targeting data on a silver platter, like painting a bullseye on our forehead. In the end, the captain chose defiance. AIS stayed on. Horillo wasn't convinced it was the right call. "Combat bridge," the officer of the deck crackled over the comms. "Approaching 5 nautical miles from the blockade line," Horillo acknowledged, bracing for the next updates. 1 mile out, then the breach itself. China's defense minister had been crystal clear. Any U.S. warship crossing that line would be treated as hostile. 20 minutes from now, we'll see if they're bluffing, Horillo thought, his jaw tight. The Dunham had refueled with an Australian tanker the day before, stocking up for the Strait transit before the Aussies wisely retreated south. No sense sticking around for target practice. Horillo didn't blame them. Captain in combat, the radar operator announced as Commander Kreutz strode in, clad in his Navy coveralls. "Sir, 5 nautical miles to the blockade," Horillo reported. Kreutz nodded. "Still no electronic signature from our mystery contact?" "Nothing yet," Horillo confirmed, eyes flicking back to the screen. The silence was louder than any radar ping. The captain gave a slow nod before issuing his next command. "Tau, verify our current readiness status," Horillo responded promptly. "Condition 2 surface is active ship-wide. On American naval vessels, Condition 1 meant full battle stations, the highest alert level where all crew members were at their posts, meals were skipped, and sleep was suspended. While it maximized the Dunham's combat capabilities in the short term, keeping the crew at that intensity for too long would wear them down. People needed rest, food, and yes, even bathroom breaks. No amount of training could override basic human needs. With the Taiwan Strait spanning over 250 nautical miles, the Dunham's command team had opted for a modified alert posture. Condition 2 surface kept key stations manned, focusing on surface threats and safe navigation. As the tactical action officer, Horillo would oversee the initial approach past the blockade before rotating shifts with the weapons officer. Even off-duty, he planned to stay in combat unless nature called, which, given the tension, might happen sooner than expected. A sudden alert cut through the room. TAOA Track 724 just accelerated to 29 knots and adjusted course to intercept. Closest point of approach now under 500 yards. The surface warfare coordinator reported, his tone edged with urgency. Horillo acknowledged, feeling the atmosphere in combat tighten. Before he could direct the EOSC's operator to adjust the targeting system, the watchstander had already locked onto the contact. The screen flickered, zooming toward the horizon, but for now only empty ocean filled the display. The unidentified vessel remained beyond visual range, still over 12 nautical miles out. "Won't be long before we get eyes on our uninvited guest," the captain remarked dryly. Horillo nodded. "Based on its speed, course, and sonar profile, I recommend reclassifying Track 724 from suspect to hostile." Captain Kreutz smirked. "Getting jumpy, Tao?" "Just cautious, sir." With the captain's approval, Horillo updated the designation. Instantly, the yellow diamond on every screen in combat flashed red, its dotted trajectory now a solid threat line. "XO on the bridge?" Kreutz asked. "Affirmative. Good." The captain took a steadying breath before grabbing the ship-wide intercom. "Attention, Jason Dunham crew. This is your captain. As you know, we're en route to the East China Sea via the Taiwan Strait. Normally, this would be a routine but watchful transit. Today, however, we're facing a Chinese blockade. Stay sharp. The United States government does not condone this aggressive maneuver during peacetime. Our orders from the White House are clear. We must challenge China's unauthorized maritime blockade while we're not officially at war with Beijing. The situation remains volatile. Stay sharp and disciplined out there. If we maintain composure and execute flawlessly, we'll prove America's commitment to protecting international waters without escalating tensions. That's all. Dismissed. A chorus of hooyah echoed through the command center, likely led by missile specialist Kip Karen. Commander Horillo's attention snapped back to the auxiliary screen displaying the EOSS feed. A slender mast pierced the horizon, Track 82724 emerging from the waves. Before he could order magnification, Petty Officer Lind anticipated him, adjusting the zoom with practiced efficiency. The angular silhouette left no doubt. Mast profile confirms PLA Navy Type 055 Renhai-class destroyer, the identification specialist declared, requesting track reclassification. Understood, Horillo acknowledged, pivoting toward the captain. Well, there's our confirmation. Expected as much, the captain replied. Get me that hull number. I want to address them properly if things get testy. The Type 055 loomed larger on screen, its sleek contours belying formidable specs. With 112 vertical launch cells compared to the Arleigh Burke's 96 plus rumored superior radar and propulsion, it represented more than just competition. It was a statement. Wardroom debates often turned heated, discussing China's rapid naval advancements. The 055's design bore unmistakable similarities to American destroyers, fueling frustrations about stolen technology. Just last year, 3 separate cases of sailors leaking classified data to China had surfaced. While Beijing mass-produced these warships, 6, commissioned in 2022 alone, the betrayal from within stung worse. The so-called gap in naval capabilities. Staring at the high-resolution feed, Horillo realized it might not exist anymore. Or perhaps we're the ones falling behind now. Captain, recommending we disable AIS, set CWS to air auto hold, and assign missile coverage to track 82724, approved on weapons prep. But keep AIS active, Captain Kreutz countered. No need to telegraph our moves prematurely. Horillo relayed the commands. The phalanx system shifted to tracking mode. safeties engaged while Aegis operators plotted firing solutions. Birds, naval jargon for their missile arsenal, stood ready in the vertical launch bays. Every sailor knew the drill professionalism masked the simmering tension as two rival warships closed distance in contested waters. Horillo knew exactly which weapon to deploy in this tense standoff, the U.S. Navy's versatile SM-6 missile, a multi-purpose asset capable of engaging ships, aircraft, and incoming threats. Taiwan, we've confirmed track 82724 as the Chinese destroyer Nanchang, hull number 101, the IDS operator reported. Horillo studied the enhanced video feed from EOSS, spotting the bold white numerals on the Nanchang's port side. The sleek warship was charging forward at full speed, its silhouette growing larger by the second. Just moments ago, only its mast had been visible. Now the entire vessel loomed ominously. Maritime navigation rules dictated right-of-way based on position and trajectory. With the Dunham heading north and the Nanchang approaching from the port side on an east-northeast bearing, the American ship had the legal right to maintain course. Yet the Chinese destroyer showed no intention of yielding, clearly aiming to intercept and block access to the Taiwan Strait. Combat, bridge. Nanchang's hailing us on bridge to bridge, the OOD announced over Net 15. Should we respond? Horillo turned to the CO for guidance. Without hesitation, Captain Kreutz took command of the situation. Patch it through to combat, he ordered. A moment later, a heavily accented voice crackled over the speakers. U.S. Navy warship. This is PLA Navy destroyer Nanchang. Turn back immediately. You are not authorized to enter Chinese territorial waters. Kreutz shot Horillo a grim, determined smirk. Buckle up, Teo. Captain, closest point of approach is now 250 yards, Horillo warned, watching the fire control screen. They're not backing off. Classic intimidation play, Kreutz muttered before keying the radio. Nanchang, this is USS Jason Dunham. We are operating in international waters under lawful transit. Adjust your course and maintain safe distance. The response was swift and uncompromising. Permission denied. Reverse course now. Master Chief Brunner, who had just entered combat, scoffed under his breath. Like hell we will. That strait belongs to the world. Kreutz exchanged a brief, amused glance with him. Horillo recognized that look from late-night poker games where the captain held a winning hand. Nanchang, this is Captain Kreutz. Put your commanding officer on. The tension in combat thickened as the fire control system updated CPA, now 90 yards in under 12 minutes. The Nanchang wasn't just posturing, it was barreling straight toward them. After an agonizing silence, a new voice finally responded, his English slower and more deliberate. USS Dunham, this is Captain Shen. Speak. I listen. Captain Shen, we're proceeding through the Taiwan Strait under international maritime law, specifically Article 87 of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Rest assured, we'll maintain a distance beyond the 12-mile territorial limit recognized by the international community, Kreutz declared, his words flowing with rehearsed precision. The silence that followed stretched uncomfortably long. Then the voice from the Nanchang crackled through the radio. Captain Kreutz, your military vessel has no authorization to enter Chinese territorial waters or exclusion zones. Your current path violates our national laws. The Taiwan Strait is restricted. You failed to request entry, so permission is denied. Alter course immediately. Horillo noticed the captain's jaw clench as the smug response hit its mark. The relaxed atmosphere in combat vanished, replaced by tension as the Chinese destroyer closed in alarmingly fast. Sir, track 724 is on intercept. Collision predicted in 8 minutes at 10 yards, the tactical coordinator reported urgently. Kreutz's response was a low, irritated growl. From the bridge, Lieutenant Lewinsky chimed in over the comms. Recommend slowing to widen the gap, Captain XO agrees. Normally, the officer of the deck wouldn't need approval for such maneuvers, but today wasn't normal. The Dunham's mission was to push through. not back down. Kreutz had warned the crew about Chinese aggression. Now they were seeing it firsthand. Maintain course and speed, the captain ordered firmly. Then, switching to a private channel, Kreutz's tone turned sharp. Listen, XO, rules or not, these guys aren't playing fair. We're in a damn game of chicken. If they don't yield in 5 minutes, you take control. No retreat, but no collision either. Do whatever it takes to outmaneuver them. Horillo smirked at the idea of their massive destroyer pulling off some slick, evasive move until reality set in. The Dunham weighed nearly 10,000 tons, the Nanchang even more. These weren't speedboats. They were floating giants, slow to react. Most maritime collisions happened not because ships couldn't turn, but because they simply ran out of time to avoid disaster. The clock was ticking. A potential collision between the USS Dunham and the Chinese destroyer Nanchang would spell disaster for both vessels, regardless of who bore responsibility. Captain Kreutz exhaled sharply after ending the call with his executive officer, adjusting his headset before locking eyes with Lieutenant Horillo. Tau, initiate condition Zebra shipwide. No general quarters, no battle stations, he ordered, his voice steady but edged with urgency. Horillo acknowledged, then relayed the command over the 1MC, his grip tightening on the handset. Condition Zebra wasn't just protocol. It was the Navy's last line of defense against catastrophe. Every watertight door would seal, engineering would lock down to essential systems, and non-critical maintenance would halt. Horillo understood Kreutz's reasoning. Avoiding the chaos of full battle stations kept the crew sharp, their awareness unbroken. The last thing they needed was a scramble of personnel while the Nanchang loomed ever closer. Navigator, take bridge comms with the Nanchang, Kreutz barked. Drive it into their heads. We're the stand-on vessel, and we're not budging. The Nav's crisp "Aye, Captain" was barely out before the tactical coordinator's voice cut through the tension. Track 8272 Thor inside 2,000 yards, closing 0 bearing rate, CPA 10 yards. Horillo's stomach nodded as he watched the live feed from EOSS. The Nanchang surged forward, its bow slicing through the waves, wake churning like a storm behind it. Radio exchanges between the Dunham's navigator and the Nanchang's operator grew sharper, more insistent, yet neither ship yielded. A cold trickle of sweat traced Horillo's ribs as déjà vu gripped him. He remembered the Decatur incident, how a Chinese destroyer had played chicken with a U.S. warship near the Spratlys, 45 yards, a near miss. And now, here they were again. Silence hung thick in combat. Kreutz stood rigid, fingers digging into his chair. How far would he push this? The distance dwindled 1,000 yards, then 500. The XO, now at the cons, slammed the Dunham into reverse, the hull shuddering in protest. For a heartbeat, the CPA widened, then the Nanchang corrected course, zeroing back in. They're not bluffing, the Command Master Chief muttered. They're aiming for us. The numbers on the display ticked downward, a countdown to impact. Horillo's pulse hammered in his throat. This wasn't just a standoff, it was a test of wills, and the ocean between them was running out. The USS Dunham had the right-of-way, but it was clear the Chinese vessel had no intention of backing down. Without warning, the ship heeled sharply to port as the executive officer commanded a hard turn to starboard. Horillo smirked. Classic misdirection play. While veering right followed maritime protocol and avoided immediate danger, it left the Chinese warship trailing them. A left turn might have let the Dunham slip behind the Nanchang, but it risked a catastrophic head-on collision if the enemy captain made a sudden move. Horillo noticed the XO's next move, full power to the port engine while keeping the starboard in reverse. The counter-rotation acted like a pivot, sharpening their turn as the massive destroyer carved a tight arc southward. Just when it seemed they'd settled on a 200-degree heading, the XO threw another curveball, another hard right turn. The Dunham's bow swung west, and the Chinese destroyer, now a mere 80 yards off their starboard side, shot past in a blur of gray steel. Cheers erupted as the Dunham completed its pivot, slipping neatly behind the Nanchang's stern. With both engines roaring to flank speed, the ship shuddered, plowing through the enemy's churning wake before leveling out on a northbound course. Horillo exchanged a grin with the captain. "Now that's how you sell a fake," he said. "Bet they're fuming over there," the captain chuckled. The XO's voice crackled over the speaker. "Collision avoided. We'll breach the blockade in 50,200 yards. Keep the pedal down," the captain replied. "They can't hit what they can't catch." Horillo's eyes flicked to the display. The Nanchang was already looping around in pursuit. The distance between them stretched, but the Chinese ship was gaining speed. Time to see if an Arleigh Burke can outrun a Type 055. The tension in combat had melted into exhilaration. They were seconds from breaking through. The countdown flashed on screen. 300 yards, 200 yards, 100 yards, crossing the exclusion zone, entering the Taiwan Strait, the coordinator announced. A cheer went up. Horillo exhaled, relief washing over him, until a flicker on the auxiliary screen froze his blood. A missile erupted from the Nanchang's deck, trailing fire. Alarms blared. "Incoming," someone shouted. The celebration was over vampire inbound. Just 5 minutes earlier, inside the dimly lit combat control center of the Nanchang, a Type 055 guided missile destroyer patrolling the southern entrance of the Taiwan Strait. Tensions had reached a boiling point. Captain Shen barely registered the political commissar, Colonel Sun, screaming in his face, his mind strangely detached, as if watching the scene unfold from a distance. It wasn't until he felt the spray of spittle hitting his cheek that reality snapped back into focus. "They're crossing into the Amiens," Sun bellowed, veins bulging in his neck. "Why are you just standing there, Act?" Shen raised a hand between them, resisting the urge to shove the man back. "Get a grip, Colonel," he said, voice steady but edged with warning, "or I'll have you escorted out of Combat Central." Sun's face darkened. "Your hesitation is a disgrace, Captain. The whole world is watching your failure." Shen exhaled sharply. "You don't understand ship handling. We already pushed the limits of international maritime law with that blocking maneuver. You want me to ram the Americans? This isn't some cheap patrol boat. It's a 14,000-ton warship with 400 lives on board. A collision would sink us both." The commissar yanked a crumpled order from his pocket and shoved it toward Shen. "Read it again. Deny access. Deadly force is authorized. So tell me, are you disobeying or just incompetent?" Shen snatched the paper and slammed it onto the desk. "These orders don't say to turn the Nanchang into a battering ram. Lethal force is my call, and this isn't over." A voice crackled over the comms, Commander Tong from the bridge. "Americans are pulling back orders." Shen grabbed the handset. "Pursue at flank speed. Push the engines to max." The destroyer roared to life, vibrations humming through the deck as the turbines surged. Sun's glare burned into Shen, but then, without warning, the commissar strode to the missile console, shoving the junior officer aside before anyone could react. He twisted the launch key to fire and punched in commands. Shen lunged, tackling Sun to the deck with a sickening crunch of ribs. "Secure that console now?" He barked at the stunned coordinator, but it was too late. The deafening roar of a missile launch shook the room. "Set the missile control permissive switch to safe mode." "I repeat, safe mode," Captain Shen commanded, his voice cutting through the tension in the combat control center. "Switching MCP to safe," the junior officer confirmed, his fingers flying over the console. "MCP is now secure." Beneath Shen, Colonel Sun let out a pained groan. But the political commissar was the least of Shen's worries. His ship had just launched an anti-ship missile at the USS Jason Dunham, and retaliation wasn't just likely. It was inevitable. The American captain had every right to respond with a full barrage from missile salvos to the lethal Mark 45 5-inch deck gun. At this range, Their own missile would strike in under 60 seconds. Combat Coordinator, activate countermeasures and set sigils to auto. Shen ordered, peeling himself off Sun. A sharp twinge in his ribs answered the unspoken question of who'd come out worse in their scuffle. Gritting his teeth, he straightened up and faced the central display where a live feed of the Jason Dunham flickered. In moments, they'd know if Sun had just sparked a global catastrophe. Captain Shen, Sun barked, staggering to his feet. Under Article 2, Section 9 of PLA Navy Doctrine, you are relieved of command. He turned to the XO. Commander Tan? You are now acting CO. Confine Shen to his quarters and take control of this ship. Shen met Tan's gaze, silent. The XO hesitated, his eyes darting between the two men. The entire room held its breath, waiting to see where his loyalty would land. Then, with a crisp salute, Tan snapped to attention. Your orders, Captain? Shen exhaled. He hadn't realized he'd been holding his breath. Escort Colonel Sun to an empty stateroom under guard. Confiscate his phone and cut off all comms access. Aye, sir, Tan replied, signaling the master-at-arms. Two petty officers moved in as Sun backpedaled, his face twisted in fury. This is treason. You'll both hang for this, mark my words. His threats dissolved into muffled protests as he was dragged away. Thanks to you, Colonel, those words might be truer than you think, Shen thought grimly, turning back to the monitor. He wasn't a praying man, but right now, he hoped that Jason Dunham's captain had a cooler head than Sun. If the Americans retaliated, Shen would have no choice but to fight back, and neither ship would survive. U.S. Jason Dunham, DDG 109. A cold wave of recognition hit Horillo. Just like the ambush in the Malacca Strait, they were under attack. Only this time, the threat wasn't some crude RPG. A high-tech cruise missile was screaming toward them. RCS, hold fire off, he barked. EW, deploy countermeasure PPR now. COBOS disengaged, tracking inbound vampire, the radar operator shouted. Countermeasures active, the EW officer confirmed. The seconds stretched like hours. The fate of two ships, and maybe more, hung in the balance. The Dunham activated its multi-layered defense systems as the Chinese destroyer Nanchang launched a cruise missile from just 1,500 yards away. With the threat closing in under a minute, the ship's SM-2 missiles designed for long-range interception were useless at this proximity. Everything now hinged on the phalanx Sigus and electronic countermeasures. The Sigus, a rapid-fire Gatling gun, locked onto the incoming missile with its radar, unleashing a storm of tungsten rounds at 4,500 rounds per minute. If that failed, the Dunham's last hope was its soft-kill defenses, chaff to create false radar signatures and the Nulka decoy to confuse the missile's guidance. Lieutenant Horillo, sweat beading on his forehead, flipped the fire inhibit switch to green, readying the ship's missiles for retaliation. How many inbound? Captain Kreutz demanded, his voice sharp. Just one, sir, the air warfare officer confirmed. A tense second later, the CIWS operator shouted, Vampire destroyed. The crew exhaled in unison, but Horillo's mind raced. Why only one missile? The Nanchang had enough firepower to unleash a devastating salvo. This wasn't just about survival, it was a message. The Chinese captain could have fired a harmless artillery round as a warning, but instead he'd launched a guided missile straight at them. Warning shots don't track targets? Horillo clenched his jaw. Was this a test, a provocation, or something worse? The Dunham had dodged death this time. But the real question lingered. What game was the Nanchang playing? Captain Kreutz turned his gaze toward the live feed of the Chinese warship Nanchang, which was now trailing the USS Jason Dunham at a cautious distance. The vessel maintained its position about half a mile off their starboard stern, its massive 130-millimeter deck gun clearly visible. EOSS, give me a close-up on that cannon, Kreutz ordered. The screen flickered before zooming in on the Nanchang's bow, revealing the HPJ-38 artillery mount, a Chinese adaptation of the old Soviet AK-130 with firepower comparable to the Dunham's Mark 45. The weapon was trained straight ahead, not directly at them, but that didn't ease the tension in combat. "Tao, lock onto the Nanchang with 4 missiles," Kreutz commanded, his voice tight with restraint. Horillo could see the captain's jaw clench. This wasn't just tactical, it was personal. If they even twitch, take them out. Horillo swallowed hard. "Sir, what exactly counts as a twitch?" Kreutz's response was razor sharp. "If their gun moves, if they pop a missile hatch, if their radar locks onto us, anything that looks like they're gearing up for another shot, you light them up." "Understood," Horillo said, turning to the air warfare coordinator. "Air, you copy that?" "Loud and clear," the AWC replied. "4 birds ready to fly on your signal." Kreutz snatched the bridge-to-bridge radio, his grip white-knuckled. Horillo almost smirked. This was about to get interesting. "Nanchang, this is the USS Jason Dunham," Kreutz barked into the handset. "You just opened fire on a U.S. Navy ship in international waters. Most captains would have already sunk you for that. So explain yourself before I decide to." The silence in combat was suffocating. Every sailor held their breath, eyes locked on the feed of the Nanchang. Horillo's pulse pounded in his ears as he waited, replaying the captain's last order. If they flinch, sink them. Finally, the radio crackled. "USS Jason Dunham, you have illegally entered a Chinese exclusion zone. Withdraw immediately or face consequences." Kreutz didn't flinch. "Why did you fire on my ship?" Another agonizing pause, then the same robotic voice replied, "That was a warning. Turn back now." Kreutz muted the mic. "Tao, any movement on their gun?" "Negative, sir," Horillo said, scanning the feed for any hint of aggression. "VL's doors? All closed, Captain." Kreutz exhaled sharply and dropped into his chair. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. After a long moment, he leaned forward. "Stand by, Tao. If they make one wrong move, end them. Meanwhile, get me Task Force 70. The Admiral needs to hear this. Hell, the White House might need to get involved." Then, almost casually, he added, "And let's get that formal hostile action confirmation from the warfare coordinator, just in case." President Lee Jianjun's fist slammed onto the conference table with a force that sent the porcelain tea set rattling, causing Acting Defense Minister Han Shui-Xiang to flinch in his seat. The tension in Jade Spring Villa was palpable as Lee's voice cut through the room like a blade. "Excuses won't cut it when an American destroyer sails through our waters near Taiwan," he barked, his glare burning into Han. "I want to know why the USS Jason Dunham is still moving north, and what Captain Shen plans to do about it." Beside Han, MSS Director Deng Sue remained motionless, his expression unreadable, fingers laced over his knee. Han adjusted his glasses with a shaky hand, his throat dry. "Sir, our blockade orders were explicit. Captain Shen engaged the Dunham with warning shots, but—" "And yet," Lee interrupted, his voice dripping with contempt, "President Ryan's warship still prowls our coastline armed to the teeth?" His gaze flicked to his security chief, who tensed, fingers brushing the hidden holster beneath his suit. A silent exchange. Lee gave the slightest shake of his head, and the hand withdrew. Han, oblivious until now, caught the movement and swallowed hard, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. "You want me to order the Dunham sunk right now?" Han ventured, voice cracking. "I just thought thinking wasn't required." Lee snapped. "When I say lethal force, I don't mean hesitation. The moment they crossed into our zone, we were at war. Shen should have acted." He let the words hang, watching Han squirm before exhaling sharply. "But the window's closed. Destroying them now makes us the aggressors, unless they give us a reason." Leaning forward, he enunciated each word. "If that ship so much as twitches wrong, you obliterate it. Lingering? Missile drills? A sideways glance? Consider it treason if Shen doesn't pull the trigger." Han's nod was frantic. Understood, sir. Good, Lee reclined, suddenly conversational. Now, what about our special forces? On track, Mr. President. Huayu infiltration proceeds as planned. A slow smile spread across Lee's face. Then let's see if the Americans are bold enough to test us twice. The operatives are highly skilled, with real-time satellite and drone backup, ensuring their mission will be a success. They'd better pull it off, Lee snapped, pouring himself a lukewarm cup of tea with visible irritation. The entire plan hinges on their performance. What's the status after the missile strike? The artillery positions on Huayu Island are already locked in. Cruise missiles will obliterate the sites the moment our special forces are clear. Not good enough, Lee interrupted, setting his cup down with a sharp clink. Schedule the counterstrike immediately after the target ship is hit. No delays. The Jialong team must evacuate before the island is reduced to rubble. Total annihilation is the only way to erase our involvement, understood? He grimaced at the stale tea, then waved a dismissive hand. Understood, Mr. President, Han replied. You're dismissed, Lee said coldly. And inform Admiral Pei that his failure with the Nanchang is unacceptable. Captain Shen had better not disappoint me next time. Han bowed deeply before rushing out, leaving only MSS Minister Deng seated across from Lee. Turning to Deng, Lee's expression darkened. What's your update, Suwei? A nationwide manhunt is in full swing, Mr. President. Deng replied smoothly, his composure unshaken. Unlike Han, he carried himself like a seasoned operative rather than a nervous bureaucrat. Every law enforcement officer has photos of Qin and the Spider, now confirmed as the owner of a taxi company. Enhanced interrogations are underway with her associates. The noose tightens by the hour. There's no chance they'll slip past us in time to aid the Americans. Good, Lee muttered, though frustration simmered beneath the surface. But not good enough. Qin and this traitor must be eliminated. Innocence is no longer plausible. If they escape, even after our victory, the fallout will be catastrophic. This is no longer about capture. It's about execution. Do we agree? Absolutely, Mr. President, Deng said without hesitation. My orders reflect that priority. The Americans have no remaining assets here. Qin and the Spider are as good as dead. Every patriot with a weapon is hunting them down. Excellent, Lee exhaled, allowing himself a sliver of relief. Deng was right. The Americans stood no chance. Operation Sea Serpent, Qin's own creation, would proceed flawlessly, and the loose ends would soon be severed. My legacy is within reach. Ignoring his usual superstitions, he mentally drafted the victory speech he'd soon deliver to the nation. Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C., 11:15 p.m. local time. What kind of lunatic are we dealing with here? Ryan growled, barely restraining himself from slamming his fist on the table. The tension in the room was palpable as Admiral Kent delivered the grim update. If a Chinese warship fired a missile at our destroyer operating legally in international waters, that's not just a provocation, it's an act of war. His gaze swept over the assembled team, their exhaustion masked by sharp focus. The Chinese had spun their own version of events, claiming the U.S. vessel had trespassed into a restricted zone ahead of a military drill. Kent's jaw tightened. He wasn't buying it. They fired on a ship carrying over 300 lives, President Ryan said, his hands clasped tightly on the table. General Kudrick scoffed. Their excuse? A warning shot, right? Ryan's voice was steel. What's the Dunham's captain reporting? Kent relayed the details. The Chinese destroyer Nanchang had aggressively cut off the Dunham, forcing an evasive maneuver. When the American ship broke north, the Nanchang locked on and launched. Our defenses intercepted the missile before impact, Kent finished. Ryan didn't hesitate. Then we're already at war. Commander Jeff Kreutz, the Dunham's seasoned skipper, had filed a formal declaration of hostile intent backed by Admiral Urban aboard the Reagan. Ryan's mind raced. So what's our move? He growled. Secretary Adler, ever the diplomat, leaned in. Before we act, we need clarity on the endgame. Are we retaliating to de-escalate, or are we preparing for full-scale conflict? Ryan bristled. You suggesting we stand down? Adler shook his head. Strength deters China, sir. But we need a strategy, not just reactions. Kudryk cut in, frustration edging his tone. The real wild card is President Lee. If this is his opening move toward Taiwan, we're out of time for games. Ryan exhaled, forcing calm. Both men had a point. Lee's recent brinkmanship, harassing surveillance planes, buzzing ships, had been one thing, but firing a missile, that crossed a line. Where's the Dunham now? Kent tracked her position, still in the strait, shadowed by the Nanchang, with more Chinese forces waiting at the northern exit. Kudryk added dryly. And let's not forget China's coastal missile arsenal, enough to turn that strait into a shooting gallery. A beat of silence. Then Ryan's decision crystallized. Whatever came next, America wouldn't back down. The tension in the room was palpable as Ryan weighed the risks. If the Chinese made a move to sink the Dunham, their defenses wouldn't hold against a full assault. Ryan's mind sharpened, logic overtaking emotion as he spoke. Lee might not know me personally, but he understands the consequences. Attacking now with our ship already past their so-called exclusion zone would trigger an immediate and devastating response from the U.S. He won't risk that. His fingers drummed impatiently on the table. What's Kreutz's stance? He demanded. Kent didn't hesitate. If the Nanchang shows even a hint of aggression, he'll take her down. Ryan's jaw tightened. Kreutz showed restraint by not sinking that bastard earlier, but make no mistake, our priority is getting our sailors home safely, no matter how many Chinese ships we have to blow out of the water. Understood? Kent's response was firm. Absolutely, sir. Ryan exhaled, the gravity of his decision pressing down on him. We sent the Dunham into a geopolitical minefield, and they've executed flawlessly. Now we bring them back. Adler and the others nodded in agreement, watching as Ryan wrestled with the bigger picture. Intelligence suggested an invasion of Taiwan was imminent, possibly within hours. Even if Clark's team succeeded in extracting Admiral Chin, it might already be too late to alter the course of events. The opening moves had been made, and now Ryan found himself in a high-stakes game of strategy and chance. A memory flickered through his mind playing battleship with his daughter Katie, the simplicity of the game masking its brutal reality. Random luck played as much a role as tactics, just like real warfare. Lee had taken his shot and missed. Now it was Ryan's turn. But what was the right move? He needed more than just an understanding of Lee's strategy. He needed to grasp his resolve. Turning to his chief of staff, Ryan's voice cut through the tension. Arnie, get me President Lee on a secure line now. Van Dam blinked. You want to call him directly, sir? Ryan didn't waver. Tell his people this call determines the future of both our nations. He'll take it. A murmur rippled through the room. That should do it, Van Dam said, reaching for the phone. Without missing a beat, Ryan turned to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I want Task Force 70 moved north of Taipei immediately, increase flight operations in the area, and reposition the Nimitz closer to Taiwan's southeast coast. We won't fall for any false flag, but we won't be caught off guard either. Kent snapped into action. Consider it done, sir. Ryan's gaze shifted to the other officers. Admiral, General Kudryk. What else do you suggest? The two exchanged a glance before Kent spoke. Sir, the USS North Carolina is already with Task Force 70, alongside Australia's HMAS Perth. We're ready. The military advisors leaned forward, their faces grim. Mr. President, we strongly advise repositioning our naval assets to prepare for potential retaliatory or preemptive actions against both the northern and southern fleets of China's PLA Navy, as well as their command centers. Ryan's jaw tightened. This was the reality they faced. While President Lee had pushed them to the edge of conflict over Taiwan, Ryan refused to abandon their ally or recklessly endanger American lives. if neutralizing China's naval capabilities or dismantling their command structure became necessary. His generals were right. They had to be ready. "Get it done," he ordered. Kudryk responded instantly. "Right away, Mr. President." Adler rubbed his temples, his hands unsteady. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." Ryan exhaled sharply. "I'll be reaching out to our allies the moment we're done here. This isn't just our fight. It's a global crisis. They've already backed us with Task Force 99 behind the scenes. Now we need their political solidarity. The only way to counter China's aggression is with a united front." Adler's chief of staff stood abruptly. "I'll notify their teams immediately, sir," he said, already moving toward the door before he could leave. The Secretary of State interrupted. "Mr. President, we have an incoming call from President Lee." Ryan steeled himself. "Video, audio only." "Put it on speaker," Ryan commanded. "Everyone here needs to hear this." The secure phone in front of him lit up, shifting from amber to green. "President Ryan, President Lee is connected," Arnie announced. Without preamble, Lee's voice cut through the room, cold and deliberate. "The United States has violated China's territorial laws. The Taiwan Strait is a restricted zone, and your warship has trespassed." Ryan allowed a beat of silence before responding, his tone firm. "President Lee, neither the U.S. nor the international community recognizes your unilateral claim over those waters. Our vessel was operating legally under international maritime law. Now explain why you fired upon it and why I shouldn't consider this an act of war demanding an immediate military response." Across the table, his Secretary of State paled while a staffer gaped in shock. Clearly, they hadn't expected such direct confrontation. Lee's voice turned venomous. "The real act of war was your spies assassinating our defense minister. We're hunting them down as we speak. Their trial and execution will be public. Tell me, why shouldn't I retaliate in kind?" Ryan glanced at Mary Pat, who smirked and gave a subtle nod. "I have no idea what you're referring to," Ryan said smoothly. "We both know Defense Minister Chin is alive. He's a man of integrity, unwilling to enable your reckless warmongering. When he resurfaces, he'll have quite the story to tell." The line went dead silent. Ryan wished he could see Lee's face. "Time will tell," Lee finally hissed, "and when we produce his body along with irrefutable evidence, the world will hold you accountable." "Time will indeed tell," Ryan countered. "But right now you have exactly this call to justify attacking my ship before I authorize a military strike. There won't be another warning." Lee's reply was icy. "That wasn't an attack. It was a message." President Ryan clenched his jaw as Lee's mocking laughter echoed through the secure line. "We're quite familiar with your Arleigh Burke-class capabilities," the Chinese leader taunted, his voice dripping with arrogance. "More than you'd expect. My naval commander understood precisely what kind of warning your fleet could handle. Had I wanted your ship destroyed, it would already be resting on the ocean floor." Ryan's hands tightened into fists. "You're gambling with lives, and I won't allow it," he shot back, his tone razor-sharp. "Consider this your only warning. Any further provocation, whether it's another warning shot, an aggressive flyby, or even targeting our vessel, will trigger an immediate and overwhelming response. Our ship will proceed north through international waters without interference." Lai's smirk was practically audible. "Your threats are duly noted. But since we're exchanging warnings, President Ryan, let me respond to your illegal blockade of the Taiwan Strait." He leaned back, savoring the moment. "Within hours, I'll be convening with global allies to demand sweeping sanctions, a full embargo on China's automotive exports, including vehicles, components, and lithium-ion batteries." Ryan barely flinched. "And if your Navy so much as blinks at our escort or disrupts our exercises, including lingering in our exclusion zone, we'll act without hesitation." The line went dead with a sharp click. A tense silence filled the room before Ryan cracked a dry smile. "Well, that could have gone worse." He turned to Admiral Kent. Get word to the Dunham's commander, commend his restraint, but make it clear he's authorized to defend his ship at all costs. And tell him to maintain course, no faster, no slower. I won't give Lee the satisfaction of thinking he intimidated us." Kent nodded sharply and rose, followed by Secretary Kudrick. "Scott," Ryan continued, locking eyes with Adler, "we need allies on board fast. This sanctions play has to hit hard before Lee escalates further." Adler was already moving on it. "Mr. President," as the others filed out, Mary Pat lingered. "Bold move," she murmured. "Necessary." "Peace through strength," Ryan agreed. "But only if we extract Sheen before Lee finds him and turns this into a massacre with our name on it. Clark's team has to succeed." Mary Pat's gaze was steady. If anyone can pull off the impossible, it's him. Ryan exhaled, wondering if his gamble had just forced Lee's hand or played right into it. Half a world away, in a dim skiff at a forward base near Taiwan's Penghu Island, Katie studied the hardened SEAL Master Chief across the table. She'd just laid out her theory. Chinese special forces were prepping to infiltrate Huayu Island. Yet Group 8's presence here remained frustratingly vague, typical for these shadowy direct-action units. Kanza had just shrugged when she'd pressed him earlier, as if operating in the dark was second nature. Now, with tensions skyrocketing, trusting the process felt like balancing on a knife's edge. Master Chief Hurley crossed his arms, skepticism written across his weathered face. Is this intel solid, or are we just spitballing theories? Before Katie could respond, Kanza stepped in with a knowing grin. "Listen, Hurley, I've been knee-deep in the same mess, trusting half-baked intel while bullets fly. But Commander Ryan? She's got a track record. Predictive analysis is her bread and butter, and she's nailed it every damn time. This isn't just a hunch, it's where and when the Chinese will strike." Hurley exhaled, rubbing his beard. "Fine, I'm all ears. But let's cut to the chase. How does this fit with our primary mission? We're here to back TF-99's extraction in Beijing, not start a side operation." Katie kept her voice steady. "We're not abandoning that. But we've got 12 fresh DevGru operators. Split them half to Huayu to intercept the incursion, half staying on Penghu as quick reaction. Minimal risk, maximum flexibility." Commander Beecham, clean-shaven and razor-focused, leaned forward. "If you're wrong, we're leaving an asset high and dry on an island with zero backup once we roll out for Tianjin, DevGruers on their own." His gaze locked onto Katie. "You sure you're ready to own that call?" She didn't flinch. "By the time concrete intel confirms it, sir, we'll be too late to stop them." James chuckled, nudging the SEAL beside him. "Ryan's got a spooky knack for this. Remember the Russian play on our sonar array?" She called that one cold. "If she says Wayu's the target, I'd bet my paycheck on it." Drusky tossed his hat in the ring. "I'll tag along ground branch ex-Army SF. Extra firepower never hurts." Loritenko flashed a smirk and a wink, sealing the unspoken vote of confidence. Hurley and Beecham exchanged a glance, then nodded. "All right, Ryan," Hurley grunted. "We'll make it happen." Katie bit back gratitude. This wasn't charity, it was strategy. Kanza tapped the map. "Speed's key. Chinese eyes are everywhere. Drones, satellites, so we move like ghosts." Beecham smirked. "We've got some toys to help with that. But first, let's hash out insertion before Hurley breaks the news to DevGRU." "Perfect," Kanza said. "Then we tackle the Capella op." Katie's jaw tightened. Capella Kanza's sudden loan to Group 8 for their Tianjin mission. No discussion, no chance to object. Oh, they'd be talking about that later. But for now, the mission came first. Beecham's tone left no room for debate. What sounded like an invitation was clearly an order. "Ryan, you should sit in on both meetings if you can spare the time," he said. "Even if you're not directly involved in the tactical planning, staying informed will help since you're coordinating support from here." "Of course, sir," Katie replied. But before she could settle back into her chair, the sharp click of the door lock interrupted them. Sam Bakshi stood in the doorway, motioning for her to step outside. "1 second," Katie muttered, pushing back from the table. The hallway was dimly lit, the hum of distant electronics filling the silence as Sam handed her a document stamped with a classified watermark. Katie skimmed the orders, her emotions twisting into a knot, irritation, frustration, and an odd sense of validation all at once. The timing couldn't have been worse, but that was the whole point, wasn't it? If the higher-ups were reacting like this, it meant they took her analysis seriously. "Appreciate the heads up, Sam," she said, folding the paper. "Looks like we're on a tight schedule. Get the team moving. I'll brief Lori and Ted." Sam nodded. "Drewski and Kanza too?" Katie hesitated, a pang of unease tightening her chest. Those two had become more than just teammates. They were the kind of people you trusted with your life. "They're staying," she said, though the details were fuzzy. Kanza technically reported to her, so why was he being reassigned to the operators from Group 8? Sam crossed her arms, her tactical pants rustling. "Kanza too?" she asked, unfazed. "Yeah," Katie confirmed. If the call was hers to make, she'd just made it. She handed the orders back, punched in the Q code, and yanked the door open. The room fell silent as she stepped inside, every pair of eyes locked on her. "Everything all right, Ryan?" Kanza asked, his voice edged with suspicion. "Depends on your definition of all right," she said dryly. "Command just ordered all non-essential personnel to evacuate Penghu. Apparently, someone thinks we're onto something big." Kanza's jaw tightened. "I'm not non-essential." "Noted," Katie replied. "You're cleared to join the exfil team on the Capella. You'll be more useful there, and Drewski stays to support the Wayu mission pending Ted's approval." James nodded, approved. "Ben can stay too if he volunteers to back up Dev Gru." Lori leaned forward. "Where are we relocating? Still operating as TF-25. They want us folded into TF-70, but since the Reagan's out of range for a direct helo transfer, we're heading to the Jason Dunham instead." Lori's eyebrows shot up. The destroyer that just tangled with the Chinese Navy? The very same, Katie said, her stomach flipping. This was starting to feel like history repeating itself, another high-stakes gamble in hostile waters. SEAL Master Chief Hurley smirked. "Good luck, Ryan." "Thanks," she said flatly. He leaned back, arms crossed. "No, seriously. If they're yanking you out just to stick you on a lone destroyer still in the Taiwan Strait, you're going to need all the luck you can get." Katie clenched her teeth. She didn't need him to spell it out. She'd already done the math. Kanza absently massaged the spot just above his left knee where the prosthetic met flesh. Even after 2 years, the area still felt like dead weight, a constant reminder of what he'd lost. The dull vibration of the Fokker 50's engines matched the restless energy coursing through him. He wasn't just some passenger on this military transport cruising 23,000 feet above the Jeju Strait. He was a former SEAL, a man who'd once thrived in the chaos of combat. But now he was a patchwork of scars, both visible and hidden. Sharon had seen those invisible wounds clearer than anyone. His ex-fiancée had stuck by him through the anger, the bitterness, the late-night outbursts until she couldn't anymore. They called it staying friends, but Kanza knew better. He'd never ask her to endure that again. Losing his leg was one thing. Losing his brothers in that god-forsaken compound near the Turkish border was another. Some wounds never fully healed. "You good, JC?" Hurley's voice cut through his thoughts. Kanza blinked, realizing he'd been lost in the past again. He forced a grin at the SEAL Master Chief across the aisle. Hurley had always been the brains of their duo, even back in Bud S when they were just two rookies fighting through Hell Week. "Yeah, all good," Kanza lied smoothly. "Just running through the mission in my head." Hurley smirked, his gaze flicking briefly to Kanza's camouflaged prosthetic. "You worried I'll slow you down?" Kanza shot back, half joking, half defensive. "Nah, brother," Hurley chuckled, the sound easing the tension. "If you say you're good, then you're golden. I trust you more than I trust myself in the water." That got a real laugh out of Kanza. Wait, you? The Tier 1 operator who nearly drowned during the 5-mile swim? Don't tell me you still hate the ocean. I didn't say hate, Hurley corrected, grinning. Just that it's not my favorite, and you're one to talk. Who was it that punched me mid-swim when I wanted to quit? The memory hit Kanza like a wave. The freezing water, Hurley's exhaustion, the desperate urge to just give up until Kanza's numb fist connected with Hurley's shoulder, shocking him back into focus. They'd finished that damn swim together, just like they'd survived everything else. Now, here they were years later. Hurley had moved up to Devguru, while Kanza, well, he'd taken a different path. A phantom ache pulsed where his leg used to be, but the real pain was deeper. He swallowed hard, pushing the thought away. I'm just saying, Hurley continued, pulling him back to the present. The unspoken words hung between them. What might have been if things had gone differently, but they hadn't. And Kanza had learned the hard way that some missions didn't have happy endings. If it had been me out there, someone who's a terrible swimmer, I doubt I'd have made it back. Man, no question you've got the strength for it, but damn, I'm still impressed. Even with both legs, I'd be dreading that swim. Kanza chuckled, shaking his head. Relax, it's just a quick dip from the mini-sub to the Capella, he said. Not exactly training for a triathlon here, and he meant it. If this had been some marathon swim, he wouldn't have volunteered, but covering the short distance from the submerged drone to the freighter, easy. The real effort would be hauling himself up the ship's side with his prosthetic, but he'd trained relentlessly for moments like this, sometimes twice a day. He was ready. Hurley had already reclined his seat, slipping his AirPods back in and shutting his eyes. Kanza didn't mind the quiet. He was exactly where he belonged, on a mission where his unique blend of intel and special ops experience made him far more useful than sitting around on the Dunham with Ryan. He respected the hell out of her. Not once during their time on Penghu had anyone brought up her family name, and he loved that she never used it as leverage. She operated on skill, not status. The woman was a natural spy, if such a thing existed. Me? I'm wired differently, he thought, staring out the window at the clouds below. How long before this desk job routine chafes too much? Soon they'd touch down in Incheon, where they'd be rushed to the Rock's Yulgauk Yi-I, a beefed-up destroyer faster than the U.S. Arleigh Burke class, but just as deadly. The real puzzle had been boarding the Capella mid-voyage without tipping off Chinese surveillance. Then Group 8 mentioned their latest toy, an AI-driven mini-sub drone. Perfect. The Yulgauk Yi-I would intercept the freighter before it reached contested waters, and the drone could slip away undetected. Once aboard, they'd blend in, ready to assist if things went south. Truthfully, their role was more about intercepting trouble than extraction. If Task Force 99 got pinned down in port, no SEAL team could bail them out. But Group 8 brought next-level tech, comms, cyber, surveillance, most of which Kanza wasn't briefed on. Just that it was, in their words, seriously badass. How it'd come into play, no clue, but knowing it was there settled his nerves. He shoved the last of his doubts into the mental lockbox he'd perfected years ago. Focus. The mission was all that mattered. The ability to stay cool under pressure made him a razor-sharp operator, but it sure didn't help smooth things over with the women in his life. Leaning back, he hit the recline button on the armrest, letting the seat tilt the full 10 degrees it allowed. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and propped his real leg over his prosthetic, shifting to find some comfort. Methodically, he relaxed each muscle in his face and neck, knowing the routine would knock him out in minutes, just like it always did. Sleep wasn't just rest, it was ammunition, and he'd need every bit of it, considering he'd somehow talked his way back into the thick of things. 500 feet above the choppy waters of the Taiwan Strait, the U.S. Navy MH-60R Seahawk call sign Viper 1 pushed through turbulent air. Katie winced as another sudden jolt yanked against her harness, the straps digging into her collarbone. Sorry about that. The pilot's slow southern drawl crackled through her helmet's comms. Low-altitude winds from that rain cell up ahead should smooth out soon. Then why the hell are we flying so low? They'd waited for these Navy birds instead of hitching a ride with the Taiwanese Air Force. Apparently, the brass figured the Chinese might think twice before shooting at an American helo. Not that it made the ride any less miserable. Another rough patch sent a shudder through the cabin, and Katie bit back a curse. "You good, Commander?" Hank Endicott called from the gunner's seat, craning his neck to see her pass the gear lashed down under a cargo net. The usual door gunner sat awkwardly at his feet, making room for their overcrowded team. "Yeah," she barked, then winced at how loud her voice blasted through the headset. "Just not my favorite way to travel. At least the doors were shut. Didn't you fast rope onto a sub in a storm once?" Simran asked from beside her. Katie grimaced. "Yeah, worst damn experience ever." Or was it? She'd barely survived that nightmare, only to end up trapped in a sub with a nuke-tipped torpedo hunting them. She wouldn't stop bitching about it for a month. Bubba chimed in from across Lori Tenko. Lydia Temperley, the intel officer from Group 8, sat quietly in the back, the only non-shooter in the mix. Katie hunched forward, elbows on her knees, and peered out the tiny window, only to freeze. Viper 2 was flying way too close off their left side. If a gust shoved them together, Ted, Ben, Lou, and the others in that bird would be just as dead as they were. Why the hell are we stacked up like this? The helicopter lurched violently as it descended toward the churning waters of the South China Sea, and for a terrifying moment, Katie was certain they were going down. The emergency procedures from her Dilbert Dunker training, meant to prepare her for escaping a capsized chopper, might as well have been written in another language. Panic clawed at her throat, and she briefly considered just giving up, crossing her arms and letting the ocean take her. Then the pilot's voice crackled in her headset. Jason Dunham dead ahead, touching down in 2. Thank God. She shut her eyes, willing the seconds to pass faster. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined craving the steel deck of a Navy destroyer. But after this flight, even the Fitzgerald, that rust bucket she'd endured during her midshipman summer, seemed like paradise. The helicopter hit another air pocket, and her stomach flipped. Next to her, Lori Tenko suddenly leaned forward, squinting out the small window. "Wait, is that—" "What? What's wrong?" Katie craned her neck, but Bubba's broad shoulders blocked her view. "Nothing," Lori muttered, tucking a loose strand of dark hair behind her ear. "Just thought the Dunham was solo. There's another ship back there, east of her." Bubba shifted, his voice dropping. "Oh, hell. That's no DDG. That's Chinese." Katie's pulse spiked. "You're kidding." "Wish I was," he said, tension sharpening his usual drawl. "Looks like an O-55 class cruiser." The pilot's voice cut in, eerily calm. "That's the Nanchang. Been tailing us since we entered the strait. Just waiting for us to screw up." Katie's grip on her seat tightened. "That's the ship that fired on the Dunham? Technically a cruiser," Bubba corrected, but the distinction didn't matter. The gray silhouette in the distance was a threat. "Let's hope she stays polite while we land this bird," the pilot added. "Final approach. Brace yourselves. It's gonna be bumpy. Perfect." Katie yanked her harness straps until they dug into her ribs, as if that would help if they got shot out of the sky or slammed into the Dunham's deck. God, she missed her desk. She even missed Josie, her stupid office plant. The Seahawk banked sharply and her stomach lurched again. Bubba whooped like they were on some theme park ride, but she knew it was just his way of masking nerves. Through the cockpit window, the destroyer's deck loomed close, too close. Just a little longer, she begged, silently. "Just let me get off this flying death trap." Katie squinted at the small yellow lights blinking rhythmically beside what looked like a flight control room window. Definitely not the tower, given its position level with the fantail deck. The shifting colors reminded her of a tiny traffic signal, flickering between caution and stop. When the pilot remained silent, too focused on maneuvering, a crewman seated nearby finally answered her unspoken question. "Wave off lights," he muttered. "Yellow means?" she pressed, though she could guess. "Proceed with caution," he said, barely audible over the howling wind. She watched the deck lurch beneath them, the stern of the Jason Dunham surging upward before dropping away again. The light flickered back to red, then yellow, as if indecisive. "This feels ridiculous," Tenko muttered, fingers digging into Katie's arm. "No kidding." Then, just as the deck seemed to rush toward them, the pilot's voice cut through the noise. "Brace yourselves." The Seahawk dropped sharply before leveling out, rotors slicing through salt spray. Katie grabbed Tenko's hand, bracing for a wave-off until the sudden shift in rotor pitch told her otherwise. The deck rose to meet them. "Welcome aboard," a crewman drawled as chains rattled outside, sailors securing the chopper. Inside the hangar, the ship's relentless sway made her stomach lurch, but at least the biting wind was gone. She peeled off her helmet and vest, handing them to a grinning flight crew member. Glancing back at the secured helicopter, she frowned. "Where's Viper 2 landing?" "Don't sweat it, ma'am," the air crewman said. "Lieutenant Commander Taylor's got this." "Almost as good as me," the pilot joked, strolling in. "Your team's right behind us." Before she could ask if their landing would be just as wild, a deep voice boomed across the bay. "Lieutenant Commander Ryan?" She turned to face a compact man with a buzz cut and an oak leaf on his khaki belt, Commander Kreutz, no doubt. His grip was firm, his tone brisk. "Welcome to the Dunham. Glad we scooped you up before things got ugly back on Penghu," Endicott chuckled beside her. "Just keeping Admiral Urban in the loop." Kreutz smirked. "Who'd you piss off this time?" Endicott shrugged. "The usual suspects." Kreutz gestured to the woman beside him, but Katie barely registered the introduction, her mind still replaying that stomach-dropping landing. Some welcome. "Let me introduce my executive officer, Commander Karen Cook," the captain announced. Cook extended her hand with a firm grip, making quick introductions. Hank, she acknowledged Endicott with a knowing smile. "Still enjoying the floating city life? Same old routine," Endicott chuckled, "just with nicer quarters and longer hallways to wander." The captain turned serious, addressing Ryan directly. "Normally we'd give you the full VIP treatment, ship tours, meet and greets, but we've been at battle stations for hours. Regrettably, protocol's taking a back seat today." Before Ryan could respond, the XO cut in, her voice tight. "You might have spotted our unwanted escort, that Chinese destroyer shadowing us. Situation's developing fast." She gestured toward two officers. "Is one Bowen, and Lieutenant Commander Horillo will handle your integration. They're your points of contact until—" "Appreciate the hospitality," Ryan interjected, "but we need to brief your team immediately about potential escalation vectors." Captain Kreutz ran a hand over his stubble. "Unless you've got intel our satellites missed, we're already tracking the threat. The Nanchang already took a potshot at us." He nodded to the Command Master Chief beside him. "He'll arrange your berthing and workspace. Once we're clear of the strait, we'll transfer you to the carrier where you'll have proper facilities." As the command team strode away, Tenko muttered. "Charming fellow." Ryan watched the distant silhouette of the Chinese warship through the hangar door. "He's got a destroyer playing tag with us and still made time for handshakes." "That says something." The Master Chief led them forward as the deck tilted unexpectedly. Ryan caught herself against a bulkhead, her jaw clicking from tension. Every senior officer would be tied up in the combat center now. She'd have to insert herself into their operations like an uninvited guest. "Forget the sleeping arrangements," she told the Master Chief. "Take us directly to your intelligence hub. We're burning daylight, ma'am. We're not a carrier. We make do with what we've got," the chief replied, unfazed. "But we'll find you workspace that doesn't interfere with battle ops." Ryan exhaled sharply. Third wheel status confirmed. No matter between extracting assets from hostile territory, countering an invasion, and preventing all-out war, there wasn't time to worry about niceties. Naps were definitely off the menu. Meanwhile, in Beijing's Fangshan district, Lei guided the gray sedan along Highway S317, its tinted windows concealing Chin in the back seat like a ghost in the daylight. The dashboard clock read 3:03 p.m., plenty of time before nightfall, but the tension in the car made every minute stretch like hours. The vehicle they were using was part of a small fleet. She kept rotating through two separate auto shops for repairs and upgrades. Keeping cars at both locations, unregistered under her company, was a deliberate move, making it harder to trace them back to her if things went sideways. She'd insisted on driving, convincing Chin it would help them blend in as a professional car service. He'd agreed, though she doubted their disguise would hold under scrutiny. Sunglasses, a lowered visor, and a chauffeur's cap weren't much protection. One well-placed traffic camera could ruin everything. Kin, however, seemed miles away in thought. The news that American operatives had safely extracted his family had transformed him. The tension in his shoulders was gone, replaced by an almost restless energy. For the first time, he wasn't running from something but toward it. The kilometers rolled by without incident, and as she took the exit toward the Peking Man Museum, an old memory surfaced. Larry Sexton, their last romantic escape here. She wasn't naive enough to think he'd waited for her all these years. If anything, she hoped he'd found happiness with someone else. But the idea of seeing a familiar face, someone who could help her navigate this new, uncertain chapter, was a small comfort. "You're certain this is the spot?" Kin's voice broke her reverie. His eyes in the rearview mirror were sharp, probing. "You still haven't told me how you knew the message was real." "It had details only someone I trust would know," she replied, keeping it vague. "And yes, this is where we need to be." "So, what's the plan?" he pressed. She exhaled slowly. "The Americans have a team supposed to meet us here. Inside. There's a specific exhibit, a Homo erectus family gathered around a fire. That's where they'll make contact." Kin frowned. "And if security spots us first, we're not exactly low profile." She tightened her grip on the wheel. Every tourist spot had cameras, and their faces were likely plastered across every police bulletin. Splitting up wasn't an option, too risky. As she scanned the mirrors for familiar vehicles, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A dark sedan had been hanging back a little too long. Her pulse quickened. First, they had to get inside. Then they could worry about who was watching. As the highway curved right toward the unmistakable entrance of the Peking Man exhibit, Lei caught Chin's puzzled glance in the rearview mirror. He stayed silent, maybe finally grasping the shadowy reality she'd navigated for years. In her line of work, paranoia wasn't just a habit, it was survival. She kept driving north, scanning the empty road behind them. The industrial stretch ahead was a stark contrast to Fangshan's polished suburbs, all warehouses and chain-link fences. Spotting no tails, she swung left into a gravel lot outside a water seal factory, executed a quick U-turn, and parked facing the exit, engine still running. "Everything okay?" Chin asked, his tone steadier than it had been that first chaotic day. "Just being thorough," she replied, eyes locked on the road. He leaned forward, squinting south. "See anything suspicious?" "Not yet, but they're always out there." Her voice faded as two unfamiliar cars sped past. The thought of unseen surveillance, drones, satellites, algorithms, sifting through data made her skin crawl. Her old-school tradecraft felt laughably outdated against that kind of reach. Still, the coast seemed clear. "We're good," she said, forcing calm into her words before pulling back onto the road. "What if the Americans bail?" Chin's question hung in the air. "Then we leave." "And go where?" His voice tightened, her jaw clenched. With Jaya's restaurant burned and her network likely compromised, every safe house was a potential trap. "South," she said finally, "through the Myanmar jungle. It won't be easy, but I'll get you out, or die trying." In the mirror, his expression softened. "I owe you everything." A black sedan passed going the opposite way, the driver's fleeting glance setting her nerves on edge. But the car didn't slow. She exhaled. "Problem?" Chin asked. "Just jumpy." Up ahead, the museum's entrance loomed, marked by a towering Homo erectus statue. "Almost showtime," he murmured. Unexpectedly, she asked, "Any regrets?" He paused. "Lai thinks he can take Taiwan without a fight, but I've studied the Americans. Their president won't back down. War would ruin us." "Might be time to stop calling them the enemy," she said, turning into the complex. "They saved your family. Maybe they'll save us, too." His chuckle was dry. "Guess I've got some mental rewiring to do." The caveman statue glared down as she hesitated, then asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Shoot," he said, raising an eyebrow. "Do you see me as a traitor, Chin Hayu?" For reasons she couldn't quite explain. His opinion carried weight now. The reckless man whose poor judgment had shattered her old life in China was gone, replaced by someone steadier, a father and officer wrestling with his conscience. "Tell me the truth. Did you become the spider for America, for yourself, or for China?" Her fingers tightened on the wheel as she scanned the rearview mirror again. The parking lot's single entrance made her uneasy, a perfect trap if things went sideways. Chin's answer came slowly. "At first, it was about proving I was smarter than the system, that I could outmaneuver the powerful and walk away untouched. But later, it stopped being about me. I wanted to tip the scales. China deserves leaders who fight for its people, not the other way around." "You're no traitor in my eyes, Lei," Chin said, unbuckling his seatbelt as she parked near the lot's open edge. His voice darkened. "But with President Li in charge, our labels don't matter. We'll both be hunted forever." She killed the engine but left the key in place, eyes locked on the entrance. No black SUVs. No ambush, just the hum of distant traffic. "We're clear," she muttered, stepping out and stretching her stiff shoulders. Chin followed, and for a brief moment, their shared resolve felt like armor. Then tires screeched. The black sedan from earlier, the one that had passed them on the road, barreled toward them. A woman's shout cut through the air as the car skidded to a stop. Lei barely registered the driver lunging out, gun drawn, before instinct took over. She yanked Chin behind a parked tour bus, her pulse roaring in her ears. "State police." "Stop right there." Lei met Kin's gaze. No fear, just grim focus. They doubled back. She hissed, "Bad luck or tracking us, doesn't matter. If they ID us, the MSS has us by morning." Kin's expression hardened into something lethal. "Then we eliminate them." The soldier from the cellar was back. Lei gave a sharp nod, "And then we disappear." Inside the Peking Man Museum, Clark kept Charlie's hand in his, playing the part of a tourist couple admiring the caveman diorama. His casual scan of the crowd had turned up only one woman resembling the spider, two occupied with her tour group to be a threat. Then gunfire cracked outside, distant but unmistakable. Charlie's grip went rigid before she tore her hand away. As he spun around, she was already darting toward the gift shop, the only path to the museum's exit. Both of them hesitated to draw their weapons, their hands hovering near the concealed holsters beneath their loose shawl-collared shirts. He sprinted to close the gap, staying just behind her right shoulder as the other visitors finally realized something was wrong. Their training gave them an edge, and they surged ahead of the panicked crowd now stampeding toward the gift shop's double-glass doors. They burst outside just as another round of gunfire erupted, this time from the rear parking lot. The sharp cracks sent the crowd into chaos. Charlie shot him a glance over her shoulder, her eyes asking the silent question, "Hunt or run?" He answered with a quick hand signal, and in unison, they drew their pistols and pivoted toward the threat. She reached the corner first, pausing just long enough to scan before pushing forward. He followed, keeping close to the wall as they moved along a strip of manicured grass lining the sidewalk between the museum and an adjacent building. Charlie wove through the narrow breezeway, dodging decorative shrubs and bronze sculptures before dropping into a crouch behind a trimmed hedge. He joined her, and with a quick squeeze to his shoulder, she signaled she was taking point. Clark swept his gaze across the half-empty parking lot at first. Nothing stood out, until movement flickered in his peripheral vision. Two figures crouched behind a parked tour bus, one clearly a woman, the other a man. Before he could get a better look, gunfire split the air. Someone, maybe multiple shooters, was unloading on the pair. The woman popped up, returning fire with a pistol while the man stayed low, weapon drawn but not shooting. "That's gotta be them," Charlie muttered. Clark nodded, shifting for a clearer angle. Beyond the bus, a black sedan blocked the exit road. Two more armed figures, another man and woman, were using the car for cover, aiming toward the tour bus. The woman shouted something in Mandarin, her tone authoritative. Between her aggressive stance, the dark suits, and the command in her voice, Clark pegged them as operatives. Decision made, he lined up his optic on the female agent's temple, but she ducked just as he was about to fire. Adjusting, he shifted to the man sighting over the sedan's hood and pulled the trigger. The shot struck true, dropping him instantly. The woman rose in shock, only for Charlie's bullet to find its mark, sending her sprawling into the dirt. Clark motioned for Charlie to flank left while he moved right, closing in on the pair behind the bus. Please be Chin and the Spider, not some unlucky bystanders. But when they reached the spot, the couple had vanished. "Clear!" Charlie called from the far side of the bus, her voice sharp in the sudden quiet. "No luck," she muttered, confirming their target was still out of sight. Damn! Time was running out any minute now. Police or MSS operatives would storm through the gates. Clark straightened, sweeping his gaze across the lot before tilting his weapon downward in a deliberate show of non-aggression. "Chule," he called out in crisp English. "Looks like destiny had other plans for our little reunion by the caveman exhibit. Whatever that place meant to you, save the nostalgia for your next life right now. It's us or the grave." The parking lot of the Peking Man Museum. Chin had been fluent in English since his academy days, and the unmistakable American accent froze him mid-step. His fingers closed around Lei's arm as she wove between parked cars, her path set for the thick tree line beyond the asphalt. "It's them. The Americans," he hissed. The woman he'd known only as the Spider until yesterday turned, her usual resolve flickering with something new. Doubt. "Could be MSS playing games," she countered. "They might have intercepted the message." "How?" Chin shot back. "You swore everything went through dead drops and vintage code," before she could respond. The American's voice cut through the tension again. "Last chance. Move now or get left behind." Lei crouched lower behind a moss-green sedan, her back pressed to the bumper. "Prove it!" she yelled. "What was the message?" "A life without love isn't worth living," the man shouted back. Lei exhaled sharply. "It's them." She stood slowly, hands raised. Chin mirrored her, spotting the American operator, lowering his rifle as he jogged toward them. A red-haired woman followed, her weapon still trained on the lot, eyes sharp. Chin's gut twisted. This was treason, plain and simple. His fingers tightened around his pistol as the strangers closed in. "Minister Chin, I presume?" The wiry operator looked older up close. When Keen stayed silent, the man continued. "Admiral, I led the team that extracted your wife and daughters from the Maldives. My partner here was with me. Kaiji Didi and Beye are safe. Let's reunite you." The weight in Keen's chest dissolved. He offered the pistol, but the American shook his head. "Keep it. We're not out of the woods yet." That small gesture sealed it. Keen switched the gun to his left hand and extended his right. "Thank you for protecting my family." "Don't mention it," the operator said, gripping awkwardly with his left hand, his right still on his weapon. "Now move." Beside him, Lei stepped forward. "I'm Q-Lei. I'm coming too." Obviously, the redhead said, flashing a grin. Name's Charlie, heard all about you, Autumn Thunder, right? Legendary work behind enemy lines. Fangirl moment here. Lee's lips curved for the first time in hours. John, the operator added, already herding them toward a blue SUV at the far end of the lot. Save the introductions for when we're not about to be Swiss cheese. They broke into a sprint, but Leigh suddenly halted. Wait, are you posing as an American businessman while working here? John barely glanced back as he answered, Yeah, the woman chimed in. Then we should take your car. If you're an American here, yours is probably already being watched. Leigh considered it. Maybe. But those two who came after us? I doubt they were MSS, just local cops who recognized us from the alerts. If it were state security, this place would be crawling with agents and choppers by now. John gave a quick nod. Fine, we'll take your car, but I'm driving. They bolted for Leigh's gray sedan, Keen and Leigh diving into the back, while Charlie, the woman with a man's name, slid into the passenger seat. The engine roared as John peeled out of the museum lot, tires screeching. He swerved around a black sedan, hopping the curb with two wheels before wrestling the car back under control. Damn it, John muttered. Keen craned forward, spotting a police car blocking the exit. An officer waved panicked crowds toward a grassy area near the Peking Man statue, where two more cops stood guard. John veered left, weaving through the crowd, but the officer stepped into their path, hand raised. When John hit the gas instead of braking, the cop yanked his pistol and shouted. At the last second, he lunged clear as they blew past. Get down! Charlie barked. Chin threw himself over Leigh just as gunfire shattered the rear window, showering them in glass. We need off this road now, John snapped. Ditch the car, find another. Leigh sat up, peering through the gaping hole in the back window. What's the plan? First, we lose them, John said, jerking the wheel onto a dirt access road behind a row of blue-roofed warehouses. He skidded to a stop inside an open garage filled with road repair gear. They won't spot us from the air here, he said, glancing back. Stay put. Then he was gone, sprinting into the shadows. Chin's stomach twisted. Was he ditching them? Charlie caught his look. Trust me, she said, lips pressed thin. I've seen him work. He'll get us out. Minutes later, the growl of a diesel engine cut through the tension. Kin tightened his grip on the pistol he'd forgotten he was holding, only to see John grinning behind the wheel of a dump truck, kicking up dust as it rumbled toward them. Kin ever driven one of these? John called as they scrambled out. Kin eyed the massive controls. I'll manage. If he could command a warship, he could handle a dump truck. Good, John said, tossing him a work hat and sunglasses. An American driving this would raise eyebrows. As Kin climbed into the cab, John vaulted into the back. Service road runs west along the mountains. Follow it to Highway X030, then south. We'll switch rides in the next town. Chin nodded, shifting gears. One way or another, they were getting out. Charlie leaned back in his seat with a dry chuckle. That couldn't have gone smoother if we'd planned it. The American's laughter grated on Chin's nerves. How could anyone find humor in this chaos? Then it hit him. He'd done the same thing countless times aboard his ship, cracking jokes during storms to steady his crew's nerves. Maybe they weren't so different after all. The truck lurched forward as Chin wrestled with the unfamiliar stick shift, grinding gears before finding first. Within moments, his hands remembered the rhythm, second to third, then fourth as they sped down the service road. What's the actual exit strategy? He called over his shoulder, catching sight of Leigh and the two foreign operatives huddled on the floorboards. The silence stretched until John finally spoke. First, we survive the next 60 minutes. Then we steal another vehicle and do it all over again. The American exhaled slowly. If we're still breathing by then, we head for Tianjin. Kin's grip tightened on the wheel. Not exactly a foolproof plan, but at least they were moving. The stench of onions still clung to his clothes, a reminder of how much worse things could be. His jaw set as he thought of Kaiji and the girls, safe because of these strangers. That debt weighed heavier than any cargo he'd ever hauled. Halfway across the world, President Ryan adjusted his tie as Chancellor Schultz's face filled the screen. Their usual casual banter had given way to formality, but her message cut through the diplomatic polish. "Germany stands with you," she said, and Ryan caught the steel beneath her words. He knew the economic stakes every sanction would ripple through both continents, but Schultz didn't flinch. "Let's be honest," she added, her tone shifting wryly. "If we'd stopped handing China the keys to the global economy a decade ago, we wouldn't be in this mess. Absolute power corrupts, doesn't it?" Ryan's mouth quirked. "Tell that to our warship with a hole in its hull." "An attack on one is an attack on all," Schultz countered, finally smiling. "Besides, if Taiwan falls, we might as well start paying Beijing in microchips and territorial concessions." The blunt assessment was refreshing. No sugarcoating, just cold pragmatism. As the call ended, Ryan barely had time to process the win before his phone lit up. "Sir, Directors Foley and Stevens insist on seeing you." Mary Pat's urgency filled the room before she did, the CIA chief trailing behind her. Ryan stayed rooted behind the resolute desk. No time for pleasantries. "Give it to me straight," he demanded. Stevens exchanged a glance with Foley. "Well, Mr. President," he said, "do you prefer your crises with or without a side of irony?" The latest update brought a mix of relief and concern. Task Force 99 had successfully secured Minister Chin and the CIA operative, managing to evade immediate pursuit, at least for now. "That's a win," Ryan remarked, though his tone hinted at skepticism. "What's the catch?" "The operation didn't go smoothly," came the reply. "Chin and the Spider were compromised before the rendezvous. A firefight broke out near the Peking Man Museum. 2 Chinese security officers didn't make it out alive." Ryan's thoughts flashed to John Clark, a man who'd sacrificed more than most for their country. "Any casualties on our side?" he pressed. "None, Mr. President," Mary Pat assured him. "We tracked the whole thing via satellite. For now, the MSS hasn't picked up their trail, but that could change." Ryan frowned. "They went after China's 2 most wanted with just 2 officers. That doesn't add up." "Bad timing, sir," Stevens interjected. "Every cop in the country's hunting them. These 2 likely stumbled onto them by chance. If it had been planned, they'd already be dead." Ryan finished. "Where are they now?" Mary Pat hesitated. "They vanished into a warehouse district. We lost visual, could have switched vehicles or hidden in plain sight." A faint smile crossed Ryan's face. "If we lost them, the Chinese probably did too. What's the extraction window?" "Enough time to pull it off," Mary Pat said, though Stevens shifted uncomfortably. Ryan caught the hesitation, spit it out. "Sir, the risk might outweigh the reward at this point." Stevens admitted, "Chin's intel won't change the timeline. We already know Lee's plans, but if the MSS catches him and our team," Ryan cut him off. "Chin put everything on the line to stop this war. We're bringing him out." Stevens nodded, unsurprised but resigned. "Understood." Ryan turned to Mary Pat. "What's the plan?" "The Capella, a South Korean freighter, is our ticket out. Task Force 99 is near Tianjin. Once they board, we just need to slip past coastal patrols. If they hit international waters, the South Korean Navy escorts them to Incheon." Stevens smirked. What could go wrong? Ryan's attempt at a smile fell flat. "Keep me updated," he said, dismissing them. As they left the Oval Office, the weight of the gamble settled over him. The moment the door clicked shut, the phone on his desk buzzed. Ryan hit the speaker button without hesitation. "Go ahead. Mr. President, President Carillon of France is waiting for a secure video call at your convenience. Put him through." Ryan exhaled, sinking into his chair. He shut his eyes just long enough to whisper a quick prayer for Clark and the team in China, then forced himself to focus. Clark knew his job. Now it was Ryan's turn to do his prevent a war. But that meant convincing allies to stand with him, and fast. The screen flickered to life, revealing Carry-On's tense expression. "Laurent, I appreciate you making time," Ryan began. Carry-On waved off the formality, his French accent heavy. "No need, Jack. These are not days for pleasantries. Adler's briefing was alarming. The PLA Navy fired on your ship? Confirmed?" Ryan said, jaw tight. "And if we don't stop Lee now, this won't be the last missile in the air. We need a united front. Economic pressure, diplomatic isolation, anything to force him back from the brink." Carry-On leaned in. "What do you need from France?" Ryan didn't hesitate. "Solidarity, even if it costs us all." Meanwhile, in Beijing, inside the fourth conference room of the Zhongnanhai complex, Secretary General Su Chao studied President Li Jianjun with quiet dread. Years ago, Li had been calculating patient, a strategist. Now, power had sanded away restraint, leaving only hunger. Shu wasn't afraid of Li's temper. He feared for China. The nation stood on the cusp of greatness, but Li's impatience threatened to burn decades of progress to the ground. "Explain," Li snarled at Deng Suwei, the state security minister, "how Qin and his so-called spider vanished under your nose." Deng remained eerily calm, like a man already resigned to his fate. A lucky break led our agents to them at the Peking Man exhibit. A witness saw Qin and the woman, Chu Lei, shooting at our people before two others intervened. Possibly foreign. Possibly. Li slammed the table, making Deputy Minister Bai Ming flinch. "Are we blind now?" Shu suppressed a sigh. Rage wasn't strategy, and if Li kept this up, they'd all pay the price. Deng remained composed as he relayed the details. The witness took cover inside his vehicle, but observed the suspects fleeing in a gray sedan. Satellite footage captured the car heading north before we lost visual. Unfortunately, it was incidental coverage, not a dedicated surveillance feed. Despite our efforts, we haven't pinpointed the vehicle's location since. Li's frustration boiled over. "Why were only 2 agents assigned?" he snapped. Deng exhaled, his professionalism strained but intact. "They weren't deployed. They noticed something off and pursued it independently. Their assessment must have been low risk, given they didn't call for backup." The president's jaw tightened as he glared at his security minister. "Northbound," he muttered, the word sharp as a blade. "That's a starting point. Track them down, Deng. Eliminate them before it's too late." "Every available asset is on it," Deng assured him. Siu seized the opening. "President Li, we need to address the Taiwan Strait situation. With Qin communicating directly with the Americans, we can't gauge how much he's revealed about Operation Sea Serpent. Combine that with Ryan's refusal to back down on Taiwan, and our window for a swift, clean reunification may have closed. Proceeding with a military exercise maintains appearances, but an invasion should wait until we regain the upper hand." Li whirled on him, eyes blazing. "Appearances," he snarled. "Is that what worries you, Shu? I'm positioning China as the superpower it deserves to be. Taiwan's semiconductors and strategic control of the South China Sea are non-negotiable. Face-saving is irrelevant. Do you have the spine for this or not?" Yu Zhu measured his response, unsettled by Li's intensity. "Patience is our strongest weapon, sir. Rushing risks catastrophic failure, and hesitation wastes opportunity," Li cut in. "China has the strength. I have the resolve. Ryan's fleet will slip up, and will strike. Even if they don't, they'll be too sluggish to stop us. Once Taiwan is ours, the world will protest, then adjust. Their self-interest will silence them." Shu stayed silent, calculating. The stakes were dire, but challenging Li now could backfire. He nodded slowly. Li's demeanor shifted, the charm returning. "Victory is close, Shu. I understand the fear, but courage will see us through." "Of course," Shu replied. With that, Li strode out, flanked by his stone-faced guards, leaving the weight of unspoken tensions hanging in the air. New detail. Shu discreetly checks his watch, subtly hinting at an impending move of his own. Shu caught Deng's subtle bow, a mix of gratitude and respect, as the man stood from his chair. Deng was decent, caught in a mess not of his making. Meanwhile, Deputy Minister Bai practically sprinted out, briefcase hugged tight like a life preserver, just relieved to escape unscathed. Stepping toward the door, Shu felt the weight of decisions pressing in. He had the resolve to act, but doubts gnawed at him. Did he still have the resources, the allies? The issue with President Lee had been left to simmer too long, and now trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. His father's voice echoed in his mind, sharp as ever. The old man had been a loyal servant under Mao, idealistic yet shrewd. One of their last conversations surfaced now, crisp in his memory. "Son," his father had asked, leaning in, "do you know capitalism's greatest flaw?" Young Shu, wide-eyed, had urged him on. "That power-hungry men can twist it to their own ends?" came the reply. Then, with a knowing smile, his father posed the next question, "And communism's greatest danger?" When Shu stayed silent, the old man's voice dropped to a whisper. "The same. Remember, it's meant to serve the people, not the other way around." The words ignited something in Shu, crystallizing a path forward. War with America wasn't inevitable, not if he moved carefully. Meanwhile, at the port of Tianjin, Clark squinted through the spotter scope, scanning the maze of shipping containers under the harsh glow of halogen lights. The place was a monster, rows upon rows of steel boxes, some stacked 5 high, casting long shadows between them. Navigating this labyrinth to reach Pier 117 felt like threading a needle blindfolded. "Jesus, this place is a beast," he muttered, eyes darting for patrols or snipers perched on the skeletal cranes lining the docks. From the back seat, Admiral Chin chimed in, almost smug. "Largest port in China, 150 berths, handles 500 million tons a year." Charlie let out a low whistle. "You could dump every Australian port into this one and still have room to spare." Behind the wheel, Lei cut in. "See anything?" Clark exhaled. "That's the problem." Nothing too quiet. His gaze flicked to the Rock's Capella, its engines already humming, exhaust curling into the night. No time for tugs. They'd bolt the second his team was on board. "You think we're walking into a setup?" Lei asked, though it sounded more like she'd already made up her mind. Clark's instinct screamed caution, but logic argued otherwise. If they were compromised, they'd already be in cuffs. "Only one way to find out," he said, handing her the scope. She took it, scanning as she mused aloud. Clark's instincts told him her suspicions were justified. Setting an ambush gave their enemies the upper hand, a classic Ministry of State Security move. His mind painted the scene vividly, leading their team in a tight diamond formation through the maze of towering shipping containers, shadows stretching between the stacks. Charlie would cover their rear while Lei and Qin stayed in the middle, all of them dangerously exposed without gear or weapons. Then, in his vision, black-clad SWAT teams would materialize at both ends of the corridor, gunmen rising from the container tops like specters, rifles trained on them from above. No amount of skill or luck would get them out of that death trap alive. He stole a glance at Lei as she scanned the docks through her scope. In the short time he'd known her, he'd grown to admire her, Autumn Thunder, a legend in the shadows. Her experience spoke for itself, forged from years of evading detection in Beijing's most dangerous circles. But what impressed him most wasn't just her tradecraft. It was her razor-sharp instincts, the way she moved with precision, always 3 steps ahead, the same traits that had kept him alive in this game. And let's not forget the sheer guts it took to operate solo under the MSS's nose, practically in their backyard. She'd be perfect for the campus. He caught himself thinking, already drafting a pitch in his head, but first they had to survive the night. "See anything?" he asked after a tense silence. Lay lowered the scope. Nothing. Are the others confirmed on the Capella? Clark nodded, taking the scope back. Even if we make it aboard, we've got a long haul to international waters, 350 kilometers of open ocean. Plenty of time for the PLA to intercept, Keene muttered from the back. I know, Clark admitted, jaw tight. But it's our only way out right now. We focus on getting to that ship unseen. Lay's expression was pure skepticism, and she wasn't wrong. If this is a trap, Clark reasoned, they'll funnel us into a kill zone. We need to flip the script. Exactly, Lay agreed. They'll expect us to take the direct route, so we don't. Pulling out his phone, Clark pulled up a satellite image of the port, outdated but better than nothing. He tossed it onto the console, scowling as his fingers blocked half the screen. Wish we had a damn map, he grumbled. Capella's at slip 117, bow facing out, smart move by the captain. Instead of cutting through the containers, we take the service road along the jetty, loop around from the east. It's the long way, which means they won't see it coming. Charlie studied the route Clark had sketched out, her nail following the path along the service road. Let me get this straight. We bypass every shortcut between the stacks, loop around the jetty's end, then swing back toward the Capella? Clark nodded. Exactly. Chin leaned forward, his voice tight. Coming from the east leaves us no exit. We'd be cornered between the water and any waiting team, assuming they're even out there. Clark exhaled. That's the risk. Charlie smirked, tossing her hair. If they're waiting, we're toast either way. But I'd rather go down swinging than let some sniper turn me into a trophy. The group fell silent until Clark's phone buzzed. A single one texted to Lee Hayori, signaling their arrival. He chambered a round in his silenced pistol and slid lower in his seat. Heads down, game on. Port of Tianjin, China, 2:12 a.m., cramped in the footwell. Clark kept his eyes locked on Lei as she navigated the dimly lit service road. The halogen lights flickered across her face, revealing nothing but steady focus. Halfway there, she murmured. The sedan thumped over concrete seams, each ka-chunk marking another yard toward freedom. As they rounded the jetty's curve, Clark's pulse spiked. Lei's grip tightened, a split second before she hissed, flashlight ahead. Tactical gear. He's signaling us to stop. Clark's gut twisted. Trap. Keep rolling. Wave like it's routine, but don't slow down. Lei forced a smile, raising a hand. The guard's rifle glinted under the dock lights. Then movement. A radio crackled. Lei swore, slammed the gas, and dropped flat as glass shattered above them. Clark exhaled sharply as the realization hit him. There was no turning back now. The sedan's engine howled like a wounded beast as Lei stomped on the accelerator, sending them lurching forward. Bullets pinged against metal as the guard unloaded his magazine, forcing her to swerve violently left. A sickening crunch echoed through the cabin as they rammed straight into the shooter, the impact sending his body tumbling over the hood. Glass exploded inward as another barrage shattered the windshield, peppering Clark's face with glittering shards. Just floor it, Clark barked, wiping blood from a cut above his eye. Lei's knuckles whitened on the wheel. I can barely see through this mess. Another burst of gunfire obliterated the rear window, followed by the driver's side glass. A thin red line traced down Lei's cheek from a fresh cut. Then bang, the right front tire blew, jerking them sideways. She wrestled the wheel, fighting to keep them moving. But a second shot took out the left tire, and suddenly they were skidding on bare rims, sparks flying as metal screeched against pavement. They're not aiming to kill, Chin muttered from the back seat. Clark clenched his jaw. The precision of the shots confirmed it. This was a capture team. When they come for us, he growled, we put bullets between their eyes and fight like rabid dogs. The car shuddered to a stop. Silence. Clark kept his head down, knowing a single peek would get him shot. His fingers tightened around his pistol. Even if he nailed every shot, The odds were suicide mission bad. If this is my last stand, he thought, I'm taking a dozen with me. Then his phone buzzed of all the damn times. He yanked it out. What did it matter now? Yeah? JC here, came a rough American voice. How's the party down there? Clark recognized the lingo instantly. Military, probably. Special ops. Not great. We're sitting ducks. The guy laughed. No kidding. You've got 7 shooters closing in, 4 ahead, 3 behind. You're 25 yards from the Capella? Fantastic. Package secure? Affirmative? Good. Listen up, sir. I'm a frogman with a front row seat to this mess. Leaving brothers behind? Not my style. Say the word and my team'll rain hell. A grin tugged at Clark's mouth. Drop the hammer! Hoya! Hold tight! 3 suppressed rifle shots cracked in quick succession. Return fire erupted, wild panic bursts before fading into eerie silence. Move now, JC ordered. Clark burst from the car, pistol sweeping the area. The pier was littered with bodies. No more threats. Just the smell of gunpowder and the distant hum of the harbor. Time to move. The pier was strewn with motionless figures clad in black, each felled by the lethal accuracy of American marksmen. Their headshots had ensured no Chinese operatives would rise again. Area secure, move out now. Clark snapped, gesturing toward the gangway connecting the Capella to the dock. His team, Charlie, Lei, and Kin, bolted from the sedan's driver's side, racing toward the vessel with Clark trailing close behind. Mid-sprint, a familiar prickle of instinct shot down his spine. Years in the field had taught him never to dismiss that feeling. Swiveling left, he spotted the guard Lei had struck earlier, now crouched 20 yards back, rifle raised. Clark pivoted, aimed, and unleashed a burst of rounds. Though some found their mark, the enemy fighter managed a wild spray of bullets across the pier. A high-caliber round cracked through the air, and Clark dropped low just as the Chinese operative's head snapped backward, game over. Turning back, he found Lei and Kin sprawled on the concrete, Lei partially shielding Kin. Charlie doubled back to assist as Clark reached them. A quick assessment revealed a bullet lodged in Lei's thigh. You took that for me? Chin breathed, staring at her in disbelief. Lei grimaced but flashed a smirk. What can I say? PLA training never covered dodging bullets. Clark swept the area once more before holstering his sidearm. Gripping Lei's arm, he ordered, On your back! I'm carrying you! With a grunt, he leveraged her into a fireman's carry, his joints protesting loudly. Thank God she weighs nothing, he thought, jogging toward the gangway with Chin leading and Charlie covering their rear. On board the Capella, 3 U.S. operatives stood ready. Where's she hit? One asked, stepping forward. Left thigh bleeding bad, Clark replied, already feeling warmth seeping into his shirt. The SEAL grinned. Need a break, old man? Clark, wheezing like he'd sprinted a 10K, shot back. Only if you swear not to drop her. Relax, another operator cut in. Bo's a combat medic. She's golden. As the SEALs lifted Lei away, she managed a tired smile. Clark mouthed thank you before the ship suddenly lurched into motion. No tugboats in sight. Thrusters, the remaining operator explained with a smirk. Classified upgrade. Clark watched as the gangway screeched against the dock before plunging into the harbor. Whoops, the man deadpanned. JC? Clark guessed. John Konza, he confirmed, shaking Clark's hand. Clean work back there? Just another Tuesday, Konza replied, then jerked his chin at Charlie and Kin. You two below deck now. Appreciate you having our backs, Minister Chin, Charlie said, bumping fists with JC before following the other SEALs through the hatch where they'd taken Lei. JC gave a casual salute. Anytime. Chin offered a silent nod of gratitude before locking eyes with Clark. Your courage is remarkable. We owe you more than words can express. Clark returned the nod. Right back at you, Admiral. Now get below. We've got this. As Kin disappeared after Charlie, only Clark and Konza remained on deck, 2 seasoned warriors watching the Capella power away from the pier toward Bohai Bay. The harbor lights of Tianjin shimmered behind them, growing smaller with each passing second. "You think we'll even hit the 7-mile mark before they swarm us?" JC mused, scratching at the rough stubble on his jaw. Clark smirked. Optimistic guess. But hey, first time for everything. Ever been a guest in a Chinese prison? JC barked a laugh. Can't say it's been on my vacation itinerary, you? Nope. But I hear the hospitality's unforgettable. Clark deadpanned, the dark humor cutting through the tension. They both knew what awaited them. Interrogation. Pain. Maybe worse. Not exactly the retirement plan they'd envisioned. As the reality settled in, JC fished out a stick of gum from his vest. "Calms the nerves," he said, offering one to Clark. Clark took it, though. He wasn't much for gum. Right now, though, it was about solidarity. They stood shoulder to shoulder, arms crossed, watching the coastline fade. "So," Clark said, shifting gears like only soldiers could when staring down the inevitable "you buying the hype" around the commander's new coach. JC snorted. "Man, unless they clone a young Tom Brady and rebuild the entire O-line, that team's going nowhere." Clark grinned as JC launched into a full breakdown, the familiar rhythm of sports talk a small comfort. The lights of Tianjin flickered like distant stars, maybe the last he'd ever see. Meanwhile, 17 nautical miles southwest of Magong, Taiwan, Drusky emerged from the dark waters of the South China Sea, his mask's enhanced night vision painting the rocky shore in vivid detail. As a Green Beret who'd aced the brutal combat diver course, this was his element. Most of his deployments had been desert ops. Tonight, this was the real deal. A tap on his shoulder signaled his SEAL teammate, Scott Todd, was locked in beside him. Ahead, Senior Chief Hardin scanned the beach before signaling the all-clear time to move. Drusky exhaled, adrenaline sharp in his veins. This wasn't training anymore. Drusky glided effortlessly through the dark water, his powerful kicks propelling him forward until the seabed rose sharply beneath him. Emerging silently, he shrugged off his rebreather unit, securing it to his thigh before rising into a tactical kneeling position. His rifle swept across the deserted shoreline. No movement, no threats. Staying low, he advanced in a smooth combat crouch, his gear scraping lightly against the wet stones as he dragged it behind him. Reaching the jagged rocks, he stripped off his dive equipment with practiced efficiency, stashing everything in a hidden crevice for later retrieval. Swapping his diving mask for a high-tech combat helmet with enhanced night vision, he scaled the slippery rocks with surprising agility, his specialized boots gripping like gecko feet. He took position behind Hardin's left flank while Todd mirrored him on the right, forming a tight arrowhead. With a sharp hand signal, Hardin led them across the uneven beach toward the scrub-covered tree line, their cover for the final approach. Their target was the most inland of 3 missile sites on this tiny island, barely half a mile wide. The other 2 teams were moving on the southern and northwestern batteries, all timed for a synchronized strike. If Katie Ryan's intel was wrong, if they found only Taiwanese soldiers manning the sites, they'd reinforce defenses and wait out the threat. But Drusky had learned not to doubt the sharp-eyed intelligence officer. She was usually right, and that thought sent a chill down his spine. His rifle felt like a natural extension of his arms as he scanned the dense undergrowth, his steps silent on the damp earth. His muscles burned from the exertion, but there was no sign of movement, not even the expected Taiwanese patrols. Reaching the tree line, they dropped into position just as the other teams radioed in, confirming they were ready. The missile site ahead was eerily quiet. A small trailer sat beside the launcher, its twin missile pods angled toward the horizon. Drusky knew each pod held 4 supersonic anti-ship missiles, controlled from inside the trailer where the crew lived and worked. But something was off. No sentries, no movement. "Where's security?" Drusky muttered. Todd shifted beside him. "Should be 2, one by the trailer, one on the roof." Then Drusky spotted it, a boot, a leg, motionless behind the building. Before he could react, the launcher whirred to life, gears grinding as it adjusted its trajectory. Someone inside was programming a target. Hardin's voice crackled in their earpieces. Neptune, execute. In an instant they were moving, sprinting low toward the fence, rifles up, eyes sharp. The mission had just turned deadly. A sudden green streak flashed across Drewski's night vision goggles as an enemy sniper's infrared laser painted him from the rooftop. Before he could react, the muzzle flare of the shot blinded him. Instinct took over. He flicked on his own IR laser, painting the shadowy figure above, and fired. At the same moment, a searing impact slammed into his chest like a sledgehammer, sending him staggering. Pain radiated through his ribs, and a creeping numbness crawled up his neck. Two rapid bursts from Todd's rifle echoed behind him as his teammate returned fire. Drewski spat blood, the metallic tang sharp on his tongue. 5 tours between Iraq and Afghanistan as a Green Beret, 2 more shadow ops in Syria, not a scratch. He'd almost convinced himself luck was his armor. Now, struggling to breathe, the illusion shattered. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up rifle steady despite the fire in his lungs. The mechanical whine of a missile launcher locking onto its target cut through the chaos. If this was his last stand, it damn well better count. He charged forward, boots kicking up dust, angling toward the gap the enemy had cut in the fence. Bullets snapped past him, Todd covering his advance. Drewski hit the ground, rolling through the jagged opening, feeling the torn metal slice his cheek, no time to care. He was back on his feet before the pain registered. "On your 6, Todd shouted. The launcher's whirring stopped with a metallic clank, target locked. Drewski lunged for the control trailer's half-open door, flipping up his NVGs as he kicked it wide. Inside, a black-clad operative stood over 2 dead allies, fingers hovering over the launch controls. The man spun, eyes widening, too late. Drewski's shot tore through his skull. Behind him, Todd's suppressed rifle coughed once, dropping a second saboteur mid-reach. "Thanks, bro," Drewski rasped, the words thick in his throat. Todd smirked, though his gaze was grim. CIA psychos. He swept the room, confirming the threat was neutralized. Drewski's legs buckled. He collapsed against the wall, rifle clattering to the floor. "I'm hit bad," he admitted, voice distant. Todd was already ripping open a med kit when Hardin's voice crackled over comms. Neptune 1 to Poseidon, Alpha secure, urgent casevac needed. Drewski closed his eyes. "Yeah, that'd be him." Drewski's head throbbed as a distant voice crackled over the comms. Neptune 4 reporting site Bravo secure, but with 1 casualty. Angel down. The weight of those words hit him like a gut punch. They'd stopped a global catastrophe, but the cost was real. He didn't remember Todd moving him, but now he was flat on his back, his tactical vest peeled open, cold air biting at his exposed skin. "Where's my rifle?" he mumbled, squinting at the blurry figure beside him. The name escaped him, somewhere between memory and fog. Terry. No, Terry had been gone for years. Iraq, another lifetime. A sharp sting cut through the haze as something icy splashed against his chest. The radio buzzed again, Neptune 7's voice tight with urgency. 2 missiles airborne from Charlie's site. Drewski's stomach dropped. Taiwan. They were in Taiwan, and it was all for nothing. The missiles were away. A fresh ache bloomed near his collarbone, distant but insistent. Above him, a seal, Hardin, barked for a medevac, rattling off terms like pneumothorax and chest wound. Should have gone with Ted and Ryan. Katie Ryan. The name floated up through the fog, pulling a weak grin from him. Then the darkness wrapped around him, warm and heavy. Aboard the USS Jason Dunham, Katie Ryan stood like an uninvited guest in the CIC, hyper-aware of Captain Kreutz's sidelong glance. He hadn't tossed her out. Yet combat was the ship's nerve center, a whirlwind of data and decisions, but compared to the claustrophobic con of the Blackfish, This felt almost spacious. Familiar, too. She'd earned her stripes here, back on the Eisenhower, where chaos had a rhythm. But nostalgia couldn't dull the dread coiling in her gut. The tension was thicker than the humidity outside. Every radar blip, every hushed update, another step toward the inevitable. The PLA wasn't just a threat. They were the storm, and the Dunham was sailing straight into it. Kreutz and his tactical action officer, Horillo, were deep in conversation when she finally stepped forward. "Captain," she said, bracing for the blowback. 5 minutes of your time. It's critical." For a heartbeat, irritation flickered across his face. Then, miraculously, he nodded. "The storm could wait, but not for long, Commander Ryan," Kreutz said with a strained grin, his exhaustion evident. "You've waited long enough. What's troubling you?" Ryan leaned forward, her voice steady. "Sir, my team wasn't on Penghu Island for training. Operation Sea Serpent is a smokescreen. The Chinese are using it to position their forces for an invasion of Taiwan. That maritime exclusion zone? It wasn't about safety. It was about clearing the strait for their blitzkrieg. No civilian ships, no U.S. interference, just a straight shot for their assault." Kreutz exchanged a glance with Horillo, and to Ryan's surprise, they both laughed. "Something amusing, Captain?" she asked, her brow furrowing. "Your timing," Kreutz admitted, still grinning. "Horillo and I were just discussing how ironic it is that the president, your father, as I've recently learned, sent you to the exact ship he ordered to challenge the Chinese blockade. Either he's got a twisted sense of humor, or you've got nerves of steel." Ryan clenched her jaw but held her tongue. "With all due respect, Captain, the Chinese don't know I'm here, and I'd rather my last name stay out of this." Kreutz's smile faded slightly. "Apologies, Commander. Sleep deprivation's got me speaking before thinking." That struck a chord with her. "Believe me, I know the feeling," she said with a dry laugh. "It's why I ended up on Penghu in the first place." Before Horillo could steer the conversation back to the invasion, the air warfare coordinator's voice cut through the tension. "Tau, new contact supersonic anti-ship missile 39 miles out. Trajectory suggests we're the target." Horillo's focus snapped to the display. "Launch point." The officer hesitated. "Huayu Island." Ryan didn't wait. "That missile isn't for us. It's aimed at the Nanchang. At this range, the system can't tell the difference, but trust me, they're hitting their own ship." A second warning blared. "Another missile inbound." Kreutz exhaled sharply. "So it begins. Taiwan's firing back." Then his expression darkened. "EW, any signs of a full Chinese offensive?" "Negative, sir," came the reply. "It's eerily quiet out there." Ryan's pulse quickened. Too quiet. Something wasn't right. Katie tightened her grip on Kreutz's arm, urgency flashing in her eyes. "This is exactly what my team predicted. The PLA's first move. They'll send special forces to Huayu Island, an uninhabited outpost armed with missile launchers. They'll fire on one of their own ships, making it look like Taiwan attacked first. That's their excuse to turn Operation Sea Serpent into a full-scale invasion." Teo's voice cut through the tension. "Captain, I have a lock on tracks 843 and 844, requesting permission to engage with Big Sticks." Kreutz raised a hand to silence him, his focus locked on Katie. "You're telling me this is a false flag? They're staging an attack to justify war?" "Exactly," Katie said. "They don't want another Crimea. They need the world to believe. Taiwan fired first." The captain of the Jason Dunham studied her for a long moment before nodding. "I believe you. And after that warning shot from the Nanchang, tensions are already sky high." "Captain, those missiles are closing fast. Mach 3.5. We're out of time," Horillo pressed. Kreutz clenched his jaw. "I know, but Ryan just handed us a game changer." Katie stepped closer. "We have to shoot those missiles down before the Nanchang does. If China claims they were attacked, they'll have their excuse for war." With a sharp nod, Kreutz moved to the bridge-to-bridge radio. Agreed. But before we fire, we make damn sure everyone knows who we're targeting and why. Combat Control Center, Nanchang. Captain Shen shifted in his chair, wincing as his cracked rib sent another sharp pang through his side. The pain was relentless, made worse by the weight of his recent actions, defying orders, arresting his own political officer. A young seaman approached, offering tea and 2 painkillers. "Thank you," Shen muttered, dry swallowing the pills before the tea had cooled. "Missile launch detected," the combat coordinator announced. "Bearing 132, range 39 miles. Supersonic anti-ship missile target. Could be us or the Jason Dunham." Shen's eyes flicked to the tactical display, where the Dragon's Eye radar painted a clear trajectory from Huayu Island. A second missile followed, streaking toward them at the same deadly speed. He glanced at the live feed of the American destroyer, trailing just a mile off their stern. No visible activity yet, but he knew their Spy 1D radar had to be tracking the same threat. The game was in motion, and every second counted. The bridge buzzed with tension as Lieutenant Kwok, the communications officer, suddenly straightened in his seat. "Captain, we're receiving a direct radio transmission from the Jason Dunham," he announced, his voice cutting through the hum of electronics. Shen gave a curt nod, signaling Kwok to respond while he steadied himself against his chair. A sharp twinge flared beneath his ribs as he stood, but he waved off the aide, rushing to assist. "I've got it," he muttered, gritting his teeth as he moved toward the comm station. Kwok adjusted his headset and spoke clearly into the mic. "U.S. Jason Dunham, this is PLA Navy vessel Nanchang. Over." The American captain's voice crackled through the speakers, crisp and deliberate. "Nanchang, this is Jason Dunham actual. We've detected 2 inbound supersonic missiles, Seongfeng TIs by our assessment. We intend to engage and neutralize the threat. Repeat, this is defensive action only, not directed at your ship. Do you copy?" Kwok swiftly translated, his fingers tapping nervously against the console. Shen exhaled slowly, weighing the implications. The Americans were being transparent, even courteous, but something didn't add up. If the missiles weren't meant for them, then who? The realization hit him like a wave. "They're coming for us! Captain, your orders?" Kwok pressed, the urgency thick in his voice. Shen's response was measured. "Inform the Americans we acknowledge their warning but will handle our own defense. Their intervention is unnecessary." Kwok relayed the message, fingers flying over the keys. Meanwhile, Shen turned to the combat coordinator. "Prepare countermeasures. Target those missiles the moment they're in range." Before the coordinator could confirm, a new alert blared across the room. "Missile launch detected. Jason Dunham has fired." 2 SM-6s streaked across the tactical display, arcing toward the incoming threat. Shen smirked, shaking his head. "Clever move, Captain Kreutz." "Sir, our salvo is ready," the coordinator reported. Shen held up a hand. "Stand down. Let's see how this plays out." Commander Tan, the ship's executive officer, motioned Shen aside, his expression tight with suspicion. "Permission to speak freely?" he murmured. Shen nodded. "Why would the Americans intercept missiles aimed at us? This feels like a setup." Shen crossed his arms, considering. "A setup how?" he asked, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The game was unfolding faster than he'd anticipated. The unexpected angle of Tan's reasoning caught Shen off guard, making him curious about what insights his officer might have uncovered. "What if this is all theater?" Shen mused. "They could be pretending to intercept our missiles while deliberately missing, leaving us no time to retaliate." Shen turned the idea over in his mind but shook his head. "The SM-6 isn't some dumb rocket. It's got active radar homing for precision strikes. There's no room for staged failure. Besides, their reaction was too fast. Intercept happens 10 nautical miles out. If they botch it, we still have a window to fire." Tan frowned. "Then why defend us? And why is Taiwan shooting now?" Operation Sea Serpent hasn't even started. Those same questions had gnawed at Shen for hours. But now, with Tan's doubt feeding his suspicions, a theory took shape. This could be an American stunt coordinated with Taiwan's Navy. The Jason Dunham accidentally saves us by shooting down rogue missiles, making us look like the aggressors while they play the heroes. A slick way to twist our warning shot into an international scandal. "So what's our move?" Tan asked. "Nothing," Shen said with a bitter smirk. Tan's eyebrows shot up. "Seriously?" "Absolutely. Thanks to Colonel Sun's idiocy, we're stuck. Might as well let the Americans waste 2 of their missiles and 10 million taxpayer dollars protecting us. We'll save ours for the real fight." Tan exhaled sharply, but nodded. "Smart call, Captain." Shen gave a dry chuckle. "We'll see, XO. We'll see." Then Lieutenant Kwok's voice cut through the tension. "Captain Flash Traffic from Southern Theater Command." Shen strode to the console, and the moment he read the orders, his stomach dropped. "This isn't defense. This is a declaration. Us, Jason Dunham, DDG 109. Being right had never felt so awful. The missiles launched from Huayu Island confirmed Katie's worst fear. Chinese special forces had hijacked a Taiwanese battery, staging a false flag to justify invasion. It also meant her SEAL team was either too late or worse, dead. She shoved the thought aside. Right now, 2 hypersonic ship killers were screaming toward them at Mach 3.5, weaving through evasion patterns, their onboard AI outsmarting countermeasures. The SM-6s might miss, and if they did, there was no guarantee Taiwan's missiles wouldn't lock onto the Dunham instead of the Nanchang. Captain Kreutz hung up the bridge phone, his face grim. "Well, Commander Ryan, you called it. Taiwan didn't fire those missiles. This was China's play all along." "Commander, I need to ask, what's our next move? Are we really about to dive headfirst into a war, stranded in the worst possible battleground? The Taiwan Strait is the last spot I'd pick if a full-blown conflict erupts between China, Taiwan, and the U.S. Kreutz sighed, rubbing his temple. "Wish I had a solid answer for you, Captain. But right now, all I've got is guesswork." "Then take your best shot, Ryan. Let's hear it." Before she could respond, the Air Warfare Coordinator's voice cut through the tension. "Big Stick 1 is locking onto track 843, terminal homing active." The SM-6 missile launched earlier from the Dunham had relied on the ship's Aegis system for mid-course guidance. Now, in its final approach, the missile's onboard systems took over, its warhead primed to unleash a directional blast designed to shred the incoming threat into oblivion. The update sent a ripple through combat. Everyone knew the stakes. Kreutz barely blinked. "Go on, Ryan." Katie leaned forward, her voice steady. "If I were calling the shots for China's Theater Command, I'd retaliate hard, level Huayu Island, wipe it off the map. No evidence, no witnesses, just scorched earth." The captain's jaw tightened. That's exactly what I didn't want to hear. "Mark India," the AWC called out. The missile had reached its target. A tense silence followed before the damage assessment crackled over the comms. "Probable kill confirmed, target decelerating. Multiple debris tracks detected. Good kill, Tao." Kreutz barely paused before shifting focus. "Status on Big Stick 2, entering terminal phase now, sir. Track 844 locked." Katie's fingers dug into the console as she waited. The seconds stretched, the weight of the moment pressing down. Then, "Mark India, target destroyed, debris confirmed. Good kill." A burst of cheers erupted, but Katie's relief was short-lived. Kreitz's sharp tone cut through the celebration. "Stay sharp. This isn't over." He turned back to her, expectant. She didn't hesitate. "We took out the immediate threat, but the Nanchang still has options. Their commander's likely part of the false flag op. If their orders were to strike Huayu, they'll spin this, claim Taiwan attacked first, justify retaliation. Doesn't matter that we stopped the missiles. Perception is everything." Kreutz glanced at Horillo. "Your take, Tao?" Horillo tapped his chin, thinking fast. Get the Nanchang skipper on the horn. Convince him the threat's gone. No need to escalate. Katie recognized the move. Kreutz wasn't just asking, he was testing. The captain gave a curt nod, then locked eyes with her again. Anything else before I make the call? She didn't miss a beat. We've got SEALs on Huayu. They're our last line of defense, if diplomacy fails. The sound of 2 missiles launching left everyone on edge. Was this a mission failure? Or were the SEALs already engaging targets on the island? There was no way to know for sure, but one thing was certain. Innocent lives couldn't become collateral damage. The Nanchang couldn't be allowed to unleash its firepower on Huayu. We need time, Katie said urgently. Stall them. Get an update on the operation, and if you can convince that Chinese captain not to target the island. The skipper gave her a dry smirk, as if to say, Sure, and maybe I'll ask him to hand over his ship while I'm at it. Still, he grabbed the radio. Nanchang, this is Jason Dunham, actual over. The response crackled through. Jason Dunham, this is Nanchang. We've neutralized the inbound missile threat. Repeat. Threat neutralized. Silence stretched before the Nanchang spoke again, this time with an edge. We confirmed the missiles were intercepted, but the danger isn't over. The ROC Navy fired on us. More could come at any moment. Be advised, we have orders to eliminate Huayu's missile batteries. Kreutz grimaced, locking eyes with Katie. Tell them it was a training exercise, she blurted, pulling the idea out of thin air. Flip the script. Make them look like the aggressors. A slow grin spread across Kreutz's face. That's brilliant, Ryan, he keyed the mic. Nanchang, your intel is flawed. The Jason Dunham was running drills with the ROC Navy. Those missiles were aimed at us, not you. We intercepted them as part of the exercise. The U.S. apologizes for the oversight. Firing training rounds near your position was reckless. Nice save, Captain. Horillo muttered when Kreutz lowered the mic. The pause, this time, was agonizing, finally. A new voice, less polished but determined, came through. Captain Kreutz, this is Captain Shen of the Nanchang. Kreutz acknowledged him, bracing for the next move. What is the name of this exercise? Shen demanded. Katie's mind flashed to childhood memories of playing Battleship with her dad. Operation Battleship, she said without thinking. Kreutz shot her a bewildered look, but relayed it. Shen's response was measured. I will report this. End the exercise now, or any further launches will be treated as hostile. Understood? Crystal, Kreutz replied. The tension lingered before the radio operator returned, smoother but no less pointed. Captain Shen notes this is the second time the Jason Dunham has intercepted an errant missile. First was our error. This was yours. Balance is restored. Kreutz glanced at Katie. You thinking what I'm thinking? She exhaled. We helped them save face. Now they're returning the favor. But Horillo cut in, ever the realist. Don't celebrate yet. They could still hit Huayu from the air or launch from the mainland. The relief in the room wavered, the fragile truce hanging by a thread. The narrow channel stretched just over 100 miles across. But Commander Kreutz knew every inch mattered now. We've given the SEALs what time we could, she admitted, her voice heavy with the weight of command. When asked for their next steps, she forced out the bitter truth. Now we pray diplomacy pulls through. Our sharp end has done everything possible to dial things back. There's nothing left but to wait. On Huayu Island, 17 miles southwest of Magong, the pre-dawn light painted everything in shades of gray. SEAL Scott Todd kept his rifle trained on the tree line, while Chief Reed, their combat medic, crouched over Drewski, pressing a stethoscope to the wounded operator's chest. The IV bag dripped methodically, each drop feeling like a countdown around them. Dell and Arnie swept their sectors, though Todd noticed Dell's gaze lingering on the silver-wrapped body of their fallen brother, Skip Anderson. Losing one was bad enough. Losing Drewski, too, would twist the knife deeper. The CIA operative wasn't just some outsider. He was Special Forces, a diver, part of the Brotherhood. 2 losses on a single op. That wasn't just rare, it was a gut punch. Wild Bill's voice crackled over comms, asking for a status update from their position. Hardin's reply was gruff. Water exfils off the table. Our guy's unconscious, Reed says he's crashing hard. A tense silence followed before Bill laid out their only option, an 8-mile surface swim to Wangan Island if they wanted Drewski to reach medical help. Hardin's clipped acknowledgement made it clear he hated the call, but orders were orders. Moving at a painstaking pace, the team dragged Drewski toward the surf on a makeshift poncho stretcher, while Dell carried Skip's body over his shoulders. The rocks near the water's edge were slick, forcing Todd to brace himself as he scanned for threats through his night vision. The island should have been clear. TOC had confirmed no enemy heat signatures, but with the PLA's cyber capabilities, who knew what intel was compromised? Reed checked Drewski's pulse again, then sat back with a muttered curse. His face tilted toward the sky for a long moment before he turned to Hardin. "He's gone, boss!" Hardin's jaw tightened. "We're bringing him anyway, no man left behind." "Hoya?" Todd echoed automatically, the word rough in his throat. He felt the wetness on his face, but didn't wipe it away, just tightened his grip on his rifle. Over comms, Hardin's voice was steel wrapped in grief. "Poseidon, 1, update your tally. We've got 4 live, 2 angels. Repeat, 2 angels." The surf crashed behind them, indifferent to their loss. Scott Todd signaled his team as they approached the Corvette, his grip tightening on his rifle, while Reed secured the fallen CIA operative's remains in a poncho liner. With practiced efficiency, they retrieved their dive gear from the rocky shoreline, each movement precise despite the weight of their mission. As Reed provided overwatch from the water's edge, Todd descended the jagged rocks, his wetsuit clinging to him as he strapped on his oxygen tank with military efficiency. The cold Pacific enveloped him as he submerged, towing the body of the former Green Beret through the inky darkness, a man whose final act of sacrifice on Huayu Island deserved more than this silent underwater procession. The thought burned in Todd's chest as his fins propelled them deeper. Some heroes only got flag-draped coffins and classified reports, their stories buried beneath layers of red tape. Meanwhile, in the Oval Office, President Jack Ryan endured the makeup artist's ministrations with the patience of a man who'd rather face a hostile congressional committee than another powder brush. "Almost there, Mr. President," murmured Darcy, dabbing at his jawline as if polishing a museum piece. Ryan caught Chief of Staff Arnie Van Dam hovering like a nervous stage manager, which, given the global broadcast about to unfold, wasn't far from the truth. "Spit it out, Arnie," Ryan said, earning a disapproving click of Darcy's tongue as he tilted his head. Van Dam exhaled. "We've got 5 international feeds syncing live from Allied capitals, sir. If any of those leaders go off script," his fingers twitched at his sides. The unspoken truth hung between them. Diplomacy sometimes meant holding your breath while others held the microphone. Ryan's reflection in the vanity mirror looked steadier than he felt. "You think President Moreau might improvise a soliloquy, or Chancellor Bauer will suddenly channel his inner stand-up comic?" The joke landed flat, but it broke the tension just enough. "This isn't about controlling their words, Arnie. It's about showing China we're not just a chorus. We're a damn symphony." Behind them, a technician adjusted a monitor showing the USS John Stennis's position near the Spratly Islands, a silent reminder that the real audience for this broadcast wore PLA uniforms. Ryan straightened his tie, the weight of the moment settling on his shoulders. Some risks weren't calculated, they were necessary. "Let's get this show on the road," he said, and the room snapped into motion like a well-oiled machine, one that might just keep the world from exploding. "Absolutely, Mr. President." Micah Young, the head of technical production, responded as the studio lights flared to life, momentarily overwhelming Ryan's vision. He blinked rapidly, waiting for his eyes to adjust, then glanced down at his notes, though truth be told, he'd never been one to stick rigidly to a script. Just one final feed to sync, and we're all set, Young assured him, his voice steady. All right, here we go. You ready, sir? Whenever you are, Micah, Ryan replied, clasping his hands firmly on the desk. The countdown began. 5 seconds, then 4, 3, 2. Good evening, Ryan said, locking eyes with the camera as if it were a neighbor from Kansas or Ohio, a trick he'd relied on since his first days in office. Kathy always insisted he had a gift for this, though he never quite believed her. Time and again I've sat at this very desk, speaking to you as your president. But tonight is different. Tonight, I stand before you, not just as the leader of this nation, but as part of a united front of world leaders who refuse to bow to aggression. As my friend, German Chancellor Anneke Schultz, reminded me earlier, when one of us is attacked, we all are. In an era where borders blur through technology and trade, America's alliances have never been more vital. His mind conjured an image of a family in Dallas, huddled around their TV, hanging on his every word. He spoke to them, direct, unflinching, determined to offer hope. After I finish, you'll hear from other leaders, including Chancellor Schultz, but I've been entrusted with the first word. So, to my fellow Americans, and to all who value freedom and peace, I must tell you this. The People's Republic of China, under President Li Jianjun, has committed an act of war. They fired on a U.S. Navy destroyer in international waters, then launched a surprise assault on Taiwan's Huayu Island. We have proof this was a deliberate deception, an attempt to seize Taiwan's missile defenses and frame them as the aggressor. President Li orchestrated this lie, sacrificing Taiwanese and American lives in the process. Why? Because he thinks he can manipulate the world. He wants you to swallow his fiction about American spies abducting Chinese officials. He wants you to believe Taiwan struck first. He's betting you're too distracted, too skeptical, or too weary to challenge him. But I know better. I know you see through the lies. And when he invades Taiwan, he's gambling that our shared love of liberty won't be enough to unite us against him. Ryan's voice grew stronger, his grip on the desk tightening. The prepared remarks were forgotten. Now he spoke from conviction. No longer imagining living rooms across the country, he saw the faces of his troops, sailors on storm-tossed decks, pilots streaking through hostile skies, Marines wading ashore under fire. And in his mind's eye, the SEALs on Huayu's jagged coast, bearing their fallen toward the sea captain Jeff Kreutz and the crew of the USS Jason Dunham, surged through the choppy waters of the Taiwan Strait. Every sailor on board steeled for the fight ahead. Nearby Marine units stood ready, their fingers hovering near triggers, while pilots aboard the Reagan and Nimitz prepped their jets for rapid deployment. Amidst the tension, one image anchored him, his daughter Katie's face, unwavering even in the face of danger. Their collective resolve, their unshakable duty, thrummed through him like a live wire. They were counting on him, not to escalate, but to outmaneuver Li Jianjun with strategy, not bullets. The weight of their trust settled deep in his bones, fortifying him as he stepped forward to address the world. Meanwhile, inside the Jade Spring Villa, President Li Jianjun paced his lavish office, his polished Italian loafers tapping impatiently against the pristine Carrara marble. Fury coiled tight in his chest. He'd gambled everything to elevate China's dominance, making ruthless decisions weaker men wouldn't dare. Now, as he scrambled to erase traces of their operations in the Taiwan Strait, Secretary General Xu Chao had the nerve to summon him. The disrespect burned. He had no patience for underlings questioning his authority, not when critical details hung in the balance. Had Captain Shen's missile strike on Huayu succeeded? Was Admiral Chin silenced? Every unanswered question gave Jack Ryan's lies more oxygen. His computer screen taunted him with an endless spinning wheel. No connection, no updates. He slammed a fist on the desk. Time was slipping away. If the strike had worked, he could still spin this. Satellite images would show Taiwanese missiles fired first, justifying China's retaliation. The world would see America as the provocateur. A grim smile flickered across his face. "This isn't over, Ryan." The limo was late. Snatching his Bottega Veneta coat, he stormed out, the morning's drizzle doing nothing to cool his temper. The fight was far from finished. The sleek black Hongqi H9 was already waiting at the base of the stone staircase, its engine humming softly. Lee quickened his pace as the first cold raindrops stung his cheeks, just the beginning of what promised to be a torrential storm. To his irritation, the driver hadn't even bothered to step out and open the door for him. Lee yanked it open himself, sliding into the plush leather seat just as the heavens unleashed their fury. "What kind of incompetent fool are you?" he snapped, slamming the door shut. "Leaving me out in this? I could have you thrown in prison for this insult?" His words died in his throat. The eyes staring back at him from the rearview mirror weren't Wong's. "Apologies," the driver said flatly, his tone anything but apologetic. "Who the hell are you?" Lee demanded, his pulse quickening. "Where's Wong?" "Unavailable," the man replied, jerking the car into motion so abruptly that Lee was thrown back against the seat. The sedan tore down the winding driveway at a dangerous speed. "Secretary General Xu sent me to handle your transportation personally." A chill ran down Lee's spine. Something about the driver's voice, too calm, too deliberate, set off alarms in his mind. "Turn this car around now," he ordered, forcing authority into his voice. "I need to go back." The driver chuckled. "You won't be needing anything from there, Mr. Lee." "President Lee," he corrected, but the anger had drained away, replaced by dawning terror. "Right?" The driver mused, still grinning. "The Secretary General wanted me to pass along a message, a little wisdom from the past. What nonsense is this?" "Stop the car. Only an army of the people is invincible," the driver recited smoothly. Zhu insisted you hear it. "You're making a grave mistake," Lee hissed, his hands trembling. "Zhu doesn't understand the consequences." "I've got my own quote for you," the driver interrupted as the bulletproof partition began to rise. "Mao once said, 'It's always darkest before it goes completely black.'" Lee lunged for the door handles locked. In desperation, he grabbed at the rising glass, but it was too late. A sharp, searing pain shot through his left hand as the partition crushed his finger, severing it cleanly. He screamed, watching in horror as the severed tip slid down the glass, leaving a smeared trail of blood. Clutching his mangled hand to his chest, he kicked wildly at the window, each blow sending jolts of agony up his leg until something in his ankle snapped with a sickening pop. "Please," he sobbed, collapsing onto the seat as the car sped toward the gates of Jade Spring Mountain. No one was coming to save him. Mao had been right, darkest before total blackness. Situation Room, the White House, Washington, D.C., 6:51 p.m. local time. President Jack Ryan wasn't one to pace, but sitting still had become impossible. The tension in the Situation Room was thick enough to cut with a knife as Jack Ryan stared at the massive display where the eastern coast of China, Taiwan, and the surrounding waters were mapped in chilling detail. The green marker for the USS Jason Dunham inched northward in agonizingly slow increments, shadowed by the red triangle representing the Chinese destroyer Nanchang, so close their icons nearly touched. The stillness of the other hostile markers was just as unsettling. No reinforcements rushed toward the standoff. No new threats blinked into existence. Only the Reagan's fighter patrols traced lazy circles over Taiwan and the open sea, a fragile shield against the unknown. Arnie Van Dam's muttered complaint, "This is almost unbearable," drew a dark chuckle from one of the defense staffers. "Almost." The gallows humor broke the tension for a split second before Robert Burgess, the Secretary of Defense, shook his head in admiration. "That captain of the Dunham? Absolute titanium nerves. When do we pin a star on his collar?" Kent's smirk was knowing. "Kreutz is exactly where we need him right now." Ryan's thoughts snapped back to the SEAL team extraction. Any updates from Huayu, he asked, his voice tight. A young aide swallowed hard before answering. Nothing since they hit the water, sir. They're supposed to reach extraction in 15, but... Her voice wavered. They're carrying extra weight. The unspoken meaning, wounded, maybe dead, clenched Ryan's chest. Then Alexis Wilkins cut in, urgency sharp in her tone. Mr. President, Beijing's on the line. Ryan's gaze flicked to the screen, expecting disaster, but the map hadn't changed. It's not Lee, she added, her expression unreadable. It's Secretary General Xu. Ryan exchanged a glance with Adler, who shrugged, just as blindsided. Well, that's a twist, Ryan muttered, striding toward the secure briefing room. He sank into a chair, forcing his breathing steady as the encryption finalized. The light blinked green. President Jack Ryan speaking, he said, steel in his voice. Identify yourself. A beat of silence, then a calm, measured reply. Secretary General Xu Chao of the People's Republic of China. Ryan knew that voice. Xu had always been the quiet one, lurking in Lee's shadow, but there'd been moments of surprising candor between them. Now, the man sounded eerily composed. Thank you for taking my call. This cannot wait. Ryan didn't bite. What can't wait is you backing your forces off Taiwan? Why isn't Lee on the phone? President Lee is unavailable. The pause was deliberate. Ryan's pulse kicked up. Should I assume we won't be hearing from him again? Zhu's answer was a quiet blade. That would be a safe assumption, Mr. President. President Ryan listened as Secretary General Xu expressed China's deep regret over the recent crisis, his voice measured yet sincere. The actions that endangered lives and strained our relations were not the will of our people or government, Xu continued. They stemmed from one man's poor judgment, a man who no longer holds office. In China, we believe leadership exists to serve, not to dictate. Ryan's jaw tightened as images flashed through his mind. Special Operations Chief Skip Anderson and CIA Officer Andrew Miolis, their service records, now just memorials. Good men died, Secretary General, he said, the words sharp with restrained anger. Xu paused, then spoke quietly. That is my greatest regret. The admission carried weight, a rare moment of candor from a leader accustomed to diplomatic scripts. Before I address the world, I wanted you to hear this directly. China extends its apology, not just as a government, but as a nation. Ryan weighed the offer. It was more than he'd expected, far more than the now-deposed hardliner Li Jianjun would have ever conceded. Yet the stakes demanded more than words. I appreciate the gesture, Ryan replied, but your destroyer Nanchang is still shadowing ours in the strait, and my operators are still in hostile waters. The Nanchang has been ordered to withdraw, Xu assured him. The exclusion zone is lifted. Your ship, the Jason Dunham, has clear passage. If there's any way we can assist in recovering your personnel, that won't be necessary, Ryan cut in, motioning through the window for Kent to enter. Just ensure our aircraft can operate unhindered to extract my men. Consider it done, Xu said. Ryan muted the call as Kent stepped inside. Get those birds in the air now, Ryan ordered, and verify the Nanchang is backing off. Kent's eyes flicked to the live feed on the monitor. They're already turning away, sir. Full retreat. Ryan unmuted the line. This is a significant step toward rebuilding trust, Secretary General. Yu's tone shifted, almost wry. There's one more thing. The American operatives aboard the Capella, they'll reach Incheon unharmed. We won't intercept the ship as it exits the Bohai Sea, nor interfere with your extraction. Of course, he added dryly. We'll be having words with South Korea about that vessel's future port privileges. Ryan exhaled, a grin breaking through. For the first time in days, the pressure in his chest eased. Clark's team was coming home.